It is one thing to point out to a person that he has made a mistake, and another to arm him with the truth. John Locke. The surprise, arranged by the girl, turned out to be even more unexpected than I could have imagined. No, this had to be thought up in order to bring to the station a ship whose dimensions and shape were clearly inspired by the famous Glorianas from one extremely dark and very widely popular in narrow circles universe. Yes, the NECA made certain author's modifications to the appearance of the ship, adjusting it to the legend I chose for this world, but this changed the fact itself very little. It is also strange that she did not think of recreating the flagship of the Emperor of Mankind, although, I suppose, the matter was simply that in my memory, and therefore in the replicator databases, there was simply no information about its appearance. Simply because reliable information did not exist in principle, or I was unlucky enough to find it. Ahem. In any case, the battleship that had flown to Babylon 5, in the hold of which it was quite possible to simply and uncomplicatedly park this very Babylon 5, made an indelible impression not only on Captain Sheridan, who froze in the middle of the control room, but also on the captains and pilots of President Clark's ships, so indelible that the combat near the station simply stopped. Even the most proud and hardened officers and soldiers preferred not to make any sudden movements at all in the direct line of sight of the combat ship, which was capable of simply ramming them all into the surrounding system. And here, for them, a very precarious situation developed. On the one hand, to continue the fight in almost radically changed conditions would be downright suicide. Even if the will of the Emperor is simply near the station, it will be obvious to any sane person that during the fight, stray shots are inevitable. And we all remember how the same unprovoked aggression against a simple embassy yacht ended for the Drazi. On the other hand, simply returning the fighters to the ships carrying them, turning around and flying away, also did not look like the easiest thing to do. Even ignoring the fact that the locals might not want to let them go, which was unlikely. After all, the last thing Sheridan wanted was a further escalation of the conflict and an increase in casualties on both sides. They had a direct order from the Supreme Commander, which the captains could not simply wave their hand at, since they had gotten involved in everything that was happening. Here is your dilemma.
Couronne?
Lord Ball? Neki, who continued to watch what was happening in the Babylon's wheelhouse with a smile, standing next to me, exuded incredible satisfaction and malice. Gloriana? Seriously? But now I seem to understand what kind of pleasure you find in mocking the local intelligent beings. The girl glanced at me quickly, then returned to watching Sheridan, who was currently trying to contact the captains of the Agrippa, the Roanoke, and, to complete the set, Commander Ivanova, who was hanging in space on one of the station's fighters. I created a monster. I shake my head and demonstratively roll my eyes. However, it would be stupid to deny that I rather liked Neki's action. It was another confirmation that the development of her personal matrix had actually ended, and the girl, who was once conceived as a simple experiment to create a highly organized android, had become a full-fledged, self-aware, intelligent being. I believe that Yuki will very soon catch up with her sister in this. The main thing is that her surprises do not result in something more destructive, primarily for the psyche of those around her. Otherwise, I am already starting to feel a little sorry for Captain Sheridan and his colleagues. Consider this as retribution from above for your sins, Lord Ball. The girl twitched her ear, sending an image of demonstrative turning away, implying that she had said everything she intended. Lord Ball. A tired Sheridan returned to us with Corona, I thank you for your assistance in defending the station. Nothing, Captain. I shrug. It didn't cost me any effort, Captain. I assume. I nod my head towards the tactical display, still showing the location of the ships. You managed to convince your guests that further outrages are unacceptable. At least, the man sighed. I did everything possible for this. Your ship made an indelible impression on Captain Smith, the commander of this group. I believe that right now they will be evacuating the surviving pilots and returning their fighters back to the hangars, and then they will leave this system. I would like to believe that this is where it all ends, but I simply cannot predict President Clark's further actions. As I already said, I myself was somewhat surprised, I continued, glancing sideways at the rather smiling Corone, that the Emperor decided to send a Gloriana-class battleship here. However, the decision of His Imperial Majesty is his personal and indisputable right, so I can only take it into account. In any case, in order not to cause excessive inconvenience to you and the station's crew, when the passions subside, the Emperor's will be transferred to the territory of our outpost. I understand that such a large vessel can pose a threat to intra-system navigation. If only I could have imagined half an hour ago that the existence of a warship of such dimensions was possible in principle. John muttered barely audibly, nodding in agreement and continuing in a full voice. And what kind of creature was that appeared on the bridge? I have never seen anything like it. And the very method of its appearance, an incredibly simple question, Captain. I smile broadly. It was Raudorn, captain of a detachment of the Imperial Custodian Guard, the Emperor's elite troops sent here to ensure the security of the embassy entrusted to me. Some time ago, I notified you and Commander Ivanova of their arrival. And as for the second part, it was the most ordinary teleportation. The most ordinary teleportation. Of course, Sheridan simply waved his hand, letting out an almost resigned sigh. Well, I hope I will have the opportunity to discuss the latest events with you in more detail. Of course, Captain Sheridan. I nod. I'm at your service. You can always drop in for a cup of tea. Yes. The man tiredly massaged the bridge of his nose. Please excuse me. I need to return the fighters to the station and make sure that the guests do not leave any surprises. Having bowed briefly, I turned towards the exit, dragging Corone, who was still literally radiating contentment, along with me. The Emperor's will. And what should I do with such a ship now? No, not in the sense that there was nowhere to put it. Like everything created from replicator blocks, Gloriana could easily be disassembled back into primitive components, which would then be used in any necessary places. But the very fact of the appearance of such a convincing argument already created some difficulties. However, at this stage, I could already quite easily switch to the behavior model of the sheriff does not care about the problems of blacks, since the only real problems for the replicators could probably be posed by Lorien himself. And then, only theoretically, since I still had not the slightest idea of the limits of his real capabilities. And even the Shadows and the Vorlons are unlikely to make any particularly sharp movements in these conditions. Perhaps it was quite possible to even take the Hattaki away from Zhadum as an educational measure. The time they spent in orbit of the Shadow's homeland was quite enough, and if that wasn't enough, it means that the local ancients will have much worse common sense than the younger races. Nodding to my thoughts and slowly moving away from the control room, I give the corresponding order, and the golden pyramids, evenly distributed around the gloomy planet, accelerated with a jerk and disappeared into the bluish clouds of the Asgard hyperspace transition. Interlude. Her hands acted automatically, bringing the fighter to the section of the station's flight deck, where the positioning system would pick it up, placing the ship in the appropriate mount. And Commander Ivanova herself still could not digest what she had witnessed just recently. A ship of monstrous size. When another transition funnel began to open at a distance from Babylon 5, the woman barely held back a doomed groan. Like most Russians, she often hoped for the best and believed in miracles, but in the current situation, even this would be extremely insufficient. But instead of Clark's new ships sent to bring the station to submission, out of the degenerate space appeared this. A ship of monstrous size, seemingly sparkling across the entire system with its golden hull, the sight of which made you want to simply freeze and not do anything that could be taken as an act of aggression, just in case. Although, for the sake of objectivity, judging by the battle that magically stopped, such thoughts visited not only her head Clark's fighters, literally a moment ago circling around Babylon 5, and the station's fighters, one after another, stopped firing and went into a drift, only completing the last maneuver they had begun. Pulling off her flight helmet, Ivanova pulled herself up, climbing out of the Fury's cockpit. She had no business on the battlefield yet, but she simply had to get to the control room and find out what was going on. Waving her hand at the technician who had run up, the commander quickly headed to the locker room. She was tempted to show up on the bridge in just a jumpsuit, but firstly, it was simply too hot. And secondly, it was a blatant violation of the uniform. Not that it bothered her much in the current circumstances, but if everything could be done as it should be, then why do it the other way around? An extra 10 minutes would hardly make a difference. "Captain, this is Ivanova," she called Sheridan on the communicator as she left the locker room. "I'm going to the bridge. How's the situation on the station?" "Join us, Ivanova," John's tired voice rang out. "Everything is calm at the station for now. Garibaldi reported that the attack was repelled, and thanks to Lord Ball's help, everything ended with minimal losses and damage. Anyway, I'm waiting in the control room. We need to end this farce." "Accepted." With a slight sigh of relief, the woman quickly headed towards the elevator. Lord Ball's help had indeed been extremely effective, to say the least. She could only hope that she wouldn't have to pay for it later. During his presence on the station, the Goa'uld ambassador had shown himself to be quite a certain person, but intelligent beings tend to change, right? Although Susan wanted to believe that this time they had really gotten off with a light fright, and in such a battle, the death of several pilots and damage to a couple of sectors of the station were precisely light consequences, especially considering the class of ships that confronted them. "Welcome back to Babylon 5, Commander."
Yes, thank you. I mention the devil and he will appear. Walking along another corridor of the station, having almost reached the bridge from the hangars of the fighters, the woman heard the usually satisfied voice of the Goa'uld ambassador. She even began to answer with her usual polite phrase, but then Susan turned her gaze to the speaker, and the continuation simply flew out of her head.
The usual picture of a tall alien, dressed in his usual clothes and accompanied by one of his assistants, this time was simply destroyed to the ground. Next to the ambassador, squinting his amber eyes with interest, stood a tall, upright humanoid cat. The creature sniffed, clearly sniffing the woman's scent, and squinted even more, slightly tilting his head to the side and moving his ears crowned with fur tassels. Most of all, the new alien reminded Ivanova of snow leopards, which still survived in nurseries on Earth, only miraculously not exterminated as a result of the growth of cities and industrial centers. Well, if someone can imagine a snow leopard standing on its hind legs, having acquired the broad shoulders of a professional athlete and dressed in massive golden armor that covered its entire body, leaving only its head outside. At first glance, at least, Ivanova did not notice any weapons, although her intuition subtly hinted to the woman that with such dimensions, armor and impressive metal claws on his gloves, he simply would not need a weapon. "Forgive me, Lord Ball," Ivanova finally got over her surprise. "Could you introduce me to your companion?" "Oh, where are my manners?" The man spread his hands with a smile. "Let me introduce you. This is Rao Dorn, captain of the custodian detachment. If you recall, some time ago I sent you a request for their arrival on the station to ensure the security of our embassy. Rao Dorn, this is Commander Susan Ivanova, second in command of Babylon 5. You may have seen him on the bridge." "Oh," was all the woman could say, nodding slightly slowly at the armored figure's dignified bow of the head. "I've never seen anyone like that. I apologize for my reaction." "It's okay, Commander," Rao answered, in a quiet voice, filled with light growling sounds. "We're used to the fact that when we first meet, the reaction to our appearance can be la. He and his kind are of the felinid race, humanoid cats. To use your language," Bale continued, smiling. "His Imperial Majesty has deemed their skills and capabilities suitable for the ranks of the elite Imperial Guard, of the custodians. The Emperor loves felinids." Rao closed his eyes contentedly, baring his teeth slightly, which Ivanova, shuddering from surprise at first, recognized with some surprise as a smile. "Cats," Bale drawled, clearly quoting someone. "Cats are good." "Yes," the custodian grinned even more contentedly. "Thank you for the clarification, Lord Bale." Ivanova nodded. "I suppose I should hurry to the wheelhouse. Captain Sheridan may need my presence." "Of course, Commander," nodded the Goa'uld ambassador. "Have a good day." "And to you, Lord Bale." Corone, Rao Dorn. Having made some semblance of a polite bow, Ivanova, still in a somewhat inhibited state, walked around the aliens and moved further down the corridor. Strange thoughts were spinning in the woman's head. On the one hand, Babylon 5 was a diplomatic, multinational, and interspecies station, and the presence of representatives of completely different alien species on it was the norm and what it was intended for. But on the other hand, now seeing a huge, humanoid, upright, and intelligent cat was extremely unusual, even for Babylon 5. "What's wrong with us?" Ivanova asked from the doorway, having finally reached the wheelhouse. "The scattering of fighter debris and hull around the Babylon and the 26-kilometer-long alien battleship nearby isn't enough for you?" Sheridan nodded to his deputy, grinning crookedly. "You never know," the woman shrugged. "Maybe I missed the invasion of monsters from a parallel dimension, eager to eat our eyes for breakfast." "Ahem," John blinked in surprise, raising an eyebrow. "Everything all right, Commander? Perhaps you should stop by Dr. Franklin to—" "No," Susan shook her head. "Everything is fine. I just met Lord Bale, and his new— I suppose it would be appropriate to call him a guard." "Oh, he's at the station again?" Sheridan nodded his head understandingly. "Again? Simple teleportation. What? What?" Ivanova frowned, trying to understand where their conversation had led, but was forced to admit that 5 minutes ago, when she had encountered the armored felonide in the corridor, she had understood more than she did now, talking to the familiar and long-familiar commander. However, Sheridan's expression testified to approximately the same thing. The man was clearly thinking about some other matters, answering his deputy on autopilot, which led to what it led to. "Ahem. I apologize, Commander." The captain shook his head. "As for your question, so far everything has remained unchanged. The battle stopped with the appearance of Lord Baal's ship, and nothing has happened. You yourself know this, since you calmly returned to Babylon 5. Right now I'm trying to contact Captain Smith from the Agrippa. Since he commands the group that flew to the station and is now just about to leave us, it would be reasonable and logical to send the night watch with them. We can't keep them in the airlock any longer. I agree. Ivanova nodded. Captain, Agrippa is on the line, the dispatcher called out to the man. Earth Commonwealth Starship Agrippa, this is Captain Sheridan. John nodded, switching the communication channel to his terminal. What else do you want, Captain? Dexter Smith's voice clearly expressed the depth of the pleasure the ship's captain felt when communicating with the station commander. Do you want to gloat about your success, as hard as it may be for you to believe this? The man sighed, exchanging tired glances with Ivanova. The last thing I want is to conflict with my own. As I already said, the orders given to you by President Clark violate the Constitution of the Earth Commonwealth. Nevertheless, orders are orders. Smith interrupted Sheridan. And as a military man, you must remember that they are not subject to discussion. Let the generals and admirals worry about the legality of orders. Our job is to carry them out. History will judge who was right, Captain Smith, the commander of the Babylon, could only shake his head. He made a last attempt to persuade his interlocutor, even if it turned out to be unsuccessful. Then it was necessary to resolve business issues. In any case, while you have not yet left the system, at the moment, members of an organization called Night Watch are on Babylon 5, together with their commander, Gabe Lippman. In connection with the declared independence of the station, their presence here, especially in their previous status, is unacceptable. What about my men who were on the boarding boat? Smith asked gloomily. I haven't received a report from our medic yet, but some of them are definitely alive. In that case, will it be possible to take away the survivors and the bodies of the dead? I think we can solve this problem. John nodded. If you don't create problems. For a while, the captain's interlocutor was silent. The issue with the surviving soldiers who tried to break through to the station characterized Smith positively, despite his blind adherence to the orders of the command, even extremely dubious or unacceptable from the point of view of the law. The manifestation of concern for the fate of his crew characterized him rather positively, and for this reason, Sheridan saw no reason to refuse the courtesy in return. As he said, Dr. Franklin had not yet managed to inform him about the surviving attackers, primarily concerned about the victims among the inhabitants and personnel of the Babylon. But the captain had managed to exchange a few words with Garibaldi, who informed him about the participation of Ball's guards in the entertainment. Considering how the custodians acted according to the description of the security officer, there was every chance of getting by with far fewer victims than if the shootout in the compartment had continued. I'll send transport, the captain of the Agrippa finally answered. In that case, wait. I'll contact you when we're ready. Sighing, Sheridan disconnected the connection, turning to Ivanova. Commander, find Garibaldi. He should still be in the area of the 95th sector, where there was a breakthrough. Dr. Franklin will be there too. I asked him to take care of the wounded as soon as the fighting died down. Make sure that our guests are ready to leave the station as soon as possible.
I will, Captain.
The woman nodded and turned on her heels, heading towards the exit of the bridge. Yui and Shai's relatives who arrived at the station on the will of the Emperor turned out to be surprisingly presentable. This could easily be understood from the example of the chance meeting of the squad leader with Commander Ivanova, who was hurrying to the control room. A separate reason for the creator's pride and joy could be the pleasant independence of the young Felinids, Rao Dorn, who arrived at Babylon 5 first, himself expressed a desire to help the station's crew in repelling the attack of Clark's soldiers. No, really, I didn't give any special instructions before he arrived at the station. And the cat not only suggested sending several guardsmen to help Garibaldi, but also independently decided not to use lethal weapons, limiting himself to effectively rendering the opponents incapacitated. However, given the physical condition of the created Neko boys, such a choice was quite expected, as were the demonstrated results. The armor created specifically for them, combined with an exoskeleton, could perhaps allow the felinids to go toe-to-toe with even ordinary Astartes, and, even if not win, bring the battle to a confident draw, even despite the difference in size in favor of the creations of the Emperor of Mankind. Well, I wanted to think so and believe in it, although, of course, without a natural test in sparring, it was simply impossible to say anything for sure. However, it was for the best. The only thing I needed for complete happiness was the Adeptus Astartes with all the accompanying adventures. You called Lord Bale. The commander of the felinids entered the cabin, bowing his head respectfully, walking forward and freezing right in front of me. When creating the males of the species, to which the first two necks created as nannies for Alice belonged, I relied on the appearance and features of medium and large predators of the cat family, typical of planet Earth. For this reason, Rao was a classic snow leopard, raised on his hind legs and modified to have a more humanoid body outline. Like all the organics I created, he had an implanted module for direct communication with the replicator network, allowing him to use all the information available to the replicators without the risk of overloading the organic brain with information garbage of service data. So, despite the characteristic growling accent, he was quite free to communicate with all the inhabitants of the station. I called. I nod. Judging by what I see, you, like your older sisters, Yui and Shaya, prefer to communicate out loud? It's pleasant to talk. The felinid grinned. I don't mind. Is your squad settled in properly? Yes. Dorn shook his head. 2 are standing guard at your cabin as ordered. 3 more are assisting the man, Michael Garibaldi. I have decided that their presence would be appropriate in protecting the enemy soldiers before they are sent off the station. The rest, the felinid grinned, are located in a free cabin at the end of the level. I cast an appraising glance at the cat with interest, causing the latter to twitch the tip of his ear slightly nervously. This was extremely curious, unlike Korone and Yuki. Created by me from scratch and essentially intelligent computers, an extension of the replicator network. As such, felinids, both the female part of their species and the newly born male, were full-fledged living beings. Yes. Thanks to the replicator's capabilities in genetic engineering and nanotechnology, they also had some basic personality matrices embedded in them, which were, in fact, a set of prescribed commands and reactions in relation to me and all my wards. Everything else, including independent decision-making and the emergence of their own opinion on something, was the personal merit of Rao Dorn, and as I believe, his brothers. A curious result, as I already mentioned. Extremely curious. Your decision was correct. I nod with satisfaction, smiling. Since I've decided to support Captain Sheridan, it's worth doing my part of the job well. I thought the same thing. He nodded. How do you like Babylon 5? This is an interesting place. The felinid tilted his head slightly to the side and twitched his ear, as if listening to something. Although my brothers and I didn't have time to really see anything. Will you allow us to explore the station? In my free time from guarding the embassy, of course.
Of course, the main thing is not to cause inconvenience to Mr. Garibaldi. He already has a hard job. Rorau grinned contentedly, smiling. Through the implant, it was easy to understand that Garibaldi was very much liked by all of them, those who took part in restoring order in the 95th sector. Although in the very depths of their consciousness, one could read some disdain for the hairless, weak monkeys, which I did not put into them, honestly. Nevertheless, the chief of security and his worldview were to the cat's liking. To sum up some intermediate results, the felinids turned out to be quite an interesting, albeit artificially created biological species. The conclusions require additional experiments and tests, but even now I can say with some confidence that they can be left as an independently developing society on some cozy and picturesque planet. Well,
So that, in a couple of millennia, the perfect beings would seize power in the galaxy, establishing a fur tyranny of divine cats in it. Although, who said that this would be a bad outcome for the galaxy? In any case, it will be better than the mutual sand aggression of the Vorlons and the Shadows. I wonder how Lorien will react to them. Perhaps it is worth inviting him for tea. If the first drinks tea. Interlude. More aliens. From Lord Ball. Every time someone new. From the Gold Empire. Showed up at the station. Dr. Franklin felt an increasing desire to send everything to hell and fly away from the station. Preferably to some small, not very well known, and certainly remote human colony. Just so he wouldn't have to rack his brains about what surprises the universe would throw at him next Monday. Or Wednesday. Or any other day. No. The fact that he was now forced to provide medical assistance to supposedly enemy soldiers who had recently tried to storm Babylon 5 worried him the least. After all, they were the same people, the same soldiers as his father, and the reason they were here was in general not their fault. In any case, he took the Hippocratic Oath and conscientiously tried, is trying, and will try, to save everyone who can be saved with the resources available to him. Yes. But the sight of tall humanoid cats, clad in strange golden armor, vigilantly watching to make sure his patients didn't start causing any kind of trouble, for some reason made Stephen shudder slightly. Perhaps it was because these were yet another aliens from Lord Ball, or perhaps the problem was their very appearance, which refuted almost everything the doctor knew about genetics and the rules of functioning of living organisms. No. Franklin had a developed enough imagination to understand that the universe can be extremely rich in fantasy, and therefore living matter can acquire completely different, sometimes even crazy, forms. But to see almost ordinary earthly felines as upright and highly developed humanoids was a little wild for him. However, he soberly understood that no one would let him study the new species closer for educational purposes. If you remember, how he was politely sent with, in general, a mandatory examination and collection of medical data of the new ambassador. Something told the doctor that everything would happen exactly the same with the new guests. "How are things, Doc?" Garibaldi, who had managed to change into his usual uniform and even wash up, approached Franklin, stopping a couple of steps away from another of Clark's soldiers, who Stephen was currently dealing with. "Almost finished," the medic answered without looking up from his examination. "There are only 2 serious ones. Blaster wounds to the abdomen. They will live, but require transportation on a gurney. The rest got off with bruises, superficial burns, and concussions." The felonid standing nearby, obviously hearing everything the medic said, grinned rather proudly. It was he and his brothers who had cleaned up here, so the careful work was their personal merit. It was nothing for them to finish off all the attackers, even without using weapons. Just with their bare hands. People could not pose a serious threat to them. That's how they were created. That's how they were. And they were proud of it. "Got it," nodded the security guard. "Then I'm waiting for your go-ahead to bring the rascals home." The captain agreed with the Agrippa to send a transport to pick up the soldiers and the night watch from the station. "The main thing is that this doesn't turn out to be some kind of clever trap," Franklin sighed. "We'll make sure that everything goes smoothly," the felinid, resembling an earthly lynx, answered the man, squinting and showing impressive fangs. "Yes," Garibaldi chuckled, glancing sideways at the pale soldier Clark. "That would be handy." "That's it, we're done," Franklin finished examining the soldier, making sure the number of seriously injured had not increased, glanced around the room, receiving nods of confirmation from his subordinates, who were doing the same, and waved his hand at Garibaldi. Now there was work for the security service and their new furry allies. Michael grinned in satisfaction, nodding at the medic, and raised the communicator to his mouth. "Captain, this is Garibaldi." Unlistening. "Dr. Franklin has finished rendering the uninvited guests digestible. You may transmit to the Agrippa." "Got it. Escort them to the 9th airlock. I'll go there too. Just call Smith."
"So, gentlemen," crossing his arms on his chest, Garibaldi turned to the military.
"Stand up together and move after me without any tricks. Don't forget your less fortunate comrades." He pointed to the bodies of the dead and seriously wounded soldiers, already mentioned by Franklin, placed in black bags. The felinid, standing by the wall, gave a short growl, and 2 more aliens, who had been keeping watch in the corridor until that moment, entered the room. Under their watchful and, as it seemed to Garibaldi, anticipating predatory glances, Clark's soldiers began to rise to their feet, slowly and carefully, trying not to make any sudden movements. Those of them who had suffered the least picked up the bags with the bodies of their comrades, lined up in pairs, and, following one of Bale's guards, went out into the corridor. Dr. Franklin, having collected the medical instruments in a suitcase, waved Michael away with a gesture and, together with his subordinates, began to push out the gurneys with the heavy ones. Although they were recent enemies, he, as a medic, could not wave his hand at them and not take part in the evacuation at all. Despite all the fears, they reached the airlock where the members of the night watch were locked without any particular problems. The presence of 3 felinids by their very appearance noticeably reduced the prisoner's mood for any aggressive actions. Although Michael Garibaldi, following his usual paranoia, brought additional guards from among the security service employees recognized as loyal to the transfer, Captain Sheridan, the commander of the Babylon, was already waiting for them at the entrance to the airlock. He sported only trousers and a white shirt, ignoring the uniform jacket, which caused the security officer to raise an eyebrow in surprise.
"Captain, have you decided to change your uniform?"
"Don't rub salt into the wound, Mr. Garibaldi," John grimaced, looking at the approaching soldiers, accompanied by felinids and guards. "I'm still an officer in the Earth Commonwealth military. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, I'm still an officer in the Earth Commonwealth military. And although I do what I have to do, my conscience does not allow me to continue wearing an officer's uniform. Not now, and not in these circumstances. I can understand you, Captain. Okay, we need to end this circus." The captain raised his hand with the communicator, pressing a combination of keys on it and broadcasting to the internal speakers of the airlock chamber behind the door. "I ask for a moment of your attention. Captain Sheridan speaking. I understand perfectly well what exactly you may think about me at the moment, especially after the time spent locked up. However, this was a forced measure, the consequences of which we will all have to come to terms with. In addition, I inform you that several hours ago, in response to the actions of the Earth government and the orders of President Clark, I was forced to announce the withdrawal of Babylon 5 from the Earth Commonwealth and the independent status of the station, as some colonies did." Sheridan caught his breath, allowing himself to collect his thoughts and his interlocutors to digest what they heard. "In this regard, I consider the presence of the Night Watch on the territory of Babylon 5 unacceptable. At this moment, Captain Smith's transport ship from the spaceship Agrippa, which is located at the station, should have docked at your airlock. Upon receiving confirmation of the docking, I will give the command to open the airlock's pressurized doors so that you and the soldiers on my side of the door can be transferred to the transport crew. When the doors open, to avoid unnecessary complications, you must lay down your service weapons and armor and hand them over to Mr. Garibaldi and the station's security personnel. This will allow you to leave Babylon 5 and return to Earth without hindrance. Having switched off the transmission, the captain exhaled, turning to the attentively listening people and aliens. As he had told Garibaldi, he was not very pleased to do what he was forced to do, but he was forced to do it, and therefore Sheridan had to grit his teeth and continue to do his job. Although the inside of the honest officer of the Earth Commonwealth was reduced to dull irritation and anger at the madness that was happening. "A good speech, Captain," nodded Michael. "I hope they will listen to reason and not try to break through by force, using the possible help of the transport crew. If, of course, you are sure that there will be no surprise in the form of a Special Forces detachment." "I don't think," the man sighed, "that Captain Smith would risk doing something like that. Not with Lord Baal's ship hanging near the Babylon. Such a scarecrow very successfully serves as a thick hint at subtle circumstances." "Captain," Ivanova's voice came from the communicator, "the transport from the Agrippa has just docked at the airlock. You may begin." "Understood, Commander. Be prepared for the unexpected, just in case." "Fighter squadron ready," the woman replied. Captain Hiroshi moved the Churchill closer to the station. "Great." Nodding to Garibaldi, the captain cast a careful glance at the two felonids moving closer to the hermetic door, and after hesitating for a couple of seconds, extended his hand, pressing the door-opening panel. At the same time, the communicator on his hand quietly beeped, and Ivanova's voice confirmed that the airlock on the other side had also begun to open access to the Agrippa's transport ship. The first person John saw as soon as the bulkhead rose was a rather gloomy Gabe Lippman, standing with his empty hands demonstratively spread out to the sides and clearly waiting for the captain. The man was already unarmed and unarmored, demonstrating good intentions.
Mr. Lippman?
Captain Sheridan? The head of the Night Watch nodded with obvious apprehension in his voice, meeting the narrowed green eyes of one of Baal's guardsmen.
We are ready to surrender our weapons and armor.
"That pleases me beyond words, Mr. Lippman." John nodded, gesturing to Garibaldi's men.
It's a shame that our differences have led to this outcome, but I believe you must understand that with President Clark's current policy, we are not on the same page. For me, you are still a rebel, Captain.
The man said gloomily.
But in the current reality, I can't do anything about it. You outplayed us, and I must admit, you outplayed us beautifully. You can rejoice for now.
"I won't promise that our communication will end here. I'm sorry. I would prefer that our communication," Sheridan sighed, "was conducted in a more constructive manner. But for now I have to work with what I have. Perhaps in the future you will understand." With a curt nod, Lippman turned and headed toward his men, who had gathered behind him. At a quick signal from the commander, they began to lay down their weapons one by one in one of the corners of the room, remove their armor, and move on to the exit of the airlock, which now led to the ship that had arrived on Babylon 5. Sheridan exhaled with some relief, watching the transfer of prisoners begin. It seemed that this time, common sense had prevailed over pride and the desire to follow orders. In all participants, it remained to hope that everything would continue in the same vein. Perhaps then, the galaxy would have a chance in the fight against the shadows. Chapter 67. Is the cake a lie? We will always be responsible for those we have tamed. The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Interlude. Delaine stared grimly ahead from her seat on the small transport ship. Though she had shown an uncharacteristic sternness during her meeting with the Grey Council, her heart was heavy. Could she even call herself an ambassador now? She had said and done what needed to be said and done, what duty and conscience demanded of her. But that same conscience was now gnawing at her from within. Having left the Valenta with some of the Grey Council, Delenn was first forced to go to one of the planets in Minbar space belonging to the priest caste. A sharp démarche against her own government dictated certain requirements that had to be met. She could not predict how her actions would turn out, but for now, she had some time to attend to urgent matters. Ships were needed for the battle against the shadows. Crews for them were needed, and since it was impossible to rely on the warrior caste at the moment, others would have to shoulder this burden. The control console in front of the Minbari emitted a soft melodic trill, signaling arrival at the destination. Delenn sighed, sending a request to the nearest jump zone to open a funnel. The counselors who followed her went their separate ways, each acknowledging her rightness, but forced to fulfill their part of the duty. So, here and now, she was alone, although it would not last long. "Welcome to the Valtor, Satai Delenn." As soon as the ship entered normal space, she was contacted from the planet's surface. A young Minbari priest respectfully bowed his head, simultaneously transmitting landing data to the woman. "I haven't been a Satai for a long time." The Minbari woman shook her head with slight sadness. "We know," the man nodded. "As we know that the Grey Council was disbanded, the message preceded your ship." "It doesn't matter now, but I can't help but show respect for you and your past actions. What brought you here?" Delenn sighed, dissolute. So they had listened to her words and her voice of reason after all. As she left the Valent, she had feared that nothing would change, that everything would remain the same, and that her people would be completely unprepared when the shadows decided to act. The words of the young member of the priest caste inspired hope. "The prophecy is close to coming true," the Minbari woman answered gloomily. "We must be ready. The Earth Station, Babylon 5, is going through hard times now, which means if we don't want to lose our allies, we must support them. I need ships." "I do not understand everything, Satai Delenn." The priest bowed his head. "But understanding is not required. I will redirect you to the orbital dock. There are currently 5 Charlin cruisers and 2 White Stars in the system, completed literally a few weeks ago and transferred here." "Thank you," the woman smiled with relief. The priest nodded, disconnecting, and a new set of codes and data for moving around the system came to the ambassador's transport computer. Delenn's ship smoothly moved towards the slowly emerging structure, from behind the disk of the nearest planet, which served both as a transport terminal for the system and an orbital dock for servicing Minbari ships. As the priest had said, there were 5 Charlene near the dock, easily recognizable by their hull lines, and 2 White Stars were clearly moored to the station, hidden by its silhouette. Well, she hadn't come here just to admire the beauty, although frankly speaking, it was nice to be back on her people's territory. Maybe she should fly to Minbar, walk around its land, enjoy the sights and familiar sounds of home. But first, business. Having brought the transport close to the station, Delenn gave everything else to the automation, which smoothly brought the ship to a free airlock and placed it on the designated landing site. "Sate Delenn." The Minbari who was greeting her bowed respectfully to the woman, causing only a slight sigh. It seemed that the priestly caste to which she belonged had decided to demonstratively break with established traditions by calling her by a title that no longer had any meaning. "My name is Farlan. Welcome to Shoal Station." "Thank you for meeting me, Farlan." Delenn bowed in response. "Please forgive me for any awkwardness. I haven't interacted with members of my own caste in a long time." "I understand, Satai Delenn." Farlan smiled, gesturing for her to follow him. "I am not a Satay." The Minbari sighed once again. "I am no longer one of the 9. and the Grey Council itself was disbanded. Sometimes it's worth stepping away from tradition to show your respect.
How can we help you?
I would like to take 3 Charlin cruisers, unless their presence is required elsewhere. I fear that otherwise we may lose allies in the fight against the shadows. When deciding to fly here, Delaine carefully considered her next steps. It would have been much easier to secure official help from the Grey Council, which could send any number of ships to any location. But what had happened, and now she could only rely on her own strength. Few even of the aliens familiar with the Minbari culture could imagine how the caste system of this people was actually structured, and what it meant to belong to the caste of priests, builders, or warriors. Usually everyone imagined, based on their names, that warriors were only engaged in war, builders in maintaining the material part of Minbar, and priests were responsible only for matters of faith and the spiritual development of their compatriots.
In reality, everything was somewhat more complicated and much less understandable to an outside observer. It was enough to understand that the same battle cruisers were far from being the prerogative of only the militant part of the Minbari. Each caste had its own fleet, albeit with accompanying features and specifics, and the priest caste was no exception. I must clear this with the abbot, Farlan bowed his head, but I think there will be no problem with this. Please wait for a while, Cité Delaine. Enjoy our hospitality. Okay, Farlan, the Minbari smiled. I just hope it doesn't last too long. There were some disturbing events when I left Babylon 5. I'm afraid I'll be too late to help. I'll do everything I can. The escort gestured for her to follow him, leading her to one of the guest cabins located near the landing pad. Leaving the ambassador alone, Farlan quickly headed off to resolve the issue of providing cruisers. Such a request in itself was unusual, and Delaine understood it. But it was not so easy to quickly get 3 warships, not counting the White Stars, which actually belonged to the Rangers, and therefore to some extent, to her. And she did not want to demonstrate their real number to the general public ahead of time. Too many prying eyes could be on the station. And, although she would have to bring one of the ships there, simply to be able to influence the situation more effectively, 1 White Star was not the same as 100 such ships. The wait for the abbot's answer seemed especially long to the woman. The Minbari managed to pour herself a glass of fruit juice, walk around the cabin, looking at the typical Minbari decor of the room, and then comfortably settle down on the sofa. Delaine's thoughts were already on Babylon 5, with each passing minute becoming more and more afraid of being late. The latest news from Earth, which she had managed to see before her departure, inspired serious concerns, and the events taking place increasingly drew the influence of the shadows. It was very similar to their usual manner of action, to sow the seed of enmity, forcing even representatives of the same species to fight among themselves. And even the fact that the enemy had not taken any active action so far did not help to overcome the fears. They could simply not see what exactly the shadows were up to, and the same Centauri, who had not shown any activity in their war with the Narn, could not serve as an indicator, especially in light of the news brought by Ranger Sarret. Delaine literally felt with her whole body how the precious time remaining for preparation for the fight was slipping away. Cité Delaine, Farlan called out to her quietly as he returned. Ah, yes, Farlan. The woman shook off her thoughtfulness. Abbot Litor has given you 3 cruisers as you requested. The Minbari bowed. He asked for forgiveness for not coming out to meet you personally, but duty requires his presence elsewhere. He is currently busy in the temple on the planet. I understand, Farlan, and I am not at all angry with the abbot. I am grateful for his generosity. I have already informed the ships of his decision. The cruisers will wait for your departure at the transition zone and will proceed to where you indicate. Thank you, Farlan.
The woman rose to her feet, bowing ceremoniously, pressing her hands to her chest. "I wish you good luck, Setai Delen." The member of the priest caste bowed in response, smiling. The woman nodded gratefully, quickly heading back to the landing platform. Farlan followed her closely, but Delen was quite familiar with the corridors herself. This was a typical Minbari orbital station, and the guest cabin was located quite close to the place where she left her transport. Now she was waiting for a flight towards Babylon 5, with one single stop along the way. She had to pick up the White Star, transferred at the request of Captain Sheridan from a system adjacent to the station, closer to Minbari space. If she correctly imagined the events taking place on John's homeland, now it was pointless to hide the very fact of the presence of such a ship at the disposal of the Babylon commander. And it represented enough force, even in a single copy, that its presence with its advantages outweighed any minuses. Having said goodbye to Farlan, the woman settled into the pilot's seat of the transport, and with confident movements brought the ship out of the docking bay of the station. As promised by the priest who had spoken to her, near the transition zone located on the border of the planetary system, the sensors of her ship identified 3 Minbari cruisers, Charlene, obviously waiting for her approach. As soon as she approached the distance of line of sight, the computer signaled about the call received from one of them. Touching the panel, the Minbari brought up the image on the screen, glancing at the face of an unfamiliar member of the priestly caste sitting in the captain's chair.
"May the light follow your paths, Captain."
Delen bowed her head respectfully.
"Let the light follow the paths of both of us, Delen."
The man smiled at the corners of his lips.
"We were given instructions from Abbot Lethor to follow you wherever you indicate and to provide all possible support. We are ready. We are only waiting for the route. If you wish, any of the ships will gladly take you on board."
"Thank you for the offer." The Minbari shook her head.
But it's not necessary. We're heading to Babylon 5, but first we'll stop in another system. The White Star is waiting for me there, and I'll fly to the station on it.
"As you wish."
The priest bowed his head. "In that case, we await your destination coordinates." Nodding, the ambassador touched the control panel, breaking the connection and sending the necessary data. The console beeped melodically, informing the woman about the successful sending of messages, and literally 10 seconds later, the cruisers smoothly moved, lining up in a marching order in such a way that her ship would remain protected from attack in the most effective way. Touching the controls, Delen sent the transport to the transition zone, sending a request to open the funnel. A series of flashes rolled along the open-work structures of the zone, and a gap in the crimson-black iridescence of degenerate space unfolded in front of the ships. The wait dragged on again. The flight to the system where the White Star was located was supposed to take 5 hours. It seemed like a very short period of time, especially for interstellar flights, but for the woman, it dragged on almost painfully long. Perhaps she should have agreed to the offer of the captain of one of the cruisers and climbed aboard, so that at least she would have had the company of other members of the religious caste that she was. But what's done is done, and so now all she could do was be patient and wait for the journey to end. And again, the melodic trill signaling that they had reached their destination. Only this time, she was sitting in the captain's chair in the middle of the White Star's control room, and behind her, 3 Minbari battle cruisers were flying through degenerate space, ready at her command to bring the light to the darkest corners of space. Yes, Delen frowned, looking back at one of the Minbari crew, and frowned even more when he shook his head, saying that they had failed to contact Babylon 5. The station was not responding. In the current circumstances, that could mean anything from a broken transmitter to Babylon being destroyed by a sudden shadow fleet, and it did not make her feel any better.
"Transmit to cruisers,"
the woman said with a sigh.
"We are exiting hyperspace in the Babylon 5 system." Using our own funnels, the transition zone may be controlled by the enemy. Maintain heightened readiness, but do not open fire first, no matter what happens.
Yes, Delenn. The priest bowed, running his hand over the control crystals and transmitting the order to the rest of the ships. The woman turned back to the deployed holographic screen, giving the ships time to receive the order and prepare to carry it out. Having received confirmation from all 3 Charlene cruisers, Delenn touched the control panel in the armrest of the captain's chair, and a hyperspace funnel opened up in front of the ship, leading to normal space. The other ships followed suit, emerging from degenerate space near the planet and the station located in its orbit.
In the name of Valen,
The Minbari woman exhaled, clutching the armrests with her hands, looking straight ahead.
What is this?
The familiar picture of the Epsilon 3 system now looked completely different, and it was not even the numerous signals from the ship's sensors, signaling a large amount of space debris near Babylon 5, in which, according to the computer, she anxiously identified the wreckage of Earth's Space Fury fighters, used as air cover for the station.
No, of course, the very fact of the presence of such debris testified to the battle that had recently taken place here. And now Delenn was even more afraid that the station was lost to them, having passed under the control of President Clark. But what she saw besides was even more astonishing.
Especially in light of the fact that she saw it with her own eyes, without even resorting to the optical systems of the White Star. A huge, simply monstrously huge spaceship hung in space not far from the station. Even at first she could barely make out the Babylon itself, lost against the background of a larger and certainly much brighter object. The Minbari did not even believe her eyes, turning to the priest at one of the consoles to ask him for more detailed data on the dimensions of the ship. But the priest's face showed exactly the same shock and almost horror, letting her understand that what she saw was not a figment of her sick imagination. Well, or they all went crazy at the same time and were seeing a common hallucination for the entire crew. The ship, shining brightly golden in the rays of the local star, was more than 3 times larger than Babylon 5. 26 kilometers in length alone, almost twice as large in other dimensions. Delenn was afraid to even imagine how much mass it had, and what its weapons must be capable of, if they were even approximately comparable in impressiveness. And as for the more precise characteristics of the object, one could only guess. Even the perfect sensors of the Minbari Vorlon ship could not penetrate under the hull of the guest, seeing only a dense cloud of interference. But it seemed that the woman already guessed who such a monster could belong to. Delenn, the Minbari at the communications console, called out to her. "We are being called from the station, via the relay buoy. The signal is intermittent. It's no wonder we couldn't contact them from hyperspace. Turn it on." The Minbari nodded her head slightly, slowly. "White Star, this is Captain Sheridan." A familiar voice came from the ceiling, causing Delenn to smile in relief. "We read you, Babylon 5. This is Ambassador Delenn speaking. I'm on the White Star, and I've brought friends." "We see you." John's voice also sounded relieved. "As you can see, a lot has happened in your absence. We have some minor," the man clearly hesitated, "problems with the systems. So long-range communications are not working yet. We have to limit ourselves to intra-system buoys. Now it's clear why we couldn't contact you. That's why. In any case, we're glad to see you." "I'm glad," John added a little more quietly, causing the Minbari to smile again. "Be careful when approaching the station. We haven't cleared the area of debris yet. We're working on it." "Copy that, Babylon 5. We see debris on the scanners. We can get around it. I hope the docks are okay." "I wanted to get back to the station as soon as possible. Yes, the embassy landing pads are still operational. Take your usual place. I'll hand you over to the dispatcher," Sheridan confirmed. "Thank you. In that case, if you have time, I would like to talk upon arrival at the station."
I think I can meet you at the exit from the dock. The man disconnected, and Delenn breathed a sigh of relief. The station was still with them, even though it had clearly been through a battle. Shaking her head, the Minbari rose from her chair, turning to face the crew. I'll go to the station. Your task is to patrol the space together with the cruisers. One of the priests bowed low, accepting the order, and took the captain's chair in Delenn's place, and the ambassador herself went to the hangar of the White Star. Although the station could accommodate a ship of this size, it would be much more appropriate outside the Babylon, especially in the event of new guests arriving. Lord Bale's golden monster, of course, was capable of discouraging any of the races known to her from causing mischief. But it was unlikely that he would be here forever. The Goa'uld had long ago firmly secured for himself the position of an outside observer, rather than a participant in events. Although his non-participation, she was forced to admit, sometimes yielded far more results than the most active activity of everyone around him. Lord Bale, this is absurd and irrational even by your standards. The indignation in Corona's digital voice could practically be scooped up with a spoon. I thought you felt the beauty of what I was doing, didn't you? I sent a satisfied smile to Neka, continuing to do what I was doing, that is, trying to create an energy cake. The idea of having tea with Lorien, which had suddenly visited me quite recently, continued to itch in my mind, not letting go. And I considered it simply impolite to go with a return visit of politeness to the ancient creature empty-handed. Yes, I understand that something, like Lorien, is quite capable of enjoying simple organic food, especially since he creates a mortal shell for himself when communicating with less developed species. But the very idea of creating a dessert for creatures of another life form, I will be frank, interested me. Really. True, there was one such noticeable trick. Replicators could create any substance out of nothing, essentially out of energy. They only needed to know its structure, and then the atomic printer of the teleport would come into play, materializing the desired object. Theoretically, nothing prevented the reverse process from being carried out with the same teleport, disassembling the physical body, converting it into energy, but not completing the process, converting energy into information and then vice versa, and leaving the object in the resulting state. But this energy could be used. As energy, it could be used to recreate the original object. It could even be used to create a completely new object, essentially turning a bench into a pig, in the best traditions of the book series about an extremely tenacious young wizard in glasses. But to leave energy as energy, while giving it some form that allows you to see the notorious cake, and feel the cake, that very moment when something should look like a cake, smell like a cake, taste like a cake, but not be a cake, but a clot of pure energy. An epic task, in my opinion, but that made it all the more interesting. It's one thing to make subtle mockery of representatives of underdeveloped species, the Neka raised her nose proudly, and quite another to openly mock the existing laws of physics. This madness? Yuki asked timidly. Yes. Is this what I'm being told by those who used a high-tech device to move and rearrange matter in order to create cakes out of thin air? This is different. You don't understand. The sister's reaction made me smile contentedly and kindly, but it didn't solve the tea party issue at Lorien's. Theoretically, it was possible to shape the energy clot into a cake, keeping it stable with a specific configuration of electromagnetic fields, using tools available to technomages, multiplied by the knowledge and resources of the replicators. It was quite feasible, although even in my mind, this technological chimera looked like a completely monstrous perversion. But how to make it still taste like cake? In fact, no matter how absurd my occupation may look from the outside, it still had a goal, albeit a strange one. Thinking about my stay in this world, I came to the depressing conclusion that there are areas and directions of development that are still difficult for me, or not at all.
even despite all the capabilities of the replicators and the assimilated technologies of local species. And Lorien's visit only emphasized this lag. Technological development is wonderful in itself, and the capabilities of the replicators open up incredibly broad horizons. But still, even all this wealth is inferior to what the first ones showed. And I'm not even talking about the tricks of the ancients from my body's native universe. Free manipulation of energy and matter within any desired limits was delicious. And if I communicate with the ancients themselves, even if I manage to find the coordinates of that world, I am not particularly drawn to them yet. They are very murky and completely crazy comrades, judging by what I remember from the series. Then Lorien was more adequate. At least he really tries to understand the events and does not pretend to be a greedy god of the local type. And the felinids again. I seriously began to think about populating one of the planets on my territory with these cute creatures, allowing them to develop independently, and the experience of such an ancient educator will not be superfluous at all. Even despite how badly he in fact coped with his duties, if you look at the Vorlons with the shadows, no, theoretically, there is still a wonderful race of Q out there somewhere, but these jerks, no thanks. If I ever open a portal to the world of Star Trek, the first thing I will do will be to order a portal back. Anywhere. Just not to a galaxy where I can run into all-powerful degenerates suffering from universal boredom. So, Lorien, cake, tea, yes. In response, Korone and Yuki shook their heads in disapproval, but this time the girls remained silent. No matter how absurd my activity seemed, it still had a very practical purpose. Well, if the scientific part of idleness and entertainment is not working out yet, and the first attempt to create an epic confection ended in a colorful fireworks display that demolished a small asteroid on my territory, turning it into a cloud of dust, then you can put aside the indestructible piece for now and turn your attention to something else. And the same cats would be quite suitable, no matter how crazy a scientist I looked from the outside. They were full-fledged intelligent beings, and it would be nice to at least ask their opinion about my own future. That is why I contacted Rao through the replicator network, asking him to come to me as soon as he had time. As I knew, he approached the issues of protecting the Gua'uld embassy and the entire embassy sector of the station quite conscientiously. The felinids were stationed not only in the corridor where my cabin was located, and a pair of the tailed ones constantly kept guard outside the door, demonstratively looking at the suspicious passing crocodiles with attentive glances, but were also distributed throughout the entire level, pretending to be golden statues. And several of them even patrolled the remaining territory. I even somewhat anticipated the possible reaction of the same Ambassador Malari upon meeting one of the battle cats. But for now the Centauri rarely left his cabin, strenuously pretending to be busy with state affairs. Judging by Veer, who was repeatedly noticed bringing his boss various dishes from the station's restaurants, accompanied by the obligatory liquid snacks, Londo decided to arrange for himself a short alcoholic vacation. Well, yes, let him. You called? Rao entered the cabin with a respectful bow. Yes, I nod. I would like to discuss with you one important question concerning your future. Yours, I mean your entire race. A mixture of puzzlement and tense anticipation came from the felinid, but he nodded, coming closer. You know that you are artificially created? I asked, in the form of a statement. We all know. The felinid bowed his head. You didn't erase the memories of awakening, and there is enough information on the network to identify the genetic engineering equipment. And what do you think about this?
The question was interesting in itself. In fact, although they were created by me artificially, they were real, in the sense of completely self-sufficient beings capable of development, reproduction, and so on. None of the Asgard's problems with genetic degeneration of the grown clones, because they were not clones, in fact, or anything like that. Moreover, purely theoretically, they were compatible, say with humans or Minbari. With other species, everything was a bit more complicated. After all, there were too many big differences in physiology and genetic structure. This, the Felinid thoughtfully moved his ears, is unusual. I had the opportunity to briefly familiarize myself with various information on the religious beliefs of other species, and he inclined his head to the shoulder. The realization that you can personally talk to the Creator excites. I'm not a god. I shake my head. And I wouldn't want to be considered one. We and our brothers understand this, Rao grinned. But thoughts and feelings cannot be ordered. But we can consider you a father? In a sense, I think it's an appropriate analogy. Thoughtfully stroking my beard with my fingers, I glance at my interlocutor. Of course, if you don't advertise it among the inhabitants of the station, I don't think they will appreciate such a turn of events. Of course, Father. The Felinid bowed his head. We will not let you down. I have no doubt. Well, it was still a bit unusual to hear myself addressed in this way. However, this was not the only reason and topic for conversation. Rao's ears twitched, and he himself looked at me with clearly expressed attention. Even though you were created artificially, you, like the female part of your species, are a full-fledged biological species, albeit very small in number at the moment. I would like to know your opinion. How would you perceive it if in the future I select your own planet for all of you, allowing you to live there independently? You will leave us? A mixture of fear and longing was evident in Rao's voice, and the felinid himself looked at me in confusion, slightly pressing his ears to his head. This was an unexpected turn of the conversation. Apart from the fact that I hadn't programmed them to treat me as a parent, the emotions Rao had shown were also a surprise to me, and this required some consideration. I didn't want to become a deity or any other analog of a higher being for them, which, however, could not prevent them from ignoring my wishes in the future and declaring me the creator, organizing a full-fledged cult. As incidentally, it was inappropriate to drag them along with me if, or rather, when, I decided to leave this world. This moral dilemma required a solution. As a conscientious parent, I began carefully. I cannot simply abandon my children to their fate. And, although such a formulation of our relationship seems strange to me, I cannot help but accept your vision of the situation. However, I sigh. Constant control and education have their downsides. This is clearly seen in the example of this galaxy. I wave my hand around the space around me. Every child, sooner or later, leaves the parental home and begins to follow his own path. To some extent, this is also true for the level of an entire civilization, if such a educator took place in its history. If I am always nearby, even invisibly, guiding and controlling you, nothing good will come of it. Silence fell in the cabin. Rao Dorn was clearly deep in thought, and various expressions were changing on the feline's cat face. He was clearly thinking about the problem I had voiced, having previously not considered the situation from this point of view, although two mutually exclusive thoughts were still fighting within him: the fear of being left without adult supervision, and the sober understanding that I was right, and constant supervision could not lead to anything good. Sooner or later, one way or another, but it will happen. And therefore, it is simply not worth bringing it to such an outcome. I think I understand what you mean, the felinid finally said slowly. I'm not sure I'm ready to, agree it, but I understand. Yes. I didn't doubt your prudence, Rorau. I smile. In any case, the issue with your own planet is not a matter of 5 minutes. All of you, both your brothers and your sisters, will have time to think about it and accept it. Besides, even if I decide to do so, it will not mean that I will simply disappear, leaving you alone. You will have everything you need for independent life and development. After all, if I have already brought intelligent, upright cats into the galaxy should fully experience the charm of this event. For a couple of seconds, Dorn blinked in confusion, looking at me and trying to understand through the replicator network what I meant. And then his mouth bared in a very satisfied and anticipatory smile. And he himself emitted a bass, albeit short, purr. Yes, exactly the fur tyranny of divine cats, and nothing else. It will only be necessary to get rid of a couple of energy parasites, however. They themselves will cope with their own breeding, and my children will finish cleaning the galaxy from their especially crazy followers on their own. Interlude. Hello, John. Ambassador Delenn bowed her head with a smile, approaching the man waiting for her at the exit of the embassy dock. Delenn. John nodded to her with exactly the same smile, gesturing for them to follow. I saw the space around the station, the Minbari woman said, slightly saddened, slowly moving down the corridor. I saw the space around the station. It's terrifying. Fighting your compatriots in a situation where both sides sincerely believe they are right. I can only imagine how hard it is for you. Thank you, the captain sighed. It's really hard. The only thing that helps a little is the realization that if Lord Ball's ship hadn't arrived, there would have been many more victims on both sides. Have you lost many? Delenn gently touched John's elbow. Less than we could have, but much more than we wanted, the man smiled wryly. There are not many human casualties, although each of them is tragic. Fortunately, Dr. Franklin almost works miracles, but we lost almost a fifth of the fighters, and although the Allies gave us several of their own, suitable for repair, a serious defense of the station will not be possible. Speaking of Ball's ship, Delenn shuddered involuntarily. I've never seen such huge ships. You're not the only one. Until recently, I didn't even imagine that such ships were not only worth building, but even possible. And this is a battleship. That is, a class of ships designed for squadron combat with other ships. It's scary to imagine who the Goa'uld Empire had to fight for their military industry to produce something like this. Yeah, the Minbari exhaled. I was afraid I wouldn't make it in time, John. I was afraid that I would fly here and the station would be destroyed, or that it would go over to a new commander. I don't even know what would be more scary for the future. Well, Sheridan chuckled, I wouldn't want to be destroyed along with Babylon. I didn't mean anything like that, Delenn said, slightly embarrassed. I know. Don't pay attention, the man laughed. By the way, the woman glanced at the captain. I noticed that you're not wearing a uniform jacket. It is unusual to see you in just a shirt. Ah, this. Sheridan ran his hand over the white fabric, shaking his head. For me, the military uniform, the insignia, mean a lot. And after everything that happened, I can't wear it. At least for now. Later, I'll undoubtedly think of something, but for now, I'm walking around like this. I understand. The woman thought about something seriously, just silently walking next to the captain. I think we'll figure something out with this. I'll help solve your problem. That's not the most important thing. He waved his hand. Can I ask now? Certainly. I saw the ships that arrived with you. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw the White Star. But 3 cruisers? I can't even imagine what that could have cost you, Delenn.
It's not the easiest subject for conversation. The woman nodded, sighing. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to talk about it. Things aren't as good at home as I'd like them to be either. My decisions and my actions may have more distant consequences for me, but I couldn't abandon my partner in trouble, as you say. Delenn extended her hand to Sheridan with a smile. A smile appeared on the captain's face in response, and he shook the outstretched hand with some uncertainty. A wild thought crept into the man's head to kiss the woman's slender wrist, but perhaps here and now was not the best place for that. Moreover, they had already reached the embassy sector, and behind the open doors of the elevator that released them into the corridor stood one of the custodians, a massive tiger, even broader-shouldered than the felinids Sheridan had seen earlier.
Delenn, seeing the alien, froze, her eyes wide open in surprise and still squeezing the man's palm with her fingers. She would have stood there in the same place if John had not taken a step forward, carefully pulling her along with him, accompanied, as it seemed to him, by the slightly mocking gaze of the guard's honey-yellow eyes. "Who is it? John." The Minbari finally managed to utter at least one word when they had almost reached the right cabin. "This is one of those brought by Lord Bale." Sheridan smiled involuntarily, feeling the woman continue to hold his hand. As he said, their species is called felinids. "You have to tell me, please." Delenn looked up at him. "If you have time." "I think so," the man nodded. "If they need me, they'll call me. But for now, Ivanova can handle everything herself." The ambassador shivered and glanced down the corridor to where the guard stood in the distance and smiled as she touched the panel that opened the door to the Minbari mission's cabin. Chapter 68. Leisure and Important Decisions. He nonsense carefully, trying not to spill it. Only complete nonsense is good. From the Internet. Interlude. For the umpteenth time in the last few days, Sheridan found himself thinking that he was tired. Not just tired, as he might be after a long, difficult day, filled with events and experiences, but tired somehow in general. This state did not leave him, and recent events only added the cherry on the cake to his state. Yes, the conflict with Earth had gone somewhat more smoothly than he had initially feared, all thanks to another instance of Lord Bale's altruism. But that did not mean that everything had gone completely smoothly. Even in such a short battle, both sides of the conflict had suffered noticeable losses. And now it was his duty, as their senior officer, to pay his last respects to the fallen. And he can't even get enough sleep, closes his eyes for hours, falls into nothingness, and wakes up just as tired as before. John sighed, running his palms over his face and pouring himself another cup of coffee. He wasn't sure how many it was, just as he wasn't sure whether he should continue drinking coffee at all, which he seemed to have drunk too much of these days. But at least this way he could maintain a clear mind and not lose concentration. He would probably even switch to medicinal stimulants, but the captain knew too well how insidious, though it would be stupid to deny, very effective, chemistry was. "Captain," Ivanova looked into the office, "we've prepared everything and are just waiting for you." The woman looked no less exhausted. The crew could also use some rest and emotional release. All that was left was for them to be given at least a little time for this rest. Nodding to the commander, the man stood up, glancing uncertainly at the dress jacket thrown over the back of the chair. No, his personal moral problems were his personal moral business. And at the ceremony, he had to be a captain, with all the attributes that came with that rank. His crew had to see their captain. Throwing the jacket over his shoulders, John began to carefully button it, bringing his appearance into line with regulations. "Let's go, Ivanova." Finally convinced that he didn't look as bad as he felt, Sheridan gestured for the woman to go ahead. heading to one of the station's observation decks. The crew was already waiting for him there. The surviving pilots, who had taken part in the battle, the senior officers of the Churchill, some of the cabin staff who were not currently busy with their immediate duties, and, of course, Garibaldi and Franklin, who had also taken part in the events that had taken place. He thought for a long time whether to invite Baal here as well, since it was the appearance of his ship that had actually saved them all. But as soon as he caught the alien's eye in the corridor and took a step towards him, he simply shook his head silently, and an understanding of what would be the right thing to do emerged in John's head. However, he saw Lord Baal and one of the long-eared assistants on the neighboring observation deck when he passed by. Although he was not present in person, the Goa'uld still came. Having broken with the earth, after a short silence, John, stepping forward and turning to those present, began his speech, choosing the right words. We have embarked on a difficult path. None of us can predict where it will lead us, but I believe that our choice is correct and our cause is just. In its name, our comrades fell. They sacrificed their lives so that we could continue what we started. We have gathered today to honor their memory and their names. Under the quiet command, "Around," the captain and his senior officers turned 180 degrees, precisely according to regulations, and straightened up, looking out the observation window. Literally, a few seconds later, silver rectangular containers began to appear in the field of view of those present, floating out of one of the station's cargo locks. 1. Second. Third. Coffins with the bodies of those killed in battle. Funerals in space are not as simple as many may think. But even in this matter, people found a loophole, using an old maritime tradition that allowed burying the dead in the open sea, when it was not possible to do this according to all the rules on land in their homeland. And now, placed in special metal coffins, marked with all the required symbols and markings, decorated with the emblem of the Earth Commonwealth and the Earth's military space fleet, the crew members who gave their lives were heading on their final journey to the star of this system. A flight of fighters, lined up in an honorary order and flying at the same speed, saw off their comrades on their final journey. As soon as the first of the funeral capsules appeared, Ivanova, the deputy captain, to whose lot this duty fell, began to call out names in a measured manner. Hamilton, Rodriguez, Spinelli. Susan listed name after name, and with each one, Sheridan became more and more gloomy. Yes, of course he was aware of the losses incurred. Dr. Franklin, who was now standing on his right hand, had first handed him the corresponding list, supplemented a couple of hours later by several more names, those who had not pulled through. Yes, it could be considered that they had gotten off with little bloodshed. Only 12 corpses, when there could well have been many times more had Clark's ships decided to ignore the appearance of Baal's will of the Emperor and continue the attack on the station. But this did not make John feel any better. We came from the stars, the captain said quietly when Ivanova fell silent. And we will return to the stars. From now until the end of time, we commit the bodies of the deceased to the abyss of space. Silence reigned on the observation deck. All present watched the bodies leaving the station, each thinking about their own. Sheridan simply stood in the same pose, mindlessly looking ahead, at the stars, the coffins and fighters, almost hidden from view. The ceremony was, in general, over, he said, and did everything he could and should have done for his people. But some kind of gray gloom still reigned in the captain's soul. as if the ominous omens of the Minbari and Vorlons, unleashed on him by Delenn and Kosh, had not been enough, which in reality had turned into the threat of a galactic war with a superior enemy, which he was not sure they could win, no matter how hard they tried. Now there was also the confrontation with Earth, threatening to spill over into civil war if things in the colonies continued to develop as they had. Sheridan involuntarily turned his gaze to the golden colossus of Baal's ship, which could be seen, it seemed, from any end of this system. It seemed that the Goa'uld ambassador had invited him for tea? Perhaps half an hour or an hour of simple conversation would not be superfluous. Captain? Susan turned to John, who was still standing thoughtfully. Everyone had already left. What? John blinked in surprise, turning around and noticing that there really was no one else in the room except him and Ivanova. How long did he stand like that, looking at the stars? I think you should take a couple of days off. The woman shook her head understandingly. You may be right, Commander, the man chuckled. In that case, I'll leave the command to you. Unless something catastrophic happens, I'm out of here. Yes, Captain, nodded Ivanova. If a fleet of alien man-eating monsters doesn't arrive at the station, I won't bother you. Come on, Ivanova. Sheridan waved his hand, casting a last glance at the golden ship against the backdrop of the starry sky and a piece of the planet beneath the station, and slowly headed for the exit from the observation deck. Firstly, he should take off his jacket, which literally burned his skin even through his shirt, or even change into civilian clothes. And secondly, if the Goa'uld ambassador had some free time, John wouldn't force him to invite him for a cup of tea and a chat. The funeral of those killed during the collision with the ship's subordinate to President Clark took place as such events should take place. In some ways, I even felt a little sorry for Captain Sheridan. Even without any telepathy, you could clearly read on his face what kind of bouquet of emotions he was experiencing on this matter. The man saw that his house was going downhill. He saw that the person standing at the head of the state was clearly busy with anything but the good of the Earth Commonwealth, and, by and large, he could do nothing about it. Yes, he most likely assumed, if he could not be 100% sure, that the roots of the problems at home were growing from the same place as these same problems in the rest of the galaxy. That is, from a wonderful planet called Za'adum. But this knowledge did not make his life easier. So today, Sheridan, who I saw in the corridor, looked like a stale zombie, whom a careless necromancer raised from the grave, but forgot to tell him that he was now almost alive. No. Everything, of course, was not that bad. But the state of extreme exhaustion with life was easy to read in the captain's eyes. In any case, he has every chance for a short respite, until I drive the will of the Emperor back to its territory. It is unlikely that anyone with aggressive intentions will come to the station at all. And the presence of felonids on Babylon 5 will successfully cool any hotheads of the local variety. No, of course, some excesses will occur, especially in those sectors of the station where historically not the most socially positive public has been found. But Rao and his subordinates were instructed by me, in full growth, not to bring it to bloodshed and, if possible, to get by with more peaceful ways of resolving conflicts. Well, broken arms and knocked-out teeth do not count. Just as Mr. Garibaldi was warned that some of the cats will be walking around the station, helping his people and Gikar's Narn volunteers to keep order. By the way, speaking of Rao and other felonids, the idea of allocating them their own world for subsequent settlement as a fully fledged intelligent species continued to stubbornly remain on the surface of my consciousness. I even picked out a quite comfortable star system among the many explored by my scouts during the mapping of the galaxy and the search for neutron sources. It was, to some extent, a copy of the solar system, with a star similar to the Sun, a yellow dwarf, and a scattering of planets of various calibers. The differences were that there were fewer of them, 7 versus 9, and only 2 terrestrial planets, which were 2 celestial bodies comparable in size to Earth and located in habitable orbits. It also had its own gas giant, which, unlike Jupiter, had 2 entire dust rings located at an angle to each other. And of course there was also an asteroid belt. In general, the system could serve as a comfortable and practical starting point for a new species, being at a sufficient distance from the territories of other species I had discovered, in turn possessing a reserve of useful minerals and space for expansion. When the time comes, it will be possible to send the felinids there. All that remains is to design an ark ship and think over the initial set of resources and technologies. This may seem unfair to other inhabitants of the galaxy, but I was not going to leave my children with a naked ass in the middle of a huge galaxy. Even if the 2 main problems in the form of the Vorlons and the shadows disappear from it. The signal from the front door brought an involuntary smile to my face. Captain Sheridan decided to take advantage of my generous invitation and contribute to the reduction of tea supplies at the station even more than Corona and Yuki were doing, who were just now besieging their favorite cafe in the park area of the station. Yes. Captain Sheridan. I open the door and go out to meet the guest, looking at the man. Please come in. I apologize for the unexpected visit, Lord Ball. The officer hesitated on the threshold. Nothing, Captain. I gesture for him to sit down in one of the chairs by the tea table. I myself suggested that you come at any time, and as I suggested, would you like a cup of tea? Or perhaps something stronger? Judging by the fact that you are not in uniform, you are not on duty now? The captain of Babylon 5 is always on duty. John sighed wearily as he sank into a chair, showing me the communicator on his hand which he only parted with when he slept. But I think I'll take both of your offers today. To hell with it. A hard day? I shake my head, slowly walking to the kitchen corner of the cabin. I understand. In that case, I can recommend you some of your earthly whiskey, and in the meantime, I'll brew some green tea. Whiskey? Sheridan looked at me in surprise. I didn't know you knew anything about Earth's alcoholic drinks. As far as that's possible on Babylon 5, I shrug, smiling as I take a bottle of a very expensive drink out of the bar, which I confess I took without any embarrassment from one of the smugglers whose stash I once found at the station while strolling near the cargo decks, where to get quality real alcohol is quite a task. This... Having read the label, Sheridan froze. This was one of the elite varieties, now sold on Earth for monstrous amounts of money. It would be good if you could find such a bottle for 25,000 credits, at least when I checked the information on the internet. One such was put up for sale by a collector, and it seemed, despite the generally accepted vow of sobriety of the officers of the Earth Space Fleet, the captain understood perfectly well how much this stuff should cost. At least, he guessed. Lord Bale, I can't. This is... Don't worry, Captain. I uncorked the bottle with a smile, pouring some of the amber drink into a glass and handing it to the man. Being an ambassador of an intergalactic empire has its own bonuses. And although for me your alcohol is simply a source of new taste experiences, the means available to me allow me to conduct experiments. Besides, I shrug my shoulders. It won't hurt you now. After a short thought, John finally takes the glass, sniffing the drink tiredly. Yes, it seems that everything is fine with the captain. Having downed the whiskey in one gulp, Sheridan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. The officer's lips trembled, hinting at a slight smile. Thank you, Lord Bale. Seems that this was just what I needed. You're welcome, Captain. If you need more, don't hesitate to pour yourself some more. No, Sheridan opened his eyes, looked doubtfully at the bottle, and shook his head. Perhaps I will not abuse it. Lord Ball, I must thank you again. Without your ship and your guards, he sighed, I do not even want to imagine how the battle could have turned out. As I already said, I nod, carefully placing the tea set on a small tray. It didn't cost me any effort at all, just the competent and timely use of available resources. Besides, I'll be frank with you. I raise my gaze to the captain, who has become serious. A change in the leadership of Babylon 5, which is quite likely in the event of a victory by President Clark's people, does not meet the interests of the Goa'uld Empire, in my person, so to speak. Could you explain? Sheridan asked after a short silence. Easy, Captain. I walk over to the table, sit down in the second chair, and start setting out the dishes. I suppose you know that I had the opportunity to talk to his predecessor, President Santiago, during the latter's visit to Babylon 5. Yes, I quickly familiarized myself with the minutes of the official meetings that Commander Sinclair left me before his transfer. The man nodded, still somewhat perplexed. During the conversation, President Santiago expressed a very reasonable and commendable idea about the need to establish good neighborly relations between representatives of different civilizations, for which, among other things, he flew to Babylon 5. And this looked very promising from my point of view. Leaving out the details, I moved my fingers in the air. The actions of his successor quite obviously indicate the opposite intentions. I will tell you more. If the current political course of your state continues to develop in the same direction, the station risks completely losing its original purpose. Which means, suffice it to say, that I received very clear instructions from the metropolis on how to act in the event that local cultures are recognized as unpromising in terms of interaction with the Goa'uld Empire.
You?
The captain's lower eyelid twitched, clearly. It seemed that my interlocutor had drawn some conclusions from what he had heard, and now felt extremely uncomfortable? Curious? No. Of course, my phrase could well be perceived as a readiness for open confrontation with the unreasonable Papuans, which has been demonstrated more than once in the history of the Earth. Take, for example, the same Indians and Spanish conquistadors. But it seemed to me that until now, I had not given any reason to suspect myself of such an approach to solving problems. It seems that the captain's day was somewhat more tiring than it looked at first glance. Captain. I shake my head reproachfully, smiling and pouring tea for my guest. Judging by the expression on your face, you've clearly managed to imagine some monstrous stupidity that includes invasion fleets, mass genocide, and other wonderful things. John accepted the cup handed to him and shrugged with some guilt. I apologize. We are not barbarians, Captain. Everything is much simpler and more prosaic. If the Goa'uld Empire's interest in you is exhausted, and the galaxy is recognized as hopeless, I will simply be recalled to my homeland. It seems that in your eyes, we are the barbarians. The man grinned sadly, taking a sip from his cup. It's not as bad as you think. Besides, everyone has hard days. And many of the civilizations I've seen look. I salute Sheridan with my own cup of tea, smiling. Not hopeless. Nice to hear, John smiled back. Although sometimes I start to think that only total destruction will save this galaxy. By the way, Lord Ball, I suppose I'm not the only one who is pathologically curious about what felinids are. Wonderful creatures, but why are they so similar to our Earth cats? Well, if cats suddenly decided to walk on their hind legs. An interesting fact. I smile broadly, stroking my beard with my fingers. I suppose it is one of the inexplicable mysteries of the universe. Why such similar life forms suddenly appear in completely different corners of it. I may be wrong,
but as far as I remember the history of the Empire, the Felinids were discovered about 500 years ago, if we use the terminology you are accustomed to, back. It was already a fairly developed civilization, having successfully mastered the entire space of its own system and even begun a cautious expansion. Intelligent upright cats, feline sapiens, if we use your classification. Surprisingly, it was one of the rare species that managed to overcome internal strife before entering space. I shrugged my shoulders.
Complete unity in the state, religion, and society. As a result, they happily accepted the offer to join the Empire as soon as it followed.
After your words, I begin to feel, as a representative of humanity, almost inferior. Sheridan shook his head, smiling to show that he was joking. What did you want, Captain? I answer with the same wide smile, spreading my arms. Cats are almost perfect creatures. Ask any of the guards, they will confirm. Sheridan only shook his head again. But it was clear from the captain's face that he was starting to relax. A good dose of whiskey, good tea and simple conversation, with answers to the questions of interest, worked wonders. Perhaps he had originally wanted to ask some other questions, but now he was simply enjoying the leisurely conversation, satisfying his own curiosity. Interlude. Londo Mollari wore an expression that was unusual for him. A strange combination of grim determination, hidden triumph, and melancholy. For a long time after Lord Rifa's failed attempt to attack Narn with weapons of mass destruction, which almost turned into a monstrous catastrophe, the Centauri ambassador tried to understand how he managed to fall into such a deep hole, into which his anger had carried him, and most importantly, how he could get out of this hole. He was replaying all the events from the very first meeting with Mr. Morden, who had pestered him at such a carefully chosen moment, to the events of the last few days. Londo was reading the news from home, the same reports from Narn, obtained at the cost of enormous efforts and expenses. He was following the events in the galaxy and only now, was he beginning to understand how serious everything was becoming. Yes, there was a lull in their confrontation with Narn. Lord Rifa, having come to his senses after the failure, was clearly preparing another brilliant plan. Mr. Morden, whom Londo had not seen even briefly on the Babylon for a couple of weeks, was clearly courting his new best friend. And the Narns themselves were simply lying low. Well, if only all the problems were limited to the Narns. While he was reading the reports received through his own channels, he began to get the impression that the Emperor and all the ministers had simply lost their minds. Conflicts were flaring up all around the territory of the Centauri Republic, some small and insignificant, and some more serious, threatening to draw in not only the immediate participants, but also simply accidental neighbors. Alarming rumors reached Londo's ears and eyes that, one way or another, the entire League of Non-Aligned Worlds was preparing to fight, and they were preparing to fight them, with Centauri. And this despite all the external well-being reigning at the station.
Mollari was ready to mortgage his entire bar, that the hand of his patrons, with whom he had broken off all relations not so long ago, was felt behind what was happening. What a blind man he had been. And now Rifa and Cartagia were stepping on the same rake, risking plunging the entire Republic into chaos. No, he had to prevent this. Well, at least try. Londo? Veer entered the cabin, casting a worried glance at the chief. What do you want, Veer? You ask me to tell you when Lord Rifa will arrive. His ship will be coming out of hyperspace in half an hour.
Considering the debris around the station that will delay the landing process, I think he will be on Babylon 5 in about 40 minutes. Finally, Malari grumbled. Thank you, Veer. As soon as Rifa is at the station, meet him and bring him here. Of course, the attaché nodded. But, to tell the truth, I don't understand what you want to achieve with this meeting.
The salvation of our people, Ver.
The look the ambassador gave him made Kato involuntarily shudder. If it's not too late. I will, Londo. I will bring him. The Centauri bowed as he left the cabin, heading for the docks, and Londo sighed. If only it wasn't too late. With an effort, the Centauri rose from the couch, going into the bedroom before the guest arrived. He had a little time to prepare. Malari's hands acted on their own, with confident movements opening one of the drawers of the bedside table and groping for a carefully hidden button that opened a secret compartment. Pulling out a small vial of colorless liquid, Londo rolled it between his fingers. He would do what was needed. Malari frowned, listening to the sounds coming from the corridor, making sure no one would be an unexpected guest in his cabin, and then headed for the bar. Lord Refa loved wine, and he had just the right bottle in his stash. It would be a shame to waste the drink, but what wouldn't you do for a great cause, right?
As Veer had expected, Lord Reef's ship arrived at the station in 42 minutes. Londo had time not only to prepare for the meeting, setting a small table with snacks and drinks, but also to feel a little bored, running his eyes over the latest report from Centauri Prime, received from informants for the third time, refreshing his memory of some small details. He entered Reef's cabin, as always without an invitation and considering himself fully entitled. If there had been such an opportunity, Londo was sure he would have thrown the door open sharply, impetuously, as Garibaldi once put it, with his foot. But the doors on the station opened sideways and did so very quietly.
Lord Rifa!
With a good-natured smile, the ambassador put aside the documents he was reading and rose to his feet.
How was your flight? It must have been tiring for you.
Yes. The Centaurian nodded, squinting slightly. Now, getting here from Centaurus is not as comfortable and pleasant as it used to be. I will smooth over your displeasure. I just happen to have a bottle of your favorite wine left. Malari brought a tray served with snacks, placing it on the table near the sofa. You always knew how to find an approach to the interlocutor. Rifa chuckled, sitting down on the place offered by the owner of the cabin. But tell me, why did you call me here at all? You could have flown home to Centauri Prime yourself. I've been home a lot lately. Londo waved his hand. It's good for you to shake things up a bit. Besides, I might have missed the important events happening here on Babylon 5. Speaking of important events, Malari smiled and handed his guest one of the glasses filled with ruby drink, taking the second one himself. I've read the reports from the fronts. Note, in the plural. The ambassador looked skeptically at Reef.
Are we fighting everyone at once?
Lord Reef's face, whose facial expressions Malari was watching especially closely, showed annoyance, and the Centauri himself even twitched his cheek, mechanically sipping wine from his glass. It was obvious that the ambassador's question, although quite expected, did not particularly please the dignitary, especially in light of the fact that it had to be answered, and, preferably, in such a way that the questioner would be satisfied. Despite all the preferences that the Reef family enjoyed, the Malari family still had enough power and influence to ensure extremely unpleasant events in the political life of the interlocutor. It's not as bleak as you made it sound, Malari, Refa finally drawled. You're right. Consider this an investment in the future of the Centauri Republic. It will bring us both space to live and influence on the galactic stage. Only an idiot would fight on two fronts. Now it was Londo's turn to twitch his cheek. But only a crowned degenerate would fight on 12 at once. Refa, don't you understand that Emperor Cartagia is driving us into a deep hole with such decisions? a hole from which it will be very difficult to get out in the event of an unfavorable outcome of events. We'll manage. Our capabilities are greater than you think. Now the Centaurian almost relaxed, apparently having come to some conclusions of his own. Oh. I suppose you are talking about an alliance with our mutual friend Mr. Morden, yes? I don't understand what you mean, Mollari. Oh, come on, Refa. You want to look stupid, that's your right. Londo winced, not hiding his attitude to what he heard. But don't try to make a fool of me.
Not only do I have an excellent memory, but I also have high-quality cameras for conducting business meetings.
The ambassador demonstratively put a small holographic projector on the table. After a short press of the button on which Morden's figure appeared above the tabletop, broadcasting about new agreements with Rifa, since Mollari himself had decided to leave the game. The Centauri ambassador had long had the useful habit of recording all important conversations. Until now, this habit had never failed him.
Well, if you don't remember the extremely awkward moment with the technomage, ahem.
Okay, you've exposed me. Riff spread his hands, taking another sip.
And?
I am worried about Mr. Morden and his employers. And I do not understand at all where such naivete on this matter came from, Lord Rifa. Weren't the political consequences of the failed attack on Narn enough for you? Now you want the same from the entire League?
And if only that were enough. Mollari waved his hand, leaning back on the sofa, but the next second leaning forward, closer to the guest, and lowering his voice. Rifa, I feel that those who stand behind him are not pursuing our interests at all. And I am more than sure that if something goes wrong, everyone who trusts them will fall into the black hole first.
I don't know where you got this nonsense from, Mollari.
The Centauri chuckled.
But it will never happen. You just have no idea how strong they are.
Oh, no. Quite the opposite. I can imagine it perfectly, Rifa. That's exactly why I'm worried about this aggression against everyone around.
Don't you understand that we're just wasting our strength, and we'll be completely defenseless against attack?
We're partners, Londo. Why would they attack Centauri? They won't.
Of course they won't.
Mollari sighed heavily, shaking his head, as if completely disappointed in the course of the conversation. Because you won't allow it. You will break off all relations with Mr. Morden.
What?
Rifa laughed. Londo, are you out of your mind? If you voluntarily gave up the greatest power, it doesn't mean that everyone around you is the same fool. They are my key to the throne, Mollari. So why should I ruin my own future? Well, since you asked, the ambassador grinned, watching as Rifa finished his wine in one gulp to wet his throat after such an expressive speech. You will do it because I asked you to, Rifa chuckled skeptically, and because patriotism should be more important than personal ambitions. Now the Centauri clearly almost laughed in the face of his interlocutor, restraining himself only at the last moment. And because, Mollari shrugged innocently, you just drank poison, Lord Rifa.
What?
Cough. The pale dignitary's eyes widened. Yes, yes, a wonderful poison, Lord Rifa. Interesting. Inventive. Its creator is simply a sweetheart. Can you imagine? It consists of 2 parts. Londo demonstratively raised his palms like scales. Each of them is completely harmless, so a simple, colorless liquid without taste or smell. The first one enters your body, is carried by the blood through the organs, and penetrates the walls of the intestines. Nothing can happen for years. Rifa, you won't even get indigestion because of this, I assure you. But as soon as the second part enters your body, the ambassador shook his head. You will feel the celebration of their meeting throughout your entire cardiovascular system. I think I don't need to explain what this will lead to. Riff squeezed out. Yes, Rifa. My name is Londo Mollari. As you have already understood, your wine contained the first component of this wonderful duet. Londo took a satisfied sip from his glass. Why did you do this? so that you would be more accommodating, Rifa. And then, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the ambassador's face. Sooner or later you would have done the same, wouldn't you? I simply got ahead of you in restoring this glorious ancient custom of our people. You know that I am a conservative by nature. What should I do? You convinced the fool on the throne to start a bunch of new wars without finishing the first one. Now dissuade him, strengthen the defenses of Centauri, and stop flirting with Mr. Morden. Londo sharply chopped his hand through the air. Sever all relations with him and his employers. If prudence fails you, the ambassador shrugged, my man and your entourage will feed you the second half of the poison. Someday, somehow, suddenly. Your health, Lord Refa. Smiling broadly, Malari saluted with his glass, finishing the wine in one gulp. It was pleasant to look at his interlocutor's face, pale, with beads of sweat appearing. Absolutely nothing in common with the self-confident and proud Centauri he had been a couple of minutes ago just entering the cabin. With an irritated movement, putting the glass on the table, almost breaking it, Rifa rose to his feet and quickly left the cabin, leaving Malari alone. Londo, Veer peered into the cabin cautiously. Are you sure it was worth doing? The Emperor favors the Lord of Reef if... No ifs, Veer. Malari shook his head. There are things that must be done no matter the cost, and this is one of them. I have allowed myself to be a blind fool for too long. I can't anymore. In that case, I'll prepare your favorite dessert. Smiling as Veer sighed demonstratively, Malari poured himself some more wine. He had at least begun to solve one problem, but he couldn't hope that it would be enough. Some mistakes require a lot of effort to correct, and this was one of them. Veer, he called to his assistant. Once you've finished dessert, send a request for 2 meetings for me. Of course, Londo. To whom? Gakaru, the ambassador said darkly, looking up at the attaché. And Lord Bale. Sheridan left me quite content with his life. Well, as content as one can be with life when all around him is such a mess. But the captain was certainly much better, at least as he said himself. Now he was going to fall into bed and sleep as long as he could, until one of his subordinates woke him up. Being a psychoanalyst was a strange feeling, I tell you, especially considering that, in parallel to the relaxed tea party, I was still trying to abuse the laws of physics and prepare a present for Lorien in case of a new personal meeting. Yes, a cake. An energetic one. I felt disapproval coming from Corone through the replicator network, but the girl did not comment on it out loud. So I continued my experiments, and they began to bear completely unexpected fruit. Despite the fact that the usual and classical technology and science available to the replicators did not give the necessary answer, there was still one untested path. The techno-magic of shadows, which I had inherited from Elric, with whom I had such a picturesque conversation over, what a coincidence, a cup of tea in this very cabin. Having only just begun to understand this technology, I realized that, in essence, it was a kind of reality programming when the module implanted by the shadows calculated simple and completely scientific actions that were required to obtain the effect the techno-magician needed here and now, and then implemented them. I could have given myself a figurative slap on the back of the head, but I believe that as soon as my findings appeared on the replicator network, Corone did a great job of it, even though she did it silently. Having introduced the module structure into the replicator platform schemes, just so it would be, I simply calmed down because in the current conditions the ability to throw a fireball, make a colorful illusion, or create organic matter from inorganic was just a trick. But the very essence of this technology was exactly the opposite. It was that same legendary heuristic machine with neon inside, as we know. Therefore, ignoring another image emotion, similar to putting a palm to the face and this time coming simultaneously from Corone and Yuki, I loaded the Technomagic module with the task of creating an object that
looks like a cake, smells like a cake, tastes like a cake, but at the same time consists of pure energy and...
I got an answer. Before my inner eye, a complex, open-work structure unfolded, reminiscent of tangled woolen yarn, each thread of which consists of many small and varied symbols belonging to all the languages known to replicators at once. And along with the picture came the sound, an incredible cacophony of sounds, lining up into one long word that is unpronounceable by an ordinary living being. Interesting ... At first glance, it looked like complete nonsense. But if you look at the design from the point of view of a techno-mage, inside there was a complex set of numerous manipulations with basic physical phenomena, the result of which should have been the result I needed. Energy cake, and the replicators, although they could analyze each action separately, gave out complete nonsense if they tried to calculate the result based on their own database. How the hell does this work? Lord Ball, Corone transmitted doubtfully over the network. I strongly advise against implementing this structure into reality. This scheme contains 4 nodes, which, if implemented incorrectly, can lead to a planetary catastrophe. And it scares me that I just said this. Are you confused by the possible consequences? Or by the very fact that a long, teeth-grindingly unpronounceable word should create an object that is impossible from a scientific point of view? Out of nothing?
Yes.
Hello, Ambassador Kosh. Please call Corone to the phone.
I couldn't help myself, literally feeling with my whole body that the girl was almost literally hanging from such a dialogue. Although, in some ways, Nika was right. The effects offered by techno-magic really went far beyond the limits of safety. Not in their strength, no, but in their essence. Regarding the planetary catastrophe, Corone, of course, went too far. But I probably won't risk conducting full-scale tests in the main laboratory complex, or even in the same planetary system. Following a series of commands, a small module, assembled from replicators, and carrying all the necessary elements for technomagical influence, rose from my planet. Only after entering orbit, the ship accelerated, going into hyperspace transition, and exited at a distance of 3 parsecs in a practically empty and dead system with a brown dwarf in place of the star, which has exactly 1 planet in its family. The test module slowed, descending onto the bare rocky surface of the planetoid, transforming into a closed area of space with sensors placed throughout the perimeter, designed to track the entire process of technomagic as far as it was possible for replicators. Well, let's go? For the techno-magician's spell, it made no particular difference whether the structure was pronounced in the audio range or simply emitted into space as a set of information impulses. Therefore, having focused the transmitting antenna on the elevation in the center of the laboratory box, I gave the command to reproduce the proposed structure. In the middle of the selected area, a miniature spark of energy flared up. Chapter 69. Quantum Cooking. With us a manner in the ruling with their verbatim hempari. There were the rungmists, list abroad the happens cooking. Scientists have proven that the click of a fuse replaces 40 minutes of educational conversation. That is the rain 2 year. The cucking replaces doesn't rained. With a bullet hitting the leg is almost 100% predictably shattering moment. Changes a person's outlook on life. From the internet. I had a rather strange and contradictory feeling looking at the object placed in the center of the test chamber, located on a distant planetoid of an empty and dead star system. Well, as far as one could call an object a shimmering something, exactly repeating the appearance of a classic 3-tiered cake with icing, chocolate and other confectionery decorations, and not having an atom of familiar matter inside.
literally. When the spark that flared up reduced the intensity of its glow, contrary to all logic, while increasing its energy saturation, a peculiar sparkling cloud of energy began to concentrate on the pedestal, refusing to dissipate in space, which was required by the banal law of conservation of energy and common sense. On the contrary, the density of the structure only increased, until, finally, with another flash, everything fell into place, forming that very cake. Having made sure that the process was over, nothing unexpected had happened, and the structure was not going to disappear. Having turned out to be an induced hallucination, I launched a full scanning cycle using all the methods available to the replicators. So, what can I say? Firstly, the energy cake exists. Secondly, it has no physical basis inside itself, at least the Asgard teleportation beam, which had already firmly staked out an excellent method for structural analysis of objects, simply refused to work, reporting the impossibility of determining a physical object for scanning and transfer in the specified area. Thirdly, the cake had no mass, and the replicator sensors, which are very sensitive, I ask you to note, did not record any gravitational effects, tuning out from the gravity of the bodies in this star system, of course. With such energy density and complexity of the final structure, it should contain electrons, protons, or even quarks as charge carriers of one kind or another, having a completely definable mass. But there was energy, but there was no mass and, apparently, no particles at all. Corone, who was watching the process with me, sent a single emotion, described by a primitive smiley, and fell silent, not reacting in any way to the clarifying question of what she thought about what was happening. And only the previous course of background processes on the network, from her side, indicated that the girl still existed, just withdrawn into herself for some time. In connection with everything that had been discovered, I had a logical question. Even two. Not only, how did the shadows with such technology not multiply by zero all those who disagreed thousands of years ago, but also, how did they even manage to create a technology that literally spins the laws of physics on a technological sexual organ? The only conclusion I could draw was that the shadows themselves did not fully understand what exactly they had managed to create, because, in its basic version, the technomagic module worked according to completely clear and logical laws, using existing laws and rules to achieve the desired effect. Here, however, what aroused my even greater interest, everything could have been much simpler. The energy cake created by technomagic was also subject to the clear and logical laws of the universe. It was just that neither the replicators, nor, especially, the shadows, had reached the level of development required to understand them. You will truly believe in Arthur Clarke's famous statement, especially in a situation when you see with your own eyes material confirmation of his rightness, and you will come into a slight trepidation from the realization of the scale. Well, Lord Bale, Corone, who had long and confidently taken on the duties of a secretary and monitored all official requests addressed to the Goa'uld ambassador, unexpectedly relayed. A request for a business meeting has been received from Ambassador Malari, marked urgent. Curious, as far as I knew, Londo could just mature in his understanding of the depth of the pit into which his cooperation with the shadows had thrown him, but his appeal to me in particular was still somewhat unexpected.
I could have expected him to try to make peace with Shakar, especially since, thanks to my intervention, the bombing of Narn did not happen, and, despite the mutual hatred and losses suffered, the Narn might be somewhat more willing to meet and try to discuss some business issues. If only there was someone behind Londo himself, besides his house and a couple of friends in the government. But a meeting with me? A similar request was sent to Ambassador Shakar. The NECA confirmed my thoughts a second later. With a probability of 75.411%, Ambassador Molari is interested in restoring peaceful relations with the Narn ambassador in the interests of his own people. With a probability of 85.199%, the purpose of the meeting with you will be an attempt to enlist the support of the Goa'uld Empire in the confrontation with the Shadows in the event that the Centauri Republic can be removed from their control. Well, let's see what words Londo will use to convince me.
Let him come in half an hour.
Understood. So. And now back to our sheep. I mean the cake. Yes. The younger one. Created from blocks. Carefully extended the manipulator, touched the border of the energy formation area, and bumped into it. Like a material object? It seems that somewhere on the border of my perception, I heard the sound of a modem trying to connect via a telephone line. And I saw the continuous download icon from Coroni. And the spider grabbed the pure energy with its manipulators and easily lifted it above the pedestal, simultaneously confirming the fact that the cake had no mass. At the same time, the replicator blocks, which made up the module, felt the energy of the held object, but for some reason did not interact with it directly, although, in the case of any other effect of a similar nature, they should have started absorbing it at that very moment. This was already completely beyond my understanding. The only version that somehow explained such behavior of the created technomagical artifact was the existence of a field unknown to the replicators, which just limited the visual boundaries of the cake, prohibiting material objects from directly influencing it. And this is despite the fact that each separate process involved in the implementation of the spell was simple and understandable to the replicators. So how the hell did the result of a set of basic physical effects turn out to be an object that is completely impossible and inexplicable from the point of view of these same basic physical effects? How? There was one last point that needed clarification. The Asgard teleportation beam couldn't target the cake without identifying it as a real object. But what if I gave the command, and the lab box shrank, separating from the main mass of blocks and transforming into a small cubic box containing a pedestal with a cake in such a way that it was located exactly in the center of the limited area? Most of the replicator blocks located on the planetoid formed a new test chamber, a teleportation device, and a finishing area. With a grinding sound that was inaudible in the vacuum, a thin beam of light ran around the cube with the cake, covering it entirely. And then, exactly the same beam illuminated the finishing area in the second test chamber. The embassy cabin echoed with the ringing sound of metal hitting metal 3 times. And a heavy sigh, symbolizing a complete lack of understanding of the principles of this phenomenon's existence. Because the energy cake, unsuitable for transportation by the Asgard beam on its own, moved quite calmly, surrounded by replicator blocks, but not a single byte of information appeared on the network that would describe the transfer of anything other than the replicator blocks themselves. That is, the teleporter scanned the box around the cake, converted it first into energy, then into information, and then returned everything as it was, assembling the object on the finishing platform. The box, and nothing more. Where did the cake appear inside the box after the transfer?
The cake is a lie. And there is no spoon. And in general, I'm imagining all this. Yes. This could explain everything. How was it? Am I a butterfly, dreaming that she is a person, or the opposite?
Lord Bale? Ambassador Malari's voice sounded puzzled and tense, pulling me out of my thoughts. What? Blinking, I look at the open door to the cabin where Corone was standing, looking at me with a worried look. It seems I was so lost in myself with these experiments that I didn't notice Londo coming in, and Neka had to come out of her part of the cabin and let him in. Yeah. With all the information processing and multitasking capabilities of the replicators, I was thinking, okay. I beg your pardon, Ambassador Malari. The girl bowed slightly, flashing a reproachful glance at me, and placing on her face the most welcoming and polite smile she was capable of. Lord Bale has recently become interested in strange experiments on the space-time continuum, the interrelations of the physical laws of our universe, and it seems he has become a little too thoughtful. Oh! The Centaurian raised his eyebrows. Please forgive me if this is not the right time. Ahem. No. Ambassador Malari, please come in. Putting all questions aside for later, I stand up to greet the guest, giving my face an expression appropriate to the occasion. How can I help you? Having measured me with another displeased glance, Neka turned around, returning to her room. It seems that after the meeting, I will be in for an educational talk from one long-eared one? Or not? After all, she herself was stunned by the artifact created by the gloomy genius of technomagic. Yes, Malari, still somewhat hesitant, walked into the cabin, sitting down in the chair I offered him. I am grateful to you for the meeting, Lord Ball. I cannot say that the decision to ask for it was easy for me, but I simply do not see any other choice. I admit, you have intrigued me. I'm listening to you. You probably know that I can hardly be called the most decent, intelligent being on this station. He began from afar. Although, in my defense, I can still add that, from the point of view of the average Centauri of noble blood, everything is not so deplorable. Well, Londo sighed. But in the current circumstances, I simply cannot continue to close my eyes to what is happening in the galaxy around us. I will say frankly, I belong to a small group of Centauri who are extremely disapproving of the current course chosen by the Emperor of Cartagia, for the simple reason that I see where this course can lead our state. The decision to attack Narn using mass drivers was an extremely unpleasant event. Taking this opportunity, I would like to personally thank you for your intervention, which allowed us to avoid a monstrous catastrophe. The ambassador rose, bowing, as well as for the fact that this intervention was carried out in such a gentle form. As I already said, I nod, accepting the words of my interlocutor. The Goa'uld Empire does not seek conflicts and tries to, let's say, smooth things over where possible, especially in cases where non-intervention could lead to disaster. Yes, Malari nodded slowly. What a pity that not all the powers that be have the desire and sometimes the intelligence to do the same. Often you just have to deal with the consequences of your own mistakes, hoping that it's not too late. A wise remark, Ambassador Molari, but I still don't fully understand what exactly— Mr. Morden, the Centauri interrupted. Mr. Morden and his employers, as he calls them. I trust I am not mistaken in assuming that you know who I am speaking of. Yes, I squint, leaning back on the sofa, stroking my beard with my fingers. It seems Ambassador Malari was driven to the brink, as they say on Earth. I had the opportunity to talk with both Mr. Morden himself and his, I would rather call them masters than employers. But I suppose the question of terminology can worry perhaps only Mr. Morden himself. Oh yes, Malari smiled sadly. The owners, this suits them much better. As far as I can tell, you had some business, relationship with Mr. Morden. And for this mistake, I believe, the Centauri grimaced, I will pay for the rest of my life. I have already severed all relations with Morden, he added.
although I believe that the Centauri who make decisions up there will be the last to worry about this. Even if Lord Rifa carries out— Malari waved his hand. Ambassador Malari, I sigh, looking closely at my interlocutor. I understand how difficult it may be for you to have this conversation, so I suggest you tell me directly what you— Noticing how Lundo had straightened up, I couldn't resist a little tease, nevertheless finishing the sentence. Want. It seems that this question will soon haunt my nightmares. Lord Baal, I would like to know if it is possible to enlist your support in the event that I manage to finally expel Mr. Morden's allies from my home world, at least to the same extent as in the case of Narn. Even though I myself dragged us into this swamp, with these very hands, he looked at his fingers with hatred. The last thing in the world would I want to one day wake up and see Centaurus in burning ruins. Realizing that I myself lit the match, it was an interesting turn of events. No, there was nothing supernatural in the fact that the replicator's calculations were so close to reality after all. The network already had an impressive amount of information, both about Londo Malari himself, with his behavior patterns, and about the general situation in the galaxy, but still, in the canonical story, Malari, as far as I remember, went into direct confrontation with Morden and the Shadows at the very end, luring them into a trap on Centauri Prime, when he realized that his planet could easily be reduced to zero by the Vorlons. Here. That's a bit of an unexpected question, Ambassador Malari. I glanced thoughtfully at the Centauri. I'm not sure. You do understand that you can't use our ships to escalate conflicts of any kind. You remember what I said at that council when I announced that I would be assisting Ambassador Jakar?
I remember, Lord Bale. You are ready to protect the peaceful population of the planets, so that those who are supposed to fight by duty can fight.
Londo nodded solemnly.
And you understand, I suppose, that the aid to the Nons was provided precisely because of the participation of Mr. Morden's allies in your conflict.
I suspected, the ambassador sighed.
But such power in the allies, at that time it seemed reasonable and tempting to me.
Now you don't think so?
Now I curse the day when I let Morden into my cabin, instead of sending him to the demons.
Malari exhaled.
Well, I'll tell you this, Ambassador Malari.
I look closely at the Centauri, making sure that he is listening to my every word. The ability to admit your own mistakes is an extremely important skill, especially for intelligent people who stand above ordinary people. If you sincerely care about the future of your people and want to correct the mistake made in the past, Londo nodded. If you can solve the internal problems of your people, showing in action that you want and are ready to change something, I believe that the problem with opponents that are beyond your power can be solved. Perhaps not quite in the form that you expect, but certainly to the greater benefit of the Centauri Republic and its inhabitants. I don't quite understand, the ambassador frowned. The Goa'uld Empire will support your desire for a peaceful and quiet life for your compatriots, Ambassador Malari. I sigh, repeating the same thing but in direct words. Of course, if it is sincere. Thank you. Malari sighed with relief, slumping in his chair. The problems hadn't diminished, but at least there was a glimmer of hope for a change in the situation.
In that case, everything is in your hands, Ambassador.
Yes. You are right, Lord Bale. Londo was about to say something else, but a signal from the door made him pause and turn toward the cabin entrance with some interest. However, he was not the only one curious. Ambassador Delenn was standing in the corridor with an expression of uncertainty on her face. The Minbari had not sent an official request for a meeting, as Londo had, or Corone would have reported it.
which meant that this meeting was private. And, let's be honest, I had no idea what the possible reason for the visit might be. No, it was definitely curious.
I beg your pardon, Ambassador. It seems I'm in great demand today.
I spread my hands with a guilty smile, getting up from the sofa and approaching the door-opening panel.
It's okay. Malari also stood up. Basically, I said and heard everything I wanted. It would be impolite to take up even more of your time. Ambassador Delenn? I smile broadly, letting the woman into the cabin. To what do I owe the visit? Lord Ball, I apologize for the suddenness. The Minbari bowed, passing through the door and only now noticing Londo standing there. Oh, Ambassador Malari, you are here too. I hope I have not interrupted your conversation? No, Delenn, the Centaurian waved his hand. We've already managed to discuss everything. I was just about to leave when you arrived. Don't leave, Londo, the ambassador smiled. I wanted to come see you too anyway, but since you're visiting Lord Ball, if, of course, you don't mind. She turned to me. Not at all, I smile, gesturing for the guest to continue. Ambassador Malari and I are fully attentive. I came to invite you, both. Delenn bowed ceremoniously first to me and then to Londo, to take part in one of the Minbari traditions. Nafakcha, the Minbari smiled, or rebirth ceremony, if you translate it. The ceremony of rebirth? Malari nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I've read about this tradition. I think you showed us part of it a few years ago. That's right, Londo, Delenn smiled again. Then it was just a demonstration as part of an exchange of religious traditions. Now I think it's time to carry it out in full. I think I'll come, Londo nodded, hesitating. Just tell me the time and place. Of course, I'll send you a message when everything is ready. And what about you, Lord Ball? The ceremony of rebirth. According to the available information, this ritual is intended to symbolically immortalize some major changes in events, as if separating the past from the present and future, and marking the beginning of a new era. During the ceremony, it is supposed to share with a representative of the priestly caste, whose role I assume is assigned to Delenn herself, some terrible secret from your past, and to renounce something very important to yourself, symbolically discarding the past for the sake of the future. Funny. Renounce, mocking others? I can't go for that. Yeah. But it seems that for some reason my consent was extremely important to the Minbari. At least she looked at me intently, tensely awaiting an answer. Well, I think it will be an interesting experience. I bow slightly. Thank you. Delenn smiled broadly. In that case, I will send you an invitation too, Lord Ball. The only thing... She hesitated. Perhaps it is worth clarifying, to avoid misunderstandings. During Nafakcha, a ritual renunciation of something important is assumed. It does not have to be a material object. The main thing here is the spiritual side. The woman put her palm to her chest. What you feel during the process. I assumed something like this when I became acquainted with the traditions of your people. I nod. Lord Ball, Delenn bowed smoothly. Ambassador Malari, your consent means a lot to me. Please forgive me, but now I need to visit a few more sentient beings and complete the preparations for the ceremony. Of course, Ambassador Delenn. We will await your invitations. The woman bowed once more, and smoothly turning, left the cabin. As soon as she disappeared into the corridor, Londo chuckled skeptically, glancing sideways at me. I never understood all the intricacies of Minbari traditions. All these double and triple meanings. Sublimity, spirituality, Bora, and mortal at that. But, nevertheless, I raise an eyebrow and glance sideways at my interlocutor.
You agreed to participate. Well, the Centauri spread his hands. Since I have decided to take the path of correction and bringing public benefit, we can start small. Thank you for the conversation, Lord Bale, and for its results. I hope the Centauri will not disappoint your trust. Goodbye, Ambassador Malari. I nod in agreement in response to the Centauri's words. If I may give you some advice, find a common language with Ambassador Jacquard. This will greatly help you in understanding what is happening around you and the Centauri Republic. Yes. Londo twitched his cheek, sighing heavily. I was just about to talk to him. I hope I won't be carried out of his cabin feet first after the meeting. I think the Narn ambassador is well-mannered enough not to kill you in the first second. I smile. If only your words would reach the ears of the gods, Lord Bale. It seems that your perverted experiments with the laws of physics have affected you much more than it seems at first glance. As Londo stepped out into the hallway, heading towards the elevator, Corona and Yuki emerged from their room, both staring at me with worried expressions. It seemed the girls were so concerned about my recent actions that they had decided to abandon their long-established habit of communicating through the replicator network, speaking words out loud, perhaps switching to the Goa'uld language. I think I even agree with my sister, Yuki shook her head. I assume. I smile and cast a satisfied glance at the girls. That your bewilderment is connected with my decision to support Ambassador Malari's initiative to finally sever all ties with the shadows. This action stands out noticeably against the background of your usual manner of behavior. Corone nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, it makes sense. In any case, I sigh, the issue of shadows will have to be resolved once and for all. I suspect that they will not abandon their aggressive behavior even after such a subtle but unambiguous hint as my ships around their planet. The probability of a direct confrontation with the shadows is currently 45.873%. In case of active intervention on your part, the probability increases to 69.333%. I don't think it will come to that. In any case, there is always a personal courtesy visit to Zahadum to resolve any misunderstandings that may arise. An image of NECs putting their hands to their faces came through the replicator network. From both of them. It seems that Corone is a bad influence on his little sister. I wonder why I like this. It seems that the quantum uncertainty cake is a much more dangerous confectionery weapon than I thought. Ahem. No. Yes. Anyway, I should talk to Lorien in more detail. We have things to discuss. Interlude. Marcus could only shake his head, his eyes following the slender female figure, wrapped in a well-worn cloak with a hood that hid her face, as she carefully made her way from the bar entrance towards him. Ambassador Delenn was in her element. Complete disregard for her own safety for some shady purpose. Only she could dare to go into one of the less than favorable sectors of Babylon 5, alone, without an escort in the form of at least Linier, just to find him and talk to him. What had it cost her to contact him through one of the terminals? He had left the Minbari the number of the cabin where he spent the night. She could have at least sent Linier to find him and pass on a request for a meeting. Marcus would never. I knew you were here, Marcus. Delenn stopped near his table, with a satisfied smile, casting a warm glance at the ranger. Of course, the man chuckled. I have meetings with informants here. The place is not the most prestigious, of course, but people in the know come. But it is not so safe for you to be here. All sorts of troubles can happen. You're not afraid to be here, the Minbari smiled, shaking her head under her hood in the direction of a group of aliens who looked like bandits. We have an unspoken agreement with them. Since many of them here are on the wrong side of the law, Marcus smiled, and would not like to attract the attention of Mr. Garibaldi's people to their dealings, they prefer to pretend that I am not here. I leave them alone, they leave me alone, and Mr. Garibaldi leaves all of us alone, to everyone's satisfaction. Especially to Mr. Garibaldi's satisfaction. Delenn laughed softly. Although I suppose with Lord Bale's guards on the station, he shouldn't have had much work left. Yes, the Ranger nodded. The Felonids made an indelible impression on everyone. But still, they are desperate guys, enterprising, and the upright humanoid cats keep order, or are valiant security officers. He spread his hands. In any case, why did you come, Delenn? I was looking for you. It's time for you to prepare for Nafakcha. You, of all people, will benefit from participating in the ceremony more than anyone else. Oh ho ho. I guess I'll pass. Marcus tensed up. The rebirth ceremony was not something he could wish for with all his heart. Not now. What's the matter, Marcus? The Minbari looked at him carefully. Does this ritual scare you? Why? What are you afraid of? Nothing special, he shrugged. Well, maybe I'm afraid of spiders. Nasty creatures. Marcus. The rebirth ceremony is an important part of Minbari Ranger training. I missed it. I overslept. It lasts all day, the Minbari raised an eyebrow. I got sick then. I wanted to go. I was going to, but the man spread his hands. It's my fault, but that's how it happened. Marcus. I thought I earned your trust. The Ranger's face reflected a serious internal struggle. How to explain to a representative of a completely different culture why he was not ready for the ritual. How to tell everything to Delenn without offending the woman so that she would understand and stop pestering him. Marcus. Delenn placed her hand gently on his forearm on the table, causing the man to flinch. Why are you avoiding the rebirth ceremony? Delenn. Marcus let out a heavy sigh. You ask me to give up something, but I have nothing left. Everything is gone. My brother was the last person close to me, and he died because of my own stupidity. He warned me about the shadows, but I did not listen, and when they came, I lost my brother, my home, the girl I loved. I ran in the clothes I had on at the time, Delenn, without a single thing from my home. The man looked ahead, lost in his own thoughts. I began to look for the Rangers, because my brother believed in them. And in you, Delenn. That very night, everything I was, everything I had, everything that was dear to me, sank away. I have nothing more to give. The Ranger sighed, looking up at the Minbari, her face showing deep sympathy. Delenn listened, attentively and patiently, to everything her interlocutor wanted and could tell her. And it somehow became calmer? Marcus did not fully understand what forced him to pour out his soul so suddenly. But perhaps all the psychologists were right, and the opportunity to speak out brings relief. Maybe this was the meaning of such persistent pushing him to participate in Nafakcha. This is what you must cast off your shoulders, Marcus, Delenn said after a short silence. Yes, you have lost so much. You have suffered so much. You have sacrificed so much. But for this very reason, you live only in the memory of the sacrifices made, of what you have lost. You carry your memory like chains, like shackles on your feet. It has great power over you, the power of grief, loss, remorse, Yes, you have lost loved ones, lost your homeland, your property, but the pain remains with you. You have never forgiven yourself. For what? The man said, barely audibly. For staying alive when everyone else died. The point of nefakh is not sacrifice per se, Marcus. Delenn shook her head. The point of the ceremony is to throw off the yoke of the past that holds you back, that keeps you from moving forward. I'll think about your words, Delenn, the ranger sighed. I still have... Marcus didn't have time to finish his sentence. His eyes widened in shock, and the man himself tried to jump up from the table with a sharp movement, rushing to intercept 3 figures purposefully coming out of the nearest niche. 3 figures raising their hands, with weapons clenched in them. Time seemed to slow down. It seemed to Marcus that he was making his way through the air that had become incredibly thick. The ranger's mind understood that this was a normal consequence of a sharp release of adrenaline, which played a bad joke with his perception, but he only managed to push Delenn, dropping the woman who screamed in fear from her chair onto the floor, when he heard a shot and felt a strong pain piercing his shoulder. Almost numb in his left hand, Marcus pulled his denbok, the Minbari fighting staff, from his belt with his right, shaking it sharply to make it unfold into a combat mode. Miraculously missing another plasma bolt that flew out of the barrel of one of the attackers, the man slashed at his arm with a sharp movement, knocking the weapon away and, he hoped, breaking a few bones. At least the painful cry and the thin crunch he heard gave him hope. A scuffle ensued, not risking shooting point blank. The attackers tried to either increase the distance or at least push Marcus away from Delenn, who had risen to her feet and was looking tensely at what was happening, trying to choose the right moment to help, if it would come at all. "Fucking Ranger! Minbari scum!" The reinforcements that came to the enemy, in the form of 2 more people, this time armed much more seriously, with army rifles, it is unclear where and how they got their hands on them, became an extremely unpleasant surprise for Marcus. "Well, it's not the first time you've worked as each other's bedding," Marcus grinned, thrusting his staff into the stomach of his nearest opponent with a sharp movement, and retreating towards the ambassador, covering the woman with his back.
"Such a smart guy!"
The man with the scarred face grimaced, raising and pointing his rifle at the ranger, squinting. "Now you." The appearance of new characters made both Marcus and Delenn, who were looking in the right direction, freeze in shock, their eyes wide open. In the doorway of the tavern where the action took place, a massive golden figure of one of Lord Bale's guards, a felined tiger, appeared, frozen at the entrance for one indiscernible moment, almost immediately moving forward, towards the enemies surrounding the ambassador and the ranger. Marcus managed to notice the pupils of the giant cat squeezed into slits and the grinning mouth, and the next moment, a blow from a hand clad in a power glove sent the man pointing a rifle at them. On a short but very colorful flight to the nearest wall, and the deep bleeding wounds left on his chest clearly explained to those around him that the claws on the gloves were not a sham. The following movements merged into a barely perceptible gust of wind for Marcus, so fast did such a clumsy-looking figure move. A dim flash of a plasma clot splashing across the armor, one of the attackers still managed, albeit without aiming, to shoot at the felinid. A dull, but clearly wet crunch of a counterblow, which landed somewhere in the chest of a man, with a hand already clenched into a fist, a shapeless sack flying off to a nearby table and knocking it over with its weight. A short dash to the enemy who was still standing on his feet. The satisfied roar emitted by the feline sent a shudder down his spine. Marcus felt it. It was so convincing. And his emotions, when the upright tiger just went and closed his jaws on the forearm of the opponent who had waved him off, jerking him off the floor and throwing him aside to the latter's heart-rending scream. It was all over in about 10 seconds, which seemed like a much longer period of time to the man. After casting a keen gaze over the carnage, the felinid smoothly turned to Delenn, bowing its head and calmly licking its lips, wiping drops of blood from its muzzle. The tiger's face reflected a complex emotion that Marcus would have called something like satisfied guilt. And then, "Ambassador Delenn, human," the guard said with a growling tone, moving his nose and clearly sniffing the smells coming from them. "Are you unharmed?" "Ah, everything is fine. Yes," the man answered a little slowly, leaning on his denbuck. "Marcus, you're hurt." "Nonsense, Delenn," the ranger winced. "I'll go to Dr. Franklin. He'll patch me up. The charge passed through, really." "Thank you for such a timely appearance." Delenn shook her head and placed her palm on her chest, looking around with a shocked gaze at the bodies lying on the floor. "That's our job," the felinid twitched his ear. "Lord Bale has instructed us to help Mr. Garibaldi and the Narns. Maintain order at the station, especially where you rarely see guards." "What did they want from us?" Marcus frowned, raising his eyebrows, looking at the tiger, hinting that he had not introduced himself. "My name is Rot Tar." The guard bowed his head slightly. "I don't know what they could need from the Minbari ambassador, but I think Mr. Garibaldi will find out. I tried not to kill, and the security service will be here soon." "Could you take us to the elevator, Rot Tar?" Delenn looked at the felinid. "My companion needs to be taken to the medical bay." "Of course, Ambassador Delenn," the tiger nodded. "It is unlikely that anything will change here in my absence." He bared his teeth, looking at the picturesque still life of the attackers who had not yet begun to come to their senses. "Besides, one of my armies is already heading here. Let's go." Chapter 70. Ceremonies of Light and Darkness. Without results, rituals are like an animal walking endlessly in a cage. Even if they themselves are not a sign of madness, they certainly lead to it. The Book of Lost Things by John Connolly. Interlude. Sheridan was furious. It had been a long time since he had felt such a vivid and all-consuming feeling towards his own species. He hadn't even felt this way during the war with Minbar, when he saw the enemy in front of him and gave the order to open fire. However, it had been much easier there to eat your own and eat strangers. The strangers had come to kill their own, and your own had to respond. It was all simple and clear. Now. The captain was running quickly along the corridors in the direction of Mr. Garibaldi's fiefdom, and all the inhabitants of the station he met preferred to simply press themselves against the wall or do everything to avoid his eye. Night watch. Damn them. No. It was in vain that he let all of Lippmann's subordinates go without looking. Even though Michael checked the lists, it seems that a couple of rats still slipped through his nets. The message from Dr. Franklin found the man in his office, finishing checking the computer after changing the access passwords. They couldn't afford to leave the old ones, risking waking up one fine day on a station completely de-energized from Earth, with a minimal life support system. Come and take everyone warm. That's if they don't just blow up the reactor to hell. But all the questions of Babylon 5 faded into the background as soon as he heard about the attack on Delenn. "Captain," a gloomy Garibaldi came out to meet John. "Where are these bastards?" "They are sitting in cells. 2 Franklins are being hit by a felinid in an exoskeleton. As it turns out, it does not contribute to health, even if he restrains the force." "And Delenn and Marcus?" "They're all right, Captain." The aforementioned medic appeared from one of the doors, putting his tools in a case as he went. "Marcus has a slight blaster wound. I've already treated him. And Delenn wasn't hurt at all. At most a couple of bruises from the fall." Marcus pushed her out of the line of fire. I've already let both of them go to me. All the same, the captain's face began to twitch and his hands clenched into fists. I'll throw these bastards out the airlock. And let them pray to God that there's a ship waiting for them on the other side, not a vacuum. Michael, haven't you interrogated them yet? I was waiting for you. Garibaldi shook his head. However, everything is clear there. I know one of them. Edward Summers. He was a member of the Guard, but he did not show up at meetings. He was not noticed in outrages. He moved his fingers in the air, undercover agent, to use the good old terminology. So it seems he slipped past all the checks. The head of security spread his hands guiltily. However, the captain was not going to blame Michael specifically given the scale of the mess that had been going on at the station in recent weeks. Letting one or two spies through was a completely normal thing. No security or counterintelligence could be perfect, no matter how much or who would like it to be. Taking a deep breath, calming down, Sheridan nodded to the man. Let's go to that one, the one who hasn't been noticed in any outrages. I suspect he'll be the instigator. Most likely, Michael nodded. Do you still need me, Captain? Franklin shook his head, having been listening to the conversation the whole time. I don't think so, Doctor. Thank you. The man nodded. Are you sure? Stephen chuckled. After your conversation, they won't need medical attention? No, John winced. If it were up to me, I would really throw them out the airlock, but I won't be like their own kind. If this Summers doesn't show aggression, Mr. Garibaldi and I will just ask him a few questions and leave. As you say, the medic nodded. In that case, I'll be in the med bay, Captain. Mr. Garibaldi. Franklin nodded to the men and headed towards the elevators. The detained former Night Watch employee was sitting in one of the solitary confinement cells, leaning back in his chair and resting his plastic-cuffed hands on the tabletop. John glanced sideways at Garibaldi, who smiled contentedly and mouthed, "Old ways are the best ways," shaking his head. They didn't usually use cuffs, after all. Where would a detainee run when they'd been searched and locked in a cell that only opened with Garibaldi's or his deputy's ID card? But Michael was right about one thing. Old ways are the best ways. Captain Sheridan? Summers grimaced. What an unexpected meeting. Yes, unexpected. John looked at him sullenly. What the hell, Mr. Summers? What a multifaceted question. Do you even understand what you've done? An attack on the Minbari ambassador at the international station. To hell with Minbar, the man jerked. All these aliens think too much of themselves, and it's strange to me, Captain Sheridan, to see that you don't understand the simple truth. Either we get rid of their control of the station, or... And what were you planning to achieve? John chuckled and sat down on the second chair, staring intently at his interlocutor. The Guard was expelled from the station. Cluck's ships also flew away. How many of you are there? 10? 2 dozen? Even if you had succeeded in your plan, the captain leaned forward, you would have been smeared in a thin layer across the hull of the Babylon 5. If not me with Garibaldi, then the Minbari. And I haven't even mentioned Lord Baal's cute cats yet. Oh. The man nodded contentedly, seeing how the detainee shuddered and winced. I see you really enjoyed your acquaintance. Do you think this stranger, Lord Baal, will be forever on your side? Another alien who only looks like a human. Mockery. Insulting mockery. We would have succeeded. If we had captured the ambassador, you would not have dared to utter a peep. We would have... Enough. The captain slapped his palm on the table. I was patient. I tried to avoid confrontation, firmly convinced that we were all on the same side, and only a tragic accident prevented us from understanding each other. There is no foot of your organization on Babylon 5, and there will never be again. I handed over your colleagues to the Agrippa, sending you home. We provided medical care to the injured, and Lord Baal's guards did everything so that as few people as possible died that day. But I will not play at such nobility anymore. Ambassador Delenn will decide your fate, if she is kind to you. Sheridan got up from the table.
I will send you to the nearest Earth colony on a ship programmed for this flight. And it is in your own interest to hand over to your superiors the next person convicted of terrorist activity and undermining the security of the station, whether he served in the night watch or not, will be thrown out the nearest airlock without a spacesuit. Captain? Garibaldi looked doubtfully at his boss. No spacesuit, Mr. Garibaldi. I won't let Babylon 5 be turned into a dump because of these, he winced, fanatics. Keep an eye on the detainees. I'll talk to Delenn and let you know if she's pressing charges. We'll decide about the ship separately. Yes, sir. The security guard sighed, turning his gaze to Summers, who had become much less calm and much more tense. Sheridan's cheek twitched, and he turned, striding out of the cell. It was hard to admit, even to himself, but what had happened had somehow particularly deeply affected his heart. The last time he had been this furious was the day the Vorlon Inquisitor had arrived on the station and turned a strange worthiness test into torture for him and Ambassador Delenn. Funny. He never would have thought he would feel so much affection for an alien. Much less a Minbari. Yes, it was definitely funny. And now he had plenty to think about. The captain chuckled, involuntarily catching himself, thinking that he was smiling. Yeah, a serious captain of the International Space Station, who had been through the war, chased pirates around like crazy, who had just de jure and de facto joined a state rebellion against his own government, smiles at the thought of after Minbar. Whoever you tell them, they won't believe you. On the other hand, who can? Captain Sheridan, Ivanova's voice from the communicator, ruined the romantic mood, forcing the man to pull himself together again. We received a signal from Calvados. They will be at the station soon. Finally. John sighed. Prendick can only be sent for death. As soon as they exit hyperspace, let him bring the ship into the dock, and he himself will go up to the Babylon. I'll wait in the office. If I'm late, let him wait. Okay, Captain. What about the attackers? I'm going to Delenn right now to resolve this issue. If she's too offended, we'll throw her out the airlock. If not, we'll send her to Earth in cargo containers. Captain, Ivanova's voice was filled with bewilderment and obvious concern for her boss's mental balance. I'm kidding, Ivanova. I'm kidding. But I'll still go to Delenn. Our relations with Earth don't change the fact that it was an attack on the ambassador. Got it. End of connection. Susan hung up, and the captain moved on, finally entering the elevator.
The lateness of the Calvados was not so much a concern as an intrigue for the man. He had originally given Prendick the task of repairing the Alexander, which in itself could take longer if the ship had been more seriously damaged than originally anticipated. But at the same time, enough time had passed for his frigate to return. It seemed that something had not gone quite as expected. No, for a split second the thought flashed through the man's mind that the first mate could have betrayed his captain by contacting someone from the command, and was now flying to Babylon 5 with a gift, in the form of a reinforced boarding party, acting as a Trojan horse. But still, on reflection, such a scenario did not seem the most likely to the captain. However, no one can forbid him from playing it safe, right? Garibaldi, he called to Michael as he walked. The Calvados is returning to the station. Be so kind as to meet them at the dock with your guys, and make sure Prendick doesn't bring any random fellow travelers. I'll do it, the security guard answered briefly, almost immediately disconnecting. But Sheridan managed to hear his subordinate grumbling in the style of, "And they also call me paranoid." Finally, the captain's legs brought him to the embassy sector, nodding in response to the attentive squint of one of the felonids standing at the exit of the elevator.
The man quickly walked to the door to the Minbari delegation's cabin. As soon as he touched the call panel, the door slid aside, and a wary Lanier stared at him. "Captain Sheridan?" The attaché breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, Lanier." John nodded. "May I see Ambassador Delenn?" "She—" "Let him in," came a tired voice from the depths of the cabin. Lanier frowned, but still bowed briefly, letting Sheridan into the cabin. The captain understood the Minbari. He took his duties very seriously and rather considered himself not just an assistant to the ambassador, but something like a personal bodyguard for the woman.
"How are you, Delenn?"
Thank you, John. Everything is fine.
The Minbari sat on the couch, sipping a large mug of herbal tea. She did indeed look healthy, and Franklin would not have let her go if she had been otherwise. But she was clearly preoccupied, apparently thinking hard about the events that had just occurred. Delenn smiled, gesturing for him to sit down, and Lanier closed the door to the cabin and went to the kitchen corner, tidying up the place and letting them talk. "It's a relief," Sheridan smiled. "I'm glad you weren't hurt. Dr. Franklin examined me and gave first aid to Marcus. So if anyone was hurt, it was him. But thank you for your concern," the woman said with warmth in her voice. "Did you find out who these people were?" "Yes," John nodded. Mr. Garibaldi recognized one of the detainees, Edward Summers. He was a member of the Night Watch, until we removed that organization from Babylon 5. "It seems," he spread his hands, "some of them managed to hide from us." "But why attack Ambassador Delenn?" asked Lanier. "I don't like to admit it, but there are many fanatics among people, Lanier. And the end of the Earth-Minbari war with your capitulation is just like a red rag to a bull for them." "But what were they trying to achieve?" "Most likely," Sheridan sighed, "they were planning to capture Ambassador Delenn and thereby force me to surrender the station to Clark. I think it's no secret to any of us what would have happened to me, Ivanova, Garibaldi, and the rest of those who support us in that case." "But," Lanier frowned, "does that make sense? After all, Lanier—" Delenn shook her head, smiling as she looked at the captain. "As Captain Sheridan said, these are fanatics. What will you do with them?" "That's what I wanted to know from you." "Me?" The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Whatever our relations with Earth, even taking into account the declared independence of Babylon, the station is still neutral territory, and I am responsible for the safety of all its inhabitants. And ambassadors of other states are treated first and foremost. So," he spread his hands, "the attack on you is not just an attempt to take a simple Minbari, Narn, or human hostage. This is an international scandal." Delenn thought about it. "I think you should ask Marcus, too. After all, he suffered more than I did, but what will their punishment be?" "I'll just send them off the station," John shrugged. "Mr. Garibaldi has learned his lesson, and it's unlikely that this will happen again. So, then, I guess I won't press charges, John." The Minbari smiled warmly again. "This isn't the best time for your people to squabble, especially after you broke with your home." "Okay, Delenn. If that's what you think, I'll just send them off the station and let them go to hell." The captain rose to his feet. "Rest. I'm glad you're okay." "And I'm glad," nodded Delenn. "Don't forget that I'll be waiting for you at the revival ceremony tomorrow." "I'll come." Sheridan nodded seriously, bowing briefly. "Delenn. Mr. Lanier." The captain took one more look at the ambassador, as if to make sure Delenn was indeed all right, and left the cabin. One less thing to worry about was talking to Lieutenant Prendick and hearing his debrief on the mission. Considering that the Alexander hadn't contacted the station, even after the danger had passed, the XO would have some news on that score. At least, John hoped so. Alfred Bester pulled off his black uniform gloves in irritation, tossing them onto the coffee table, and slumped into a chair.
True, Psychor regulations dictated that telepaths should do the exact opposite, at least until they received permission for a more in-depth scan. But now he was in his apartment and to hell with them all. The man tiredly massaged his temples. The week had been quite tiring, and today's work day had squeezed all the juices out of him, both physical and moral. First, 2 very tiring interrogations of rebels detained by the military, then the pursuit of one of his own, a young telepath who had just graduated from the academy. And for dessert, there was an irritating migraine, from which he could not get rid, of headaches that had been haunting the telepath for a long time, since that wonderful day when kind and polite people from the Corps' Internal Security Service took him under their white hands, suspecting outside influence. From the telepathic cat, Lord Bale. Bester winced. He wished he could fly to Babylon 5 again, while that Gua'uld was sitting there with his furry monster. No, Alfred loved cats, although he never kept one, considering his frequent multi-day missions to different corners of space, but this behemoth was anything but a cat. It was a good thing the course specialists hadn't found anything, otherwise he'd be sitting there drooling as a training aid for newbies, although they'd already turned his mind almost inside out, trying to find something that wasn't there. Hissing irritably at another migraine attack, the man carefully rose from his chair and headed to the bathroom. There should have been some painkillers left in the medicine cabinet. He really hoped that the damned brain crushers hadn't damaged anything in his brain. The side effects from the procedure usually passed in a couple of days, but either they were especially diligent in his case, or something had gone wrong. And although the doctors hadn't found any damage, that didn't make it any easier for Bester, nor for his colleagues, who were now forced to endure the particularly bad mood of the telepath, who wasn't known for his good nature anyway. What else? The signal from the communication terminal. This time was particularly nasty and loud, forcing Alfred to wince. Yes. What? Hello, Alfred. The tired, almost exhausted face of Carl Swift, Bester's old friend, very old, appeared on the screen. Carl? What the hell? The man frowned. What happened all of a sudden that you called me? I haven't heard from you in over 2 years. What? There's little time. The man on the screen looked back, out of frame. So listen carefully. I'll send you an encrypted file now. Bester's terminal quietly beeped, signaling the receipt of data. You'll open it with our cipher from the academy. Do you remember it? Bester nodded, frowning even more. He really didn't like what was happening. What we've suspected for the last year turned out to be true, Alfred. I found confirmation. They're right there, in the file above. They've started a very foul-smelling game, and they clearly consider us expendable in it. All of us. I'll tell you honestly, Carl. Bester winced, massaging his temple. I didn't understand a damn thing. But I'll study the file and... I found Carolyn. What? At first, Alfred thought he was hallucinating from a headache. But no. Carl just nodded silently and repeated that he had found her. Carolyn Sanderson was a telepath like him. They had met during his work in one of the Corps' correctional centers. And also, she was the only woman he had ever loved in his life. The woman who had carried his child. The woman who had disappeared without a trace about a year ago. It's all in the file, Alfred, Swift repeated. There's a list of names at the end and my comments. Everything's there. Damn it, Carl. Why are you only reporting this now and in such a form?
Because
The man looked around again.
in an hour and a half at best,
I will join the ranks of those very same disappeared without a trace telepaths. They are already coming for me. I managed to break away only for a short time to be able to send you a message. Don't worry.
Seeing the shock on his friend's face, the telepath hastened to calm him down.
I hacked the street terminal, reprogramming it. When we finish, I will leave a cartridge from a blaster on overload here. The explosion will cover all traces.
Where are you? Maybe I...
No, you can't help me at all. Besides, I'm in Vilnius now. You just can't get here that fast. But the main thing is that I managed to get the data from you, and you will finally be able to figure everything out. Damn!
A distant, indistinct noise was heard from off-screen. And Carl Swift disappeared from view for a moment, apparently going off to see what was going on. No, they're local thieves. The man shook his head in relief. But it would be better for me to leave here. Maybe I can keep chasing you for a little while longer. If I'm lucky enough to stay alive, I'll find a way to contact you. Carl, Bester called out to his friend when he was clearly about to break off the connection. Yes. Good luck. And to you too, Alfred. The terminal screen went dark, then replaced by the standard standby screensaver, leaving the Psycop confused, staring blankly at the small icon of the received file, blinking in the corner. To say that his friend's call had thrown him off track was to say nothing, but it was impossible to just sit and do nothing. If Carl was right, and they really were looking for him now, the best thing Alfred could do was to study the received data and completely reset the terminal so that all possible traces leading to him and other people's secrets would simply disappear. If these were just idle speculations and fruits of a sick imagination, well, this would become clear very soon. Sighing, the telepath finally threw a painkiller pill into his mouth, which he had been clutching in his hand all this time, took a couple of sips from a cup with the remains of his cold morning coffee, standing right there next to the terminal, and poked his finger at the screen, opening the attachment. He had to reread the attachment 4 times. His mind was so unwilling to comprehend what he was seeing. It was essentially a standard cargo shipping form, of which thousands were created and filled out all over the Earth Commonwealth. The only thing that distinguished it from the others was that the cargo it was transporting was not a daily occurrence. A private company, whose relationship to Psycor Bester knew simply because he had filled out such forms himself several times for the delivery of goods through the organization's internal channels to remote colonies, and was engaged in the transportation of components for weapons systems. Well, and the very same list with comments, provided at the end of the file by Carl, caught his eye. There were 100 names, surnames and dates of birth. Some of them were completely unfamiliar to Alfred, most of them, to tell the truth, but some simply caught his eye. He had personally seen them among the lists of those being educated when he selected the most promising. Swift, judging by the notes left behind, noticed exactly the same thing. At least many of the lines had an entry with the number of the study group and the date of admission to the center on Mars. The list was sorted alphabetically, and he approached the letter C with ever-increasing tension. Carolyn, the telepath exhaled heavily. The name and date of birth matched what he knew about his beloved, and although it was not an absolute guarantee, leaving room for coincidence, for him what he had seen was enough to what? What could he do now? At the very least, try to check the data through other channels. And then, what if Carl Swift was not mistaken, or lied? And the document that had fallen into his hands was indeed what it appeared to be. I really didn't want to fly to Babylon 5, Bester rolled his eyes, feeling how the anticipation of a new meeting with the station's inhabitants was starting to give him a migraine again, which had only just begun to subside under the effect of the pill. Lord Baal. Londo Malari's face literally glowed with pleasure. Ambassador Malari, I bow slightly with a smile. I am glad to see you in a good mood. After our meeting, you left somewhat tense. The hall reserved by the Mimbari ambassador for the ceremony was gradually filling up. Similarly, like Malari and I, the invitees preferred to arrive a little earlier, and Delenn herself
as befits a priest conducting a ritual, would appear at the very end. However, this gave everyone an additional opportunity to communicate with each other, which the arriving sentients did not fail to take advantage of. "Yes, it wasn't the easiest day, I admit," laughed Londo, waving his hand, "but its ending was much more pleasant. I managed to talk to Ambassador Jakar, and I even left for my cabin on my own 2 feet and alive." "It would be foolish to kill you the moment you regained your sanity, Ambassador Malari," came the slightly mocking voice of the aforementioned Jakar. "Lord Bale," he bowed in greeting, "I am glad to see you. I did not expect Delaine to invite us all. Ambassador Delaine," I spread my hands, "has her own views on holding this ceremony. Perhaps from her point of view, my modest participation in recent events was significant enough to be— how can I put it?" I moved my fingers in the air with a smile, choosing the words. "An important stage in shaping the future." "I didn't understand a word." Londo waved it off, continuing to smile contentedly. "But in any case, you are right, Lord Ball." All I could do was shake my head at that. However, the Narn ambassador's surprise at my expense was quite appropriate, as far as could be understood from the available information. The Minbari ceremony of rebirth, also known as Nafakcha, had very strict conventions and rules for its conduct. This was typical for the overwhelming majority of religious traditions in the overwhelming majority of cultures at certain stages of the development of society. But in the case of Minbar, this approach was preserved in the space age of their civilization, which imposed certain nuances. For example, Nafakcha set clear conditions for the participants regarding the time frame in which it had to be performed. In the original story, as indeed happened now, Delaine had already performed the first part of the ceremony during the general mutual demonstration of religious traditions of different species, arranged on Babylon 5. Would she perform the ritual from the very beginning? Would she leave only the final part? The invited sentients gradually filled the hall in addition to the ambassadors Malari and Jakar. Delaine invited all the senior officers of the station, including Dr. Franklin. Marcus stood apart, at some distance, maintaining a gloomy and displeased expression on his face, with his arm carefully secured in a sling. The ranger was clearly deep in his own thoughts. But the fact that he simply came to the ceremony, although in the series he kicked himself out of participating in every possible and impossible way, did him credit. "Thank you all for agreeing to come." Ambassador Delaine entered the hall with a warm smile on her lips, dressed in the white robes of a member of the priestly caste. "I understand that for many of you, for the majority, to be more precise, the Minbari ritual of Nafakcha is something completely incomprehensible and even alien. But it is a bright ceremony, designed to mark the accomplishment of important events, to separate the past from the future, so that we can move forward with a pure soul." The Minbari bowed, turning towards the entrance to the hall, where at that very moment a group of priests were entering, accompanying the procession with melodic music. Yes, it seemed that the ritual would be carried out in full. At least, the glass casket with small pieces of scarlet fruit, which the ambassador's assistant solemnly brought in and placed on the table, belonged precisely to the first part of the ceremony. Having bowed to the guests of the ceremony, the Minbari sat down sedately around the table, giving their place at the head to Delaine, who, after a short pause, said, "Valen asked, 'Will you follow me into the fire, into the storm, into the darkness, into death?' The woman said slowly, looking around the table at the priests. And the 9 answered, 'Yes.' 'Then do so, in the name of those who will follow. Those who will go to their deaths for renewal and new life. Renewal under the guise of defeat." The woman rose smoothly to her feet, bowing again first to the Minbari and then to everyone present. Seated to her right, Lanier carefully lifted the lid of the chest, offering the ambassador the first to take the scarlet slice. The Minbari then began to walk around the group, bowing respectfully and offering the same to them. From birth, through death and renewal, You must reject all that is old, the old fears, the old life. This is your death. The death of the flesh, the death of pain, the death of yesterday. Delaine spoke these words, turning from one person present to another, demonstrating the fruit taken from the chest in her open palms. Taste, and do not fear, for I am with you until the end of time. Taste, for in this is the beginning. All those present solemnly brought the pieces of fruit they had taken to their mouths and began to chew them with a touchingly spiritual look. Well, it seems that I am a creature absolutely far removed from any religion. Delaine bowed once more to those present, using both hands to return the lid to the chest with the fruit in Lanier's hands. The second and perhaps most important part of the nafakcha, she said slowly, requires each participant in the ritual to make 2 symbolic sacrifices. For the Minbari, this is close and familiar, but for you, representatives of other cultures and civilizations, such a sacrifice may seem frightening and unacceptable. Therefore, although I would like all of you to go through to the very end, freed from the oppression of past actions, I cannot force you, but I can only patiently receive those of you who decide to, alone, in order to at least smooth over this difficult decision. A slightly puzzled silence fell over the room. Those present looked at each other uncertainly, as if unable to decide who would be the first to pour out their souls. To my surprise, the first to unstick himself from the wall, setting an example, was Marcus, who clenched his teeth, clearly overcoming himself, but nevertheless approached Delaine. The Minbari smiled warmly at the ranger, took his arm and, nodding to Lanier, walked away with the man to the far corner of the room. Well, the ice was broken. Following Marcus, the others reached out to the ambassador. Sheridan, Ivanova, even Londo and Jakar, exchanging quick glances, rose from their seats, one by one approaching the attentively listening Minbari and pouring out their souls. Lord Bale, Lanier touched my sleeve. Ambassador Delaine asked me to tell you that she understands how alien and strange this ritual may seem to you. She will not insist that you complete the ceremony in full. Even the fact of your presence here means a lot to all of us. And therefore, I don't see any problem. I don't let him finish. With a smile. Yes, the words and actions required by the ritual may be puzzling, but still, I think I'll find something to say to Ambassador Delaine. Of course. The Minbari bowed. As you wish, Lord Baal. She will be pleased with your decision. Bowing once more, he stepped aside. Yes. After inviting the ambassador to the ceremony, I thought for some time about what I could tell and what I could refuse as a ritual sacrifice. As always, there were many options that could, figuratively speaking, twist the brains of the locals. But, yes, perhaps most of them were too cruel in relation to the same Delaine.
Well, I can't really tell her that all of them, including the Vorlons and the Shadows, are just characters invented by one person from the distant real world, about whom a cool but still simple television series was filmed. Yes. On the other hand, she is an adult, serious woman. She will endure, right? Ambassador Delaine. I waited until Dr. Franklin, looking no more tense and busy than Delaine herself, walked away from the Minbari, and then approached the woman. It was a beautiful ceremony. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the flattering review, Lord Baal. The ambassador nodded. Lanier told you that you are under no obligation. Yes, your assistant approached me. I nod. But I don't see any problem in telling you what I have to tell Nafakcha. After all,
It concerns only you and me, and such things in my culture do not violate any traditions. I'm glad. Delenn smiled warmly, looking at me carefully. In that case, I'm ready to listen to you. I thought for a long time about what so important and serious for myself I could give up. I answer my interlocutor with an equally attentive look. All my life, a very important aspect of existence and behavior for me was the indisputable fact that each intelligent species must find its way in the universe, make its own mistakes and achievements, develop the way they want, but it was not easy for me. But looking at everything that is happening around us, I was forced to give up this delusion. Because some civilizations, it seems, simply do not learn from their mistakes. I don't quite understand. Delenn, having felt what she heard, clearly tensed up. Even with the naked eye, it became clear how the Minbari woman had gathered herself and become wary. Don't worry, Ambassador Delenn. I wave away the woman's concerns with a broad gesture. I don't think this concerns you or Minbar. And what about what I've never told anyone before? I lean a little closer to the Minbari to say the next words directly into her ear. The cake is not a lie, no matter how it might seem at times. Just like the aluminum cucumbers on the canvas field. But there is no spoon, Ambassador Delenn. I smile broadly, noticing the woman's widened eyes out of the corner of my eye. There really is no spoon. Chapter 71. Decisions and Consequences. Everything has consequences, and the consequences can be pretty damn nasty. The Talisman, Stephen King. Interlude. The cake isn't a lie. And there's no spoon. Delenn quietly said under her breath once again. What did he mean? Is this something important? Did he want to tell her something? The strange phrase of the Goa'uld ambassador, uttered at the very end of Nefakch, did not leave the woman's mind. Even Captain Sheridan's frankness about his true attitude towards her caused, perhaps, less worry than the seemingly meaningless set of words uttered by Lord Bale. Returning to her cabin after the ceremony, Delenn spent a couple of hours before going to bed, turning over in her head what she had heard and trying to understand what it could mean, but in vain. However, the morning did not bring any particular changes. The only thing she achieved was the knowledge that each word individually most likely referred to the Earth culture. At least, for the query, no spoon, the computer gave her a possible reference to an old feature film from the end of the 20th century on Earth, the plot of which took place in a virtual computer reality, in a world where evil machines enslaved humanity. The woman had long noted that in John's culture, there were quite a lot of stories telling about various apocalyptic events and attempts to survive after their onset. Perhaps this was the reason for such pronounced stubbornness of Earthlings and their unwillingness to admit obvious defeat, even in the face of death.
Delenn?
Lanier called out to the woman, looking out of his room. Is everything okay?
Everything is fine. The Minbari woman shook herself and waved it off. It's just that I still can't understand what Lord Ball meant at the ceremony. It seems like the words are completely ordinary every day, but the way he said them, in what order? No, it definitely must mean something. But Valen, please explain it to me. I can't understand what exactly.
Have you tried making a request to the computer?
Of course. Delenn waved her hand towards the terminal.
He's still trying to find answers. The only thing that was found almost immediately has to do with the entertainment culture of Earth several centuries ago, but what Lord Ball meant, I don't know.
Maybe?
No, Lanier.
She shook her head, anticipating her assistant's words.
I won't go to him for an explanation just yet. He said what he said for a reason, and that means I have to figure out for myself what all this was for. I feel that it is important.
As you say. Then perhaps you should contact the captain? He should certainly be knowledgeable about the culture of his planet.
Yes, perhaps. The incoming call made the woman turn to the terminal, and then, when she saw the caller's name, her eyebrows shot up in surprise, as the humans used to say, "Speak of the devil?" Sighing, the Minbari touched the screen, smiling warmly at Captain Sheridan, who was looking at her. "Hello, Delenn." John's face broke into a smile.
Good morning, Captain.
The Minbari nodded.
How are you? How are relations with Earth after the latest incident?
"It's surprisingly quiet right now," he shrugged. "Mr. Garibaldi is organizing the transfer of the detainees to one of the Earth-controlled colonies, and Marcus has volunteered to make sure everything goes smoothly. As he put it, yes," Delenn chuckled. "Marcus took the attack to heart. It's good that he wasn't hurt." In any case, the station is quiet right now. President Clark has enough of his own problems, considering the colony's dissatisfaction with his latest orders. So, Babylon 5 is far from the top of his priority list right now. So, for now, we have a respite, albeit a short one, but thanks for that. Actually, that's why I wanted to ask. I'm listening, John, the woman nodded. If we communicate with you at all, the captain hesitated for a moment. It is during some crisis, revolution, or the end of the world. Yesterday's ceremony was one of the rare exceptions to this rule, but that is why I think that now is an excellent opportunity to… Delenn, I would like to see you today. But you can see me now, Delenn laughed. As always when we meet. After all, I'm not invisible. Oh no, of course I see you when we meet. But the man smiled. I would like to see you in a different setting. For example, by candlelight, at dinner. Today? Delenn, feeling a little uneasy, looked at Sheridan in surprise. If you are busy, then tomorrow. But not later, the man laughed. Otherwise, the day after tomorrow, another crisis might start. And we won't have the opportunity. You know, in my homeland, they sometimes say, the captain looked at his interlocutor, today we drink and have fun, and tomorrow we die. It's not that I really want to die, but the opportunity to drink and have fun is worth a lot, and you can't miss it. So I was right in my conclusions. Earthlings are an extremely gloomy species. Your films alone are worth something. Only if they are denied dinner, Sheridan narrowed his eyes. But movies? Delenn, I didn't expect such an interest in our culture from you. I suggest we discuss this over dinner. The Minbari smiled warmly, nodding. Besides, I may need your advice on one matter. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, John nodded. Then, this evening. Delenn nodded, continuing to smile. Then I'll come pick you up after my shift ends. We'll wait. Interestingly, the break with the Earth government had a much smaller impact on Babylon 5 than it might have seemed at first. Yes, the range of goods in Zocalo was reduced, and some suppliers even preferred to leave the station, not wanting to take on the extra labor and money costs of the changed and more complicated logistics chains. But, by and large, not much had changed. Even Corone and Yuki's favorite cakes only went up in price by 10.12%, which, given the local financial system, was not a serious change at all. Although, of course, the Neki were unhappy. So unhappy that I was once again kicked out of my own cabin under the pretext of having to make scarce desserts myself. Like last time. Again. And no, it wasn't me. Who chose to run away, so as not to feel the cringe-worthy nature of a situation where an atomic matter synthesizer is used to create eclairs and cookies. In any case, it was a good opportunity to stroll around the station, something I haven't done for a long time, and think about my future plans. Still, I had a number of unclosed gestalts that needed to be resolved somehow. For example, to refine and test the navigation system for inner-world travel, based on the telepathic brain and the analytical module of the Great Machine. Conducting more experiments after the infamous portal opened into the perverted world of a TV show for degenerate children was scary, but the technology still needed to be brought to its logical conclusion. In addition, if everything goes as it should from the point of view of theoretical calculations, such terrible consequences will not happen again. I will always have the option to simply not open the passage if the operator brain sees something wrong on the other end. Well, theoretically, yes. It would also be a good idea to think over my line of behavior with Lorien. I was seriously and increasingly persistently thinking about flying to Zahadam with a return visit of politeness, a cake that can't exist but still exists, and a lot of questions that interest me. I hope the local ancient will agree to answer them and not get off with the standard philosophical nonsense of this fraternity in the style of Master Yoda. In addition, since I plan to give the felinids a new home in this galaxy, it would be a good idea to clarify all the local alignments with one of the elders so as not to doom my creations to eternal showdowns for survival and a place in the sun. Of course, it is unlikely that it will come to this, all the same, especially considering the average level of civilizations encountered by my scouts on the territory of the outpost. But in such matters, you can't be too careful. In any case, the brain grown in the genetic laboratory, which is a copy of the brain of Commander Ivanova, took its place in the depths of the Great Machine, connected to it as an operator, and I launched a systems check after all. The structure of an unknown ancient civilization implied the participation of a full-fledged living organism. And even after the analysis and reproduction of the structure by the playful manipulators of the replicators, there was always room for unexpected turns of events. However, the machine successfully accepted the new control module, signaling that the systems of long-range telepathic communication, through which Ivanova predicted the future, were ready for full operation. Of course, this somewhat distorted the purity of the experiment, since the interspatial transition generator itself was located in a completely different corner of space, remaining in the same dead and empty star system where I conducted the initial tests. But, according to the calculations of the replicator network, this introduced a minor error into the process, which the same replicator network should have compensated for, based on the results of the prediction. In any case, I saw no point in building another great machine, or rather, almost a third of its structure, at the testing ground to reproduce the process in the closest possible version, as well as transferring the entire station there. Now, if something goes wrong this time, then, in short, all problems should be solved as they arise. Well, the moment of truth, huh? As long as it's not Teletubbies. Having given a short command through the network, I launched the systems of the Great Machine, directing the flow of the operator brain's attention to the sector of space I need, simultaneously activating the module for creating an interworld portal. The whole trick of the connection was precisely to see where the portal would open if it were to open right now, and interesting. These vague visions flowed through the implant into the network, replacing each other and repeating with varying frequency. Based on the data available to the replicators, this meant a certain probability of opening a portal to one place or another. I mean, not to any specific place. It was still not full-fledged navigation. But at one of the analyzing the images received, it was either a seemingly endless desert, 34%, or the orbit of a clearly populated planet covered by a colossal city, 36%, or, a super-dense cluster of stars. At least, this is what could be assumed from the sight of hundreds of flaming balls of various sizes, rotating around a common center of mass, as if placed there in strict order by someone's will. If such a structure was even possible, of course, and the replicators thought completely differently.
Now that was even more interesting. The visions of the destinations changed dramatically. The original set existed for 8.093 seconds, after which completely different data appeared on the internet. Now there were only 2 places, and each of them was very unusual. Well, you can't call a planet with 3 moons, which has no special signs of highly developed life, past which a monstrously long, snake-like dragon slowly flew. A classic Japanese dragon. In space. In space, Carl! Exclamation point okay.
No, it wasn't that the existence of life forms capable of living in airless space was beyond the realm of possibility. The replicators fully allowed for such a variant of evolution. But still, seeing a Japanese dragon, which, apparently, was a modest 300 kilometers in length, at least as far as it seemed possible to determine its dimensions in a vague vision of future events, was somewhat unexpected. Against this background, the simple and gloomy stone cave, which acted as an alternative exit point, was almost completely lost, presenting absolutely no interest. Well, after another change in vision, several conclusions could be made. Firstly, at least for now, but I still did not have the ability to choose the destination. Perhaps in the future, having visited one of the worlds, I will be able to find a way to remember its address or choose more accurately, but for now, it was pure lottery. However, it is already good that I could filter out obviously dangerous or frightening places at least to some extent. And secondly...
Mr. Garibaldi?
While conducting experiments, I continued to monitor the walking route around Babylon in the background and therefore noticed the head of security irritably kicking an apple tree.
Huh? Lord Baal?
I beg your pardon. I'm a bit... The man even seemed embarrassed, taking a step back from the poor tree and pretending that he was just passing by. I suppose there should be someone else in place of the apple tree. I nod my head understandingly.
Yeah. Only the captain won't appreciate it.
Garibaldi twitched his cheek with a gloomy look. Would you mind sharing? I'm curious, and you want to blow off some steam. After all, the poor tree isn't to blame for anything. Michael thoughtfully looked from the apple tree to me and back, but then sighed, waving his hand.
Okay. You win, Lord Baal.
Although, to tell the truth, with much greater pleasure I would have simply shot this annoying postal employee. Anyway, Garibaldi put his hands in his pockets, slowly moving along the path between the trees. You know that due to the Declaration of Independence of Babylon 5, transport communication with Earth has become somewhat, he moved his fingers in the air, difficult. Yes, I nod. My assistant Corona was about to send an official note to your government for, as she said, disrupting the uninterrupted supply of strategic products to the International Diplomatic Station. What do you mean? The security guard almost tripped on the path, turning his head towards me in surprise. Cakes. They've run out of cakes at their and Yuki's favorite place. There are problems with the supply of some ingredients, and now the attaché of the ambassador of the Intergalactic Empire is going to send a diplomatic note of protest over the unstable supply of eclairs. By all the gods there are. The universe certainly didn't prepare me for this, Mr. Garibaldi. Yes. Perhaps then you will be able to understand me, Lord Bale. As I already said, after the captain declared the station's independence, some services that were previously available to everyone without any problems became a little less available. Garibaldi twitched his cheek, sighing. You have no idea what... I think you can imagine how much work it can now be to get, for example, a classic Italian pepperoni, although on Earth it is sold in any store. That's how it is with me. Michael kicked a small stone on the path with his foot. I ordered through one office the delivery of products that are not available on Babylon 5, and because of everything that happened, the postal service of the station jacked up the price so much that, well, what can I say? Yes, You and Corone would have found a common language based on your hatred of greedy capitalists. That's worse! The parcel is already at the station, the security guard threw up his hands. But I can't get it until I pay. It's not that I don't have 100 credits, but it's 3 times more expensive. The previous rates were also simply extortionate, but this… And what's in your wonderful package, Mr. Garibaldi? There are anchovies, pepperoni, garlic, mozzarella. None of this is even close to being available on the station. It has to be delivered from Earth or one of the colonies. Have you tried to negotiate? I raise an eyebrow with interest. No way! This postal employee can only mock. Garibaldi snorted. No, I understand perfectly well why he raised the prices after all. Now you can only deliver something from Earth to Babylon 5 by roundabout routes through aliens and colonies, basically by smuggling, but pay 100 credits for a box of groceries? You won't believe it, Lord Ball. Michael quickly glanced around. Just don't tell anyone, but I even tried to steal my own package from the post office at night. Judging by the beginning of our walk, I smile. It didn't work out for you? Yeah. I already have a feeling that he just doesn't like me. That's why he's being mean to me over little things, although, kill me, but I can't imagine where I could have made him so angry. In any case, the man waved his hand. This is all poetry, and, most likely, I'll just have to pay him as much as he wants. After all, mozzarella can't be stored in the post office warehouse forever. It took a long time to get to the station as it is. You know, I stroke my chin thoughtfully. Maybe you really should talk to my girls. You'll find a common language with Corone and Yuki. On the basis of gastronomic explorations, except that for them it's mostly pastries, and for you it's clearly something more… curious. Oh yes, it's an old family tradition. One of the dishes my father loved to cook. Along with bagna cauda, which I cook myself for my birthday. Okay, I say. After a few seconds of silence, and nod with the most serious expression, I'll do it. Lord Bale? Garibaldi stopped in surprise. It will be, as you say, hammering nails with a microscope. But perhaps it will be worth it. And Corona has long been using this technology in a completely barbaric manner, so I still don't understand you. You see, Mr. Garibaldi, if you provide me with a list of the necessary products and their quantities. But, how? I smile broadly at the security guard. Instead of answering, I simply raise my hand, palm up, simultaneously giving the command to the network to assemble a simple, fresh mandarin. A quiet grinding sound. A thin beam of light striking from somewhere above, and a bright orange fruit appears in my palm out of thin air. Garibaldi's eyes bulged, looking at what was happening in disbelief. He even reached out to touch the mandarin, making sure it was real. How did you do it, Lord Ball? This beam of light, this is that same teleportation? You're suggesting, I suppose, Mr. Garibaldi, I smile. You thought that I was suggesting that you steal your parcel from the post office warehouse, and that this mandarin simply stole it from somewhere at the station. But I assure you, it's much simpler. Damn it, the man exhaled, rubbing his temples. Then, how? If we leave out all the abstruse terms and explanations that even make my head hurt, I smile. I can say that part of the same technology that is designed to move objects in space allows, to create matter from energy. Your less educated ancestors a couple of thousand years ago would probably have called it magic, and thought that a tangerine appeared out of nothing. Yes, I myself would, Michael began, however, quickly cutting himself off in mid-sentence. It doesn't matter. But, Lord Bale, do you really want…
It won't cost me anything at all. My ship has its own power source.
And for your needs, the technology won't require many resources.
And what, this is a real tangerine and you will create real mozzarella, pepperoni, and anchovies?
The real thing.
I nod.
I'm telling you, Mr. Garibaldi, this isn't some kind of witchcraft. This is simple work with elementary particles. Even your science recognizes this as possible. Although, at this stage, only theoretically.
Damn it! Garibaldi chuckled nervously, running his hand through his hair. Where should I sign in blood? Interlude. A contented Londo Mollari leaned back on the couch in one of his favorite places on Babylon 5. The ambassador's working day was coming to an end, and although he, according to the long-standing Centauri tradition, was always on duty, not forgetting about pleasures, the evening time, when he could with a clear conscience simply send all business to the demons, was especially valuable to him, especially since it was today that he finally received the long-awaited answer to his letters to Adira. For months the girl persisted, not considering herself an equal to the noble member of the Mollari family, but still, finally, yes, Centauri women, even if they were simple dancers, loved to torment their chosen ones. But this only added spice to the relationship, making the blood boil and seek them with unrelenting persistence. Londo sipped his cocktail, dreamily closing his eyes. Everything had to be prepared. Now the route from Centauri space to the station was somewhat longer than usual, even though the war with Narn had died down. The tension at the borders and the increased checks of all transports heading in both directions imposed their own peculiarities. But it was not even bad. He would still have a few days to do everything necessary to make the long-awaited meeting as ideal as possible. It was funny, but he had never felt such emotions for any of his wives. And if he had met Adira Tiri years ago, in his youth, he would have only one wife. Although, of course, then he would not have become who he was after all. His 3 marriages were completely calculated. Even with Marielle, who, let's face it, was a hot thing, but still, did not evoke such a strong response in him. However, perhaps it would have been for the better. Then he would not have had to clean up all the mess going on around him. Mollari. A familiar voice coming from above made Londo wince, but the next moment he managed to put on a welcoming, polite smile. Jakar, what do I owe you? I thought we discussed everything. That's why I came. The Narn's face reflected exactly the same joy from the conversation that had started as Mollari's. I have something to talk about. The conversation with Ambassador Jakar, as Mollari had told Lord Bale, took place literally a couple of hours after the meeting with the Goa'uld, and they had indeed quite successfully discussed business and personal issues, even seeming to come to some semblance of an agreement. No, this did not make them friends, despite his desire to correct the mistakes of the past. Londo would not soon be able to forgive and forget the mutual hatred that had been seething within them for the past months. But still, this was undeniable progress. Jakar did not try to strangle the Centauri, and Mollari was able to talk to the Narn for 2 hours without spitting every other word and without gritting his teeth in the desire to drive a battlecruiser to the station and shoot his interlocutor with the main caliber. But still... I'm listening, Londo sighed, gesturing for the Narn to sit down. Despite all our mutual hostility, which, I think, Jakar sat down on the chair opposite, will not be forgotten any time soon, it is foolish to deny that our enmity will only play into the hands of the common enemy of our peoples. What a profound conclusion, the Centaurian chuckled, taking a sip from his glass. Therefore, the Narn continued calmly, ignoring the interlocutor's jab, as soon as certain information reached my ears, I considered it necessary to share it with you, Ambassador Mollari. I suppose you could call him a friend. Lord Rifa is extremely displeased with your last conversation, and the methods of persuasion that you used. Shikar nodded suggestively at the glass in Londo's hand. It remains to be seen how you learned about this conversation and methods. The ambassador of the Centauri Republic twitched his cheek, putting down his cocktail and sitting up straighter on the sofa. You are not the only one who has your own sources. Shikar! Let's be honest. What did you find out? Well, let's be honest. I don't know what you talked about, the Narn shrugged. But the end of your meeting and your wonderful methods of persuasion made an indelible impression on Lord Rifa. I heard, Shikar emphasized the last word with his voice, that he plans to do you a favor in return. Pfft, this is nothing new, Shikar. Centauri have been used to the idea since their youth that sooner or later their glass may contain a good portion of poison. It's a long-standing tradition of the Republic, and... I think, the Narn ambassador interrupted his interlocutor, he knows perfectly well that your death will not help him in any way. It will only speed up his own. But a threat to the life of one of your loved ones. Narn looked at Malari meaningfully, causing him to frown. Londo narrowed his eyes and considered what he had heard, trying to think of which of his relatives or friends could benefit Rifa enough to risk his own life on them. Veer? Pfft. The attaché was dear to Malari, and he could very well call Kato a friend, but who else? Relatives. He would have poisoned half of them himself with pleasure. Timov, the tragic death of his last official wife, could have caused some damage to his honor and dignity, but nothing more. Besides, Timov herself could have done something to the poisoner that would have made him think 3 times before taking on such an order, if only he had learned the nature of the target. Only if... Ambassador Malari's eyes widened, and he himself felt a chill run down his spine. I have to go urgently. Of course, Ambassador Malari. Shikar nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Shikar, if your information... If... Londo exhaled. Thank you. Absolutely nothing. The Narn spread his hands. I just told you a couple of rumors that seemed worthy of attention. I won't forget. Londo, feeling his eyelid twitch, walked quickly toward the elevators. There was one Centauri whose death could bring him more grief than all the others, or rather, a Centauri woman, the one who was now supposed to be getting ready to board the ship to Babylon 5. For a moment, the ambassador thought that this whole conversation could be a setup, from beginning to end, meant to push him to take some necessary steps from Rafa, or from Mr. Morden and his employers. But now, it didn't matter. First of all, he had to prevent a tragedy. We would deal with the guilty later, and therefore... Hello, Malari. A soft voice came from behind him, as the ambassador turned one of the corners, making Londo shudder and stop. We need to talk. Mr. Morden, the Centaurian grimaced. You disappoint me, Malari. The man stepped forward, looking extremely displeased, shaking his head. Lord Rifa stopped responding to my messages. And your government, somehow, you managed to persuade them to stop their expansion, not to fight against their neighbors who threaten Centauri. Just a few conversations, Malari began with a squint. A few words here, a few words there, but the meaning is the same. Why disperse the forces of the Centauri Republic in border skirmishes? Have you forgotten our agreement, Ambassador? We divided the areas of responsibility, didn't we? Oh yes, Mr. Morden, the Centauri nodded. We have. What you do on your territory is none of our business, but what we do on ours is none of your business and that of your employers. Is that right? Your government must fight, Malari. Yes, what an interesting thought. I will certainly convey your words to the Prime Minister, but I highly doubt that you say this out of a desire to restore the former glory of my people. Looking at Morden, who had become even more displeased, Malari shook his head. I would rather say that you want to use us as, agents of chaos in the galaxy, right? You don't know what you're talking about, Ambassador Malari. My employers have interests that extend far beyond your imagination. And if you violate the terms of our agreement, they may consider the Centauri Republic to have lost its prospects, if you know what I mean. I think we will somehow survive this undoubtedly sad event. Londo felt very uncomfortable, as he often did during conversations with Morden. But he still couldn't act differently. He had already put a lot on the line, which meant he had to play to the end, doing everything possible for the prosperity of Centauri. If only he could protect. You still realize the depth of your error, Malari. I guarantee you, Morden shook his head, as if listening to sounds accessible only to him. Your interference has set Refa against us well. We will find other methods to achieve our goal. Just see that you do not have to regret this for the rest of your days, Malari. As you say, Malari twitched his cheek. In the meantime, if you don't intend to kill me right here in this corridor, I have matters that require urgent attention. Having walked around Morden, Londo cast a quick glance at the far corner of the corridor, from which, as it seemed to him, a strange, grinding, whistling sound came, and continued on his way. The ambassador tried to keep his back straight, maintaining his dignity, which he did quite well. Many years of practice made itself felt. But inside the Centauri, everything was literally boiling. Boiling with indignation at the impudent man who was threatening him in a completely obvious and unambiguous way. Boiling with fears for Adira. He even began to doubt whether Refa would be a source of danger for his beloved. In the end, revenge on a weak woman, especially not even a noble one, was perceived in Centauri society as something not condemned, no. All means are good in politics, but still not the most worthy of the level of hostility that was between him and Refa. But Morden. In any case, for now it has changed the situation little. He still has to... Veer! Malari almost ran into the cabin. Londo? The assistant, who was currently reading the latest reports from the homeland, looked up at him with concern. Has something happened? Get ready immediately! You're going to fly to the Saturn 12 station. But... What? Veer jerked. But why? Get ready! Get ready! Malari almost pulled him off the couch by his hand. You'll fly out on the first ship. You should meet Adira there. You remember? That Centaurian? Of course. I remember, Lady Tiri. Kodo nodded, puzzled. But she's supposed to arrive on Babylon 5 in 4 days. And you've already asked me to prepare everything for her visit. A cabin, he began to list. Restaurant orders, a bouquet of flowers. All this can wait. The ambassador interrupted his assistant. You will meet her at the way station and make sure that she gets here safely. Understand me? Safely. Londo, Veer nodded, noticing the strong agitation of the chief. I will do everything I can. Do you think she is in any danger? Yes. Londo nodded simply. Either from Lord Refa or from Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden? Veer, have you suddenly lost your hearing? That's what I said. Refa or Morden, yes. It seems my latest decisions didn't please some people. Well, never mind. Never mind. The main thing is to get her here alive. Do you hear me, Veer? And we'll figure out the rest. It would be better to send a couple of guards there, but they might not make it in time. And it's too risky. And I can trust you. If you say so, Londo. Veer put the papers aside and headed to his section of the cabin to pack. He hadn't seen Londo this worried in a long time. The last time, come to think of it, was the day the news of the attack on Ragesh 3 broke.
And even then, the ambassador had been far more collected and focused. In any case, if Malari was worried about Lady Adira's safety, Veer would meet her on Sador 12. Not that that would be a surefire way to protect her in the event of an emergency. But an attack on a simple Centauri woman was one thing, and an attempt to kill the companion of the ambassador's attaché was something else entirely. Chapter 72: Difficulties and Their Solutions. The disease of love is incurable. A.S. Pushkin. Interlude. Getting to Babylon 5 in the current reality, with Captain Sheridan having severed virtually all ties with Earth, presented Alfred Bester with some difficulties. Not insurmountable, no. But he couldn't afford to use the usual transport route, and 3 days in a cramped, albeit modified Psi-Corps fighter was not the kind of fun he wanted. Still, at least he had time to sleep and think. A lot to think about. He looked through the documents Swift had sent him again, noting several more familiar names of telepaths who, like his wife, had disappeared without a trace from the Corps' field of vision. There was no evidence, as was usually the case, but the overall situation was very, very unsettling. And what was even more unsettling was that very note at the end of the document about the transportation of components for weapons systems. The transporter's intended route would pass through hyperspace not far from the station, so the decision to visit Babylon again seemed logical from all sides, especially since it could somehow make peace with its inhabitants, smoothing out the sharp moments of past meetings. But still, Bester categorically did not like several points in this matter. The first was the welcome that Sheridan and his crew would provide him with, unlike previous visits. Now he had no official reason for coming, and the captain had no official obligation not to kill him at the first meeting, which, remembering the ardent love of the same Ivanova for Psi-Corps in general, and for him personally, could well turn the end of his trip into a particularly perverted way of suicide. Although, of course, quite effective. After all, what could be more effective than a situation when you are shot from the stationary guns of a space station while you are sitting in a tiny fighter cockpit, right? And the second was, oddly enough, Lord Bale, or rather his cat Behemoth, thanks to whom Bester had been brainwashed by the Corps' internal security service for so long. Literally. Alfred was not at all happy to go through that again, but it was quite difficult to do anything about it if he could still try to somehow negotiate with Ivanova and Sheridan, convincing the officers of the purity of his intentions, then influencing an alien telepathic cat, especially one capable of influencing P-12, so that he would not notice anything. The ship's computer quietly signaled that it had reached the specified coordinates. It was in hyperspace in the immediate vicinity of the Babylon 5 transition zone, and now it needed to finally decide on its chosen behavior. The telepath was tempted to simply send a request to open the funnel and fly up to the station like a white man. But his thoughts stubbornly returned to the scenario with Ivanova and the station's guns in the leading roles. However, he didn't really have much of a choice, unless...
Echo 1 calling an unknown ship near the transition zone.
An extremely familiar voice came from the speakers, making Alfred wince and twitch his cheek under the helmet of his flight suit.
I see you on the scanners, but I'm not getting identification data. Are you all right?
Apart from a stiff ass, I'm perfectly fine, Captain Sheridan. Alfred grinned wryly.
Could you fly closer so that I can see you too? We certainly have a topic of conversation that could prove extremely beneficial to you. No less beneficial.
Bester?
Did you recognize my voice? I'm flattered.
What the hell do you need here?
As I said, I have information that is very important for you.
And that's why you hid near the transition zone? Forgive me, the telepath chuckled. But if I had stuck my nose into Babylon 5 without an invitation, I'm afraid Commander Ivanova would have simply shot down my ship.
then written it off as a technical malfunction of the station's defense system. I don't know about you, but I still want to live in this world. Mr. Bester, I don't know if you're aware, but Babylon 5 has severed all ties with Earth, which automatically means the same for the Psi Corps. I don't have to be polite to you. And since I have you in my sights, give me one reason not to pull the trigger. Curiosity. If you shoot me down, you'll never know why I dragged myself around in this nice and cozy flying coffin for 3 days, instead of boarding a comfortable transport ship coming from one of the colonies. The smile that had crawled onto Alfred's face began to fade with each second of the silence that dragged on. Sheridan demonstratively stayed at the very edge of the sensor's sensitivity. Bester's fighter's computer periodically lost sight of him, which, however, was not surprising in hyperspace. But, as the telepath believed, this would not prevent the captain from shooting him from afar without risking entering the sensitivity zone of the telepathic gift, if such a desire suddenly visited the head of the Babylon 5 commander. Captain? I'm still thinking, came a sarcastic voice. Mr. Bester finally answered the captain. Echo 2 will escort you to Babylon 5. I'll keep my distance and make sure you don't do anything stupid. As you say, Captain. As you say. Literally 10 seconds later, the hyperspace in front of Bester's ship parted, turning into a sparkling funnel of transition. From somewhere above, another fighter emerged, in which the telepath, chuckling, recognized the Star Fury, a new generation of Mosquito Fleet, which began to equip the destroyers of the Earth Commonwealth. It seems that someone gave Sheridan some gifts? Black Omega! An unfamiliar voice rang out, clearly belonging to the pilot of this fighter. Stay close to me. When approaching Babylon 5, I will hand you over to the dispatcher. When you are given the go-ahead, take landing seat 59A. Understood, the telepath replied, continuing to break into a wide smile. When you get the go-ahead. Well, well, who's to bet on how many of Mr. Garibaldi's subordinates will be waiting for him at the dock exit by that time? 12. 2. All at once? Will Garibaldi himself be there? Or maybe he'll be injected with the gift blocker again. What the hell? Bester said in amazement, staring with all his eyes at the picture of Babylon 5 that opened up before him and the monstrous ship hovering in space opposite the station. Captain. The telepath contacted Sheridan, who was still somewhere behind him, with a trembling voice. Mr. Bester? What kind of monster is this? Welcome to Babylon 5, Mr. Bester, John said, with obvious amusement in his voice. This is the Emperor's will, Lord Bale's battleship. I hope I die. There's more to come, Mr. Bester. There's more to come. Alfred could only fall silent in amazement at this, watching the golden colossus against which his fighter looked not even like a spaceship, albeit a single-seater, but some kind of toy. A battleship, then? The phrases about the personal embassy yacht in the form of a golden pyramid, which had sounded like a stupid joke, were now perceived in a completely different way. And if this was a battleship, then what were the other warships of this state like? It seemed that for the first time in his life, Bester did not really want to find out the answer to the question that interested him. What he saw moved the telepath so much that even Ivanova's irritated voice, which would have previously caused a satisfied smile in Alfred, now passed by his ears and somehow by itself. He even transferred control of the fighter to the station's computer on pure automatism, almost without realizing what he was doing, and came to only when the automation smoothly brought him to the landing place, fixing it in the parking clamps and bringing up the catwalks for descending from the cabin. There's more to come. There's more to come, muttering under his breath. Bester waited for the light signaling about the restoration of the oxygen atmosphere in the dock and, pulling off his helmet, began to climb out of the fighter. I'll remember this, Captain. I don't know how, but I will. Having climbed out of the cabin, the telepath headed towards the nearest exit from the dock. Landing place 59A, to which the station dispatcher directed him,
was located at the far end of the dock, which of course did not add to Bester's good nature. But he still walked measuredly along the deck, only occasionally feeling the twitching of his lower eyelid. However, such an attitude was expected and, in some ways, even useful. It was always easy to read an irritated opponent. "Thank you for such a solemn meeting." The armored door leading from the dock to the corridor managed to open halfway, but the end of the phrase was already stuck in the telepath's throat. As he had expected, he was met by the station's security service, 3 of Mr. Garibaldi's subordinates, dressed in armor and armed with rifles instead of their service blaster pistols. But Alfred's gaze involuntarily froze on 2 massive figures, towering over even fairly tall people, dressed in golden armor and looking like humanoid cats.
Please, follow us,
one of the aliens addressed him, narrowing his eyes.
Captain Sheridan is waiting for you in the office.
The attempt to scan Bester had to do by itself. An unexpected encounter, an unknown alien who had come from nowhere. Although it was quite obvious who had brought the humanoid cats to the station. The general tension of the last few days, multiplied by a thin ray of hope to finally find his beloved. In a word, Alfred was acting on pure autopilot, and he was mentally prepared for the fact that he would not be able to read anything at all, as it was with Lord Ball himself or his assistants. But here, everything was completely the opposite. The cat standing in front of him. A felinid, he read in his mind, as if he himself invited the viewer into his head. He invited, and Bester saw. The consciousness of the humanoid feline was very similar to the human mind that Alfred was used to, although he expected to see and feel something unpleasant or completely different, as it happened when he scanned the same Narns, but no. Everything was perfect here. The creature in front of him had an excellent, disciplined mind, which is difficult to achieve for the most persistent and experienced telepaths, although the felinid itself, of course, was not a telepath. Morris, as he was called, had an excellent and clear understanding of his place in society, his duty to Lord Ball, and he was absolutely, completely devoted to him. Bester had no idea that such devotion was possible, in principle. Despite the fact that, literally through all thoughts, even superficial ones, and he did not try to penetrate very deeply, there slid one integral idea about the perfection of the felinid species as such, seasoned with slight disdain for the majority of weak monkeys around. Behind all this, Bester saw unwavering devotion and loyalty to his creator. So great that, if he said die, the felinids would only ask, how, and how quickly. It didn't even look like devotion, but like faith in God? A flash of light in his mind's eye made Bester blink, and the next moment he saw a majestic palace in front of him, seemingly occupying the territory of an entire country. A palace, the guards of which were precisely felinids, massive, but at the same time incredibly mobile golden statues, closely watching for any danger, even a ghost of a threat or aggression from the outside. Alfred saw an equally magnificent throne room, inspiring awe and reverence, and then it was like a wave of blinding golden light, as blinding as a sunny noon, radiating from a figure seated on a high golden throne. Light that reached to the farthest reaches of the galaxy and beyond, into the intergalactic void. A brilliant flash that made Bester feel almost physical pain. And the next moment, the telepath found himself standing on Babylon 5 again, with the felinid patiently squinting at him. The only thing that reminded him of what he had just seen was the feeling of a gaze coming from the figure on the throne, a gaze that he felt like he had seen before. "Captain Sheridan is waiting," Morris repeated. "Yes, sure." Sighing, Bester jerked his head briefly, driving away the last remnants of the vision. It seemed that it was time for him to get used to the fact that every time he found himself on the station,
when there was someone or something there that belonged to this Lord Bale, he began to regret it very much. However, the matter was more important than his personal comfort now. He would be better off getting drunk later in any of the pubs of Babylon, but now he would have to keep up appearances and behave appropriately. Mr. Bester's reaction to what he saw was amusing. Yes, the vision that the telepath fished out of Morris's head, who met him at the airlock along with another Felinid and other security personnel at the request of Captain Sheridan, was pure nastiness, slipped through the implant in the guard's head. At the same time, it gave new empirical results of the joint work of a living consciousness connected to the replicator network and a telepath trying to read this consciousness. Bester saw the Felinid's mind as any other human or alien mind would see it, and the stream of images sent through the implant in the form of pure information was perceived as ordinary memories or thoughts. Not the slightest attempt to penetrate in the opposite direction. Having made his way into the network, at least the replicators did not record any third-party signals or data streams. Most likely, he would not have succeeded in this, and I suppose he did not try, having flown into the head of an unexpectedly encountered alien on bare instincts. But practical experience is practical experience. More interesting, however, was the reason the telepath had come to the station in the first place, especially now that Sheridan had severed all ties with his homeland. It had to be something very important and urgent, or a man like Alfred Bester certainly wouldn't risk his neck and fly a fighter to Babylon 5. The flight itself was quite the gamble, even though his craft had been modified to increase its range. Something like that was recalled, but I still remembered that part of the canon very poorly, so the real motives for the arrival of the Psycop were not so obvious to me. However, no one stopped me from just taking and looking. Even omitting the theoretical possibility of peeping through Morris's eyes, there were always the station's surveillance systems, which had access even to the captain's office. At that moment, Bester and his security detail were just approaching the captain's office, who was waiting for the guest in the company of Ivanova, Franklin, and Garibaldi. It's interesting, but the telepath wasn't even offered to take off his flight suit. Although John himself had managed to change upon arrival, it seemed that the Psi policeman irritated the officers more than he would have liked. Captain. Alfred bowed his head with a demonstratively friendly smile as he entered the office. Commander Ivanova, Mr. Garibaldi, and of course Dr. Franklin. What a wonderful delegation to meet. Your diplomats, Mr. Bester, John grimaced. Get straight to the point, please. It is absolutely obvious to everyone present here that neither you nor we feel anything even remotely like warm feelings towards the other side. As you say, Captain. The telepath shrugged, not at all upset, and settled comfortably into the visitor's chair, placing his spacesuit helmet next to him. Before we begin, it might be in your best interests to send the outsiders away. He glanced sideways at the two guards and one of the Felinids. Thank you for your help, Sheridan nodded to Morris. Goodbye, the guard nodded, turning around and leaving the office. You're free too, Garibaldi nodded to his subordinates. Leave two at the end of the corridor if you need to escort the guest back to the fighter. So, Mr. Bester, having waited until the outsiders had left, Sheridan looked closely at the telepath. I'm listening to you. I just want to warn you in advance that if you arrived on Babylon 5 in order to dig around in the heads of those present here to your heart's content, Ivanova chuckled meaningfully at these words, the question of your return to Earth may be somewhat complicated. For example, you will go on foot. I never doubted your love for me, Captain. Alfred smiled broadly, however, immediately becoming serious. But alas for you, today I am here in the role of a good Samaritan and do not intend to conflict with you. On the contrary, he sighed. The information that has become available to me will benefit not only me, but you as well. In 4 hours, a group of ships assigned to the Psi Corps will pass in the area of the homing beacon in Sector 500. It includes a transport with supplies marked in the bill of lading as weapon system components. The convoy includes at least 6 fighters, presumably Star Furies. I think, Captain, he turned to Sheridan, you are familiar with them, since you were so kind as to meet me on one exactly like them. Why are you telling us this? You see, Commander Ivanova. He turned his head to Susan Bester. Some information has fallen into my hands that, as a patriot of humanity and the Earth Commonwealth, worries me very, very much. I can't be 100% sure, but my intuition tells me, he winced, that something very, very unpleasant is happening up there. I suspect that you and I have a common enemy right now. President Clark is clearly under outside influence, and it is definitely not the people around him. It is not people at all. Aliens? John exchanged glances with Garibaldi, who retained an expression of eternal skepticism on his face. Some whisper in the corners, Captain. Shadows. And judging by the expressions on your faces, you know what I'm talking about. Bester. No telepathy, Commander Ivanova. Just good old face reading. In any case, even if these were just simple conjectures and fantasies of ordinary people, it is already impossible not to notice outside influence on Earth. But something else is even worse. As a result of President Clark's actions, aliens have penetrated the core, and I cannot allow this. And what do you want from us, Mr. Bester? The captain asked after a short silence. We need to capture the transport, Alfred said gloomily. Exactly, capture, not destroy. Why? You'll understand when you see the contents, Captain. And where did you get this information? As hard as it may be for you to believe, even I have friends. Silence reigned in the office. Sheridan was clearly thinking about what he had heard, although it was quite understandable. And, it seemed, I was beginning to remember what exactly Bester had been talking about. If this was the same transport with components for weapon systems, it must be on board that they were transporting telepaths, used by the Shadows as central processors of their ships. Although I still do not understand why they made life so difficult for themselves, if they could simply grow pilots to any parameters they needed. I believe that at their level and direction of technology development, genetic engineering, if not at the same level as that available to replicators, is certainly comparable. Damn it, they can grow living ships! And now I was faced with a small dilemma. The replicator network gave a probability of 89.991% that the captain would agree to Bester's request for help. And this was exactly it, because he would not be able to fight off the load of telepaths in proud solitude. Which meant that those same telepath blanks would arrive on Babylon 5, among whom there could well be a woman who was not at all indifferent to Alfred. Should I once again feign blatant altruism and return his beloved to him? And what exactly could I get out of this? Most of the secrets of Psi Corps were of no particular interest to me. After all, I already had a complete genetic map of telepaths of all races, and could reproduce this ability in a new creature. The Hemoth is an excellent confirmation of this. The only thing I still haven't gotten to was the data on the process of Ironheart's creation after the Ascension. The nanites in his brain ordered a long life without transmitting any data, and the topic was quite interesting. Yes, during the escape, Jason tried to destroy all the developments, records, and all the employees who participated in his creation. But I will never believe that an organization conducting inhumane experiments on innocent volunteer test subjects does not have a system for duplicating important data.
At least something should have survived. And it was possible to play on this. Let's say I believed you, and even became imbued with it. Sheridan finally drawled slowly. Let's even suppose I was filled with the desire, as the classics said, to rob the rich in order to help the poor. Why do we need you? Interrupted Captain Ivanova, clearly finishing what was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Find a small ship in hyperspace, without knowing exactly where and when it will appear. I would even like to see how you will do it without the telepath P-12 on board. Alfred grinned. How lucky that you have me, isn't it?
I can detect the ship and determine the direction to it, tuning into the presence of the crew's thoughts. Is this possible? Surprisingly, yes, Captain, nodded Bester. It turned out that in hyperspace, the powers of telepaths increase. I've never even heard of such a possibility. We try not to advertise it. Psycor does not want telepaths sent to the front lines. There are too few of us for such a waste of resources. In any case, Captain, make a decision. Are we flying? Or can I go to one of the bars, have a glass of something tasty? We'll fly, John answered gloomily. Ivanova, you'll be in charge while I'm gone. Yes, Captain. Mr. Bester, the flight leaves in half an hour. You will be escorted to the ship, and I will come a little later. Don't be late, Captain. The telepath readily rose to his feet, grabbing his flight helmet. I hope there's a place on the ship where I can change clothes. We'll find him. Lieutenant Prendick, the man called the first mate of the Calvados over the communicator. Captain, prepare the ship for departure. The duty team will be sufficient for a short raid, but I definitely need a combat crew. You have half an hour. Accepted, Captain. And one more thing. Mr. Bester, a telepath from Psycor, will come to you. Meet him at the airlock and take him to the crew locker room. You can show him the bridge and then wait for me. Came a slightly puzzled voice. Yes, Captain. The captain nodded to Ivanova, gave Bester a rather displeased look, and quickly left the office. It was curious that he had decided to fly on the Calvados, although… Already in the corridor, John paused for a moment, clearly lost in thought, but then, nodding to his thoughts, entered the elevator. Judging by his further movements and the fact that he had gone to the embassy sector to Ambassador Delenne's cabin, the White Star would also be involved in what was happening. It seemed that the captain had decided to play it safe, in case of a direct encounter with the shadows. The right decision. Interlude. Feeling the tension growing, Captain Sheridan drummed his fingers on the armrests of the captain's chair on the Calvados, once again glancing sideways at Bester, who was pacing around. The telepath was looking at the ship's bridge with demonstrative interest, as if trying to remember and understand everything. This was the main reason why John had decided to fly with the guest on the frigate, rather than use the more armed and maneuverable White Star. He had severed all ties with Earth, and was not at all happy to reveal all his trump cards to someone from the Psycor, especially if this someone was Alfred Bester, who had long since ceased to be called anything other than a pain in the ass by the captain. Calvados. It was a prototype ship, yes, but the frigate had been built at the Earth Commonwealth shipyard, and Sheridan was more than sure that its technical characteristics in one form or another had long been known to all interested services at home. That was why he was now tolerating the presence of a pestering telepath on the bridge of his ship, and the White Star was flying in hyperspace on a parallel course, keeping some distance, piloted by Marcus. Fortunately, the Ranger was on the station and generously agreed to take part in the flight. Still, our engineers did a good job. Alfred shook his head, stopping to the left of the captain. I only saw the project of this class of ships out of the corner of my eye, and the commissioning of the prototype completely passed me by, but what I see evokes a patriotic feeling of pride in me. By the way, what about our neighbors? He nodded his head towards one of the walls. Our, as you put it, neighbors are none of your business. Forgive me.
John twitched his cheek. It would be better if you, Captain Sheridan. Prendick turned to the man. 2 minutes to the specified coordinates. The scanners are still empty. Tell the White Star to be ready. Yes, Captain. Bester, your turn. You claimed that you could sense the consciousness of their crew. Of course I can. And as soon as... The telepath stopped short, freezing and staring into the space in front of him. They are here. I can feel them. 30 degrees to port. Distance approximately 50 kilometers. Mr. Prendick. Yes, Captain. Marcus, having pressed a couple of buttons on the remote control. The man contacted the second ship. We see them, Captain. Earth transport and 6 small ships. Captain, these are shadow fighters. Bester. John turned to the telepath irritably. Star Furies, huh? I'm in shock myself, Captain. He spread his hands, smiling, but I believe we can handle it. The captain twitched his cheek, keeping silent only because now was not the time to sort things out. And the telepath himself, as Sheridan noted with some surprise, clearly felt out of place. Such clear evidence of alien participation in what was happening was not the most pleasant news for him. Attack when you reach the required distance, the man briefly ordered both Marcus and Prendick. Marcus, the transporter, is the main target. He must not escape from us. But shoot at him with extreme caution, and only if there is no other choice. Got it, the Ranger replied. We'll knock out the top pair of fighters, and I'll grab him with gravity grabs. Take action! John felt the subtle change in the surrounding space with his whole body. The sense he had developed over years of service on ships told him when the Calvados's reactor changed its operating mode, preparing to provide more energy to the weapon systems. The bridge's observation windows closed with lowered armored shutters, and Edward Prendick cracked his fingers in anticipation as he moved from the first officer's terminal to one of the pilot's seats. The lieutenant liked to fly with his own hands, and John understood him well in this, which is why he tried to get out of the Babylon for fighter squadron training sorties at every opportunity. They were noticed. It would be strange not to notice 2 warships, emerging at full speed from the crimson shimmers of degenerate space, and without slowing down, giving a coordinated salvo from the forward guns. A series of white flashes from the White Star. Marcus did not use the main caliber, sensibly judging that pulse guns would be more suitable for small opponents, and short flashes of ruby rays from the Calvados, which was moving slightly ahead of the frigate's gun crew, already had experience in fighting shadow ships, and they preferred to take a risk, covering several targets at once with one salvo. Fortunately, the power of the shot and their location allowed it. The shadows didn't even have time to react. Only 2 of the 6 fighters jerked, going to the side, and themselves giving a salvo of sparkling sparks, but then they were also covered by another salvo of the Calvados's forward guns. The ship shuddered slightly from the impact. Most of the shots missed, but 2 charges still found their target, leaving deep melted craters on the frigate's armor plates. Captain, the transport is trying to break away. Prendick turned to John. Marcus. I see, Captain. The Ranger responded with concentration over the radio. We'll catch up. He won't get away from us. Just not from this ship. The White Star fired a short salvo in front of the accelerating target, hoping to force it to change course. And then, when that didn't do any good, Marcus simply increased the ship's speed, and having caught up with the transport, hovered above it. 4 bluish beams shot out from the ship, gripping the enemy ship's hull, and it stopped abruptly, intercepted by the gravitic emitters. Sheridan chuckled, watching the action through one of the external cameras on the Calvados hull. They could use that technology too. Sometimes it was a very, very useful addition to the usual guns. There's someone else there, the telepath said tensely, turning to John. Something big. Captain? Shadow cruiser.
Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Sheridan glanced at the sensor display. Though the newcomer to the scene was visible on the regular cameras, a black, spider-like blob emerging from the swaying haze like a nightmarish mirage. The same ship they had encountered at Ganymede. Only now, it was a fully functioning, combat-ready enemy, not a haplessly flying archaeological relic. Turning to Bester, who continued to stand in a tense pose, John was already preparing to simultaneously give the command to attack the new enemy, when the shadow, which at first moved to intercept the white star, suddenly stopped sharply, as if it had run into an invisible wall, as if it felt some kind of uncertainty. An irritated exhalation came from the telepath, and Alfred himself clenched his lips. The next moment, everyone in the wheelhouse heard a piercing screech scream, and the shadow cruiser simply dissolved into thin air, disappearing just as it had appeared. What the hell? Captain? Marcus, who had been on the line the entire time, sounded just as stunned by what was happening.
What just happened? What did you do? If I knew, do you have transportation?
We're holding on tight, the ranger confirmed. They're not trying to do anything, though, so I think we can fly back.
Great, then we turn around and fly to Babylon. Keep an eye out. Your sensors are more sensitive than ours, in case the shadow returns. I don't think so, Bester said, in a very thoughtful tone. Mr. Bester, I felt it from that. He twitched his cheek. Whoever or whatever was piloting that ship, I sensed a wave of intense uncertainty and a clear reluctance to engage in combat. I don't think we're in any danger now. What? But why? No idea, Captain. I have some thoughts. Alfred frowned, but I'll voice them later. I need to think. We'll talk at the station, if you don't mind.
Under Sheridan's intense, surprised gaze, the telepath slowly walked toward the exit of the control room. An expression of extreme thoughtfulness and some kind of tense humility did not leave Bester's face. Something he had just felt had made a strong impression on the man. Chapter 73. An offer that can't be refusal. There are so many ways to kill time that some have to be sacrificed. Isaac Asimov. Interlude. Captain? Dr. Franklin, slightly out of breath, walked quickly into one of the station's docks. The room was closed to everyone, and 4 security officers were on duty at the entrance, watching Stephen with suspicious glances. It seemed that if Sheridan hadn't called him personally, the doctors would have turned him away from the exit because of the turn in the corridor. The usually spacious room was now quite cramped. All the free space was filled with massive, coffin-like boxes, in which the medic, with some surprise and belatedly, recognized capsules for cryogenic freezing. Even in the era of hyperspace flights, still used in medicine, and occasionally for transporting prisoners. And even here along the walls, there were gloomy people and Narns in the uniform of the station's security service. The results of the flight were not quite what everyone expected. Look, Doctor. Sheridan motioned him closer. And tell me what you think. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Franklin walked past Bester, who looked much more thoughtful than the last time they met, and approached a standard medical gurney, on which, under a blood-soaked sheet, lay someone's body. Judging by everything, it was the pilot of the captured transport, or rather what was left of him. John carefully lifted the cloth, throwing it aside and revealing the upper part of the corpse. What did he die of? The medic frowned, examining the body, which was clearly mutilated and clearly eaten by something like acid. That's what we need to find out. That's how they found him in the control room when they entered. It looks like he committed suicide to avoid capture. It looks like the effect of some kind of acid.
Yes, there were the same marks all over the bridge around his chair. The metal wasn't eaten through, but it was noticeably melted by a strong thing. Yes, there's not much left of the pilot. Franklin winced, looking over the body once again. An unknown alien. The body is badly damaged. Yes, it looks like acid, possibly organic, but we can't say without tests. We need to do a full autopsy. The doctor sighed, covering the body with a sheet again. Only then will I be able to say something definite. Give me 5 hours. Maybe it will become clearer. And what about the cargo? This is it, right? The medic nodded his head at the cryogenic boxes. It looks like cryo chambers. Bester, I think, said that these are components of weapon systems? It depends on what you consider a weapon, Doctor. The telepath's still thoughtful voice rang out. What do you mean? Take a look for yourself, Bester shrugged, gesturing towards one of the boxes. What the? Having torn off the heat-insulating cover, Franklin froze, staring at what was hidden beneath it. Firstly, it was indeed a cryogenic freezing capsule, judging by the model, designed to transport prisoners to a maximum security prison. And secondly, in the capsule lay a middle-aged man dressed in a black uniform suit, an exact copy of which was currently being worn by Alfred Bester, who was standing nearby, a uniform suit of Psi Corps.
A badge with the letter Psi on one of the lapels only completed the picture, but the telepath's face, distorted in a grimace of horror, hinted very eloquently that he had definitely not lain down in this cozy coffin of his own free will. And the strange metal structures coming out from somewhere behind the man's head, embracing his face from both sides, raised certain questions in Franklin. Components for weapons systems? Are they telepaths? All of them? It looks like it. Sheridan sighed. There are about 100 boxes on board, they simply won't fit here. And, returning to our conversation, the captain turned to Alfred with a very displeased expression on his face. Mr. Bester, why the hell didn't you tell me that there would be telepaths on board? I can see from your eyes that you knew it. You should get checked for a suddenly awakened telepathic gene, Captain. Such conclusions, Bester said somewhat melancholically. You claim that there were components for weapons on the ship. That's exactly what was stated in the invoices that fell into my hands, Captain. The telepath hesitated, twitched his cheek in annoyance, but continued anyway. Yes, I heard rumors about what exactly could be there, but I received confirmation that there were Corps members on board a little earlier than you, after we had caught up with the transport and boarded it. And what? Gentlemen! Franklin, who was standing nearby, interrupted the squabble. I don't think now is the best time to be trying to figure out who's to blame. What's more important is the fact itself. He gestured at the cryogenic capsules. Of Psi Corps members being frozen against their will and sent to an unknown destination on an Earth transport ship, under the control of an alien pilot. Will you be able to bring them to their senses? Bester jumped in. There won't be any problems with defrosting them. I know the technology, and the station's medical lab will have the necessary equipment. Not all at once, but one at a time. That's entirely possible.
I'm more concerned about these devices.
Stephen tapped his fingers on the glass opposite the frozen telepath's head.
I have no idea what they are, but they seem to be implanted directly into the skull.
They all have them, don't they? From those I've seen, Sheridan nodded. In that case, until I conduct a comprehensive examination, I will not talk about any bringing them to their senses. Twitching his cheek, Franklin shook his head. They can stay in this state for an almost unlimited time. We will allocate a storage room, supply power, and let them stand. As soon as I figure out what this is, then we will do something. But, Mr. Bester, the doctor looked skeptically at the telepath. I thought you cared about the fate of your colleagues. But I can't guarantee that the awakening will go as it should until I find out what else, besides freezing, was done to them.
Okay, Dr. Franklin. I understand. Please, just keep me informed and let me know when you can start defrosting.
Sheridan looked at Alfred carefully, noting to himself the telepath's obvious and very strong personal interest in what was happening. It was not only, and, as he believed, not so much, about telepathic colleagues. There was something personal here. Were Bester's friends among them? Did he even have friends? No. The reaction was too vivid. Despite the fact that the Psi cop was trying to maintain his usual imperturbable mask, the captain saw how he tensely shifted his gaze from one box to another, as if he was looking for someone specific.
I'll do everything I can, Mr. Bester.
Yes!
The telepath remembered.
One more thing.
It's not very visible in this capsule, but I clearly saw metal bracelets on the wrists of other telepaths. It looks like they have the data of Psi Corps members on them. At least the barcode and personnel number look very similar. I'll send you a list of telepaths who have disappeared in the last 6 months. If there are any matches among the cargo, I will let you know. Franklin nodded understandingly. You will be very obliging. Captain. The telepath straightened his uniform jacket, turning to John. If you allow me, I will stay at the station for a couple of days. Don't worry, I won't cause any inconvenience. You are unlikely to see me anywhere except my cabin and the nearest cafe. But if Dr. Franklin manages to figure it out, I have to be here. As much as I'd like to throw you out, Sheridan sighed, I believe your request is entirely justified. I'll ask Ivanova to find you a cabin. Don't betray my trust. Keeping a gloomy expression on his face, Alfred nodded seriously. He was still clearly under the impression of what he had seen, thinking hard about the new information. Having cast another glance at the rows of cryocapsules, the man slowly headed towards the exit of the dock. Here and now, he could do nothing useful. All he could do was wait for Franklin to sort out the capsules and give his verdict. But that did not mean that... Mr. Bester! A familiar voice made the telepath shudder and turn towards one of the corridors.
Lord Bale?
I believe I have a topic of conversation that will interest you greatly, Mr. Bester. The telepath's face was simply priceless. When Bester saw me turning the corner, he almost jumped up and, for a moment, was clearly thinking about running away somewhere, pretending that he hadn't noticed me, hadn't heard me. And anyway, it wasn't him. Not here, and not now. Yes, however, we must give him credit. He regained his composure quite quickly. After 10 seconds, his face depicted polite curiosity, mixed with bewilderment. Conversations? I suppose we can take a walk. Or visit one of the establishments of your choice. I gesture for the telepath to follow me. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. As I said, Mr. Bester, the topic of our conversation will be of great interest to you. I smile and let the man into the elevator, following him. However, first, allow me to apologize to you. Apologies for what? For some arbitrariness of the behemoth you already know. At the sound of the name of the Gearings, Alfred twitched, as if afraid to suddenly discover his presence here and now. I can understand the cat's thirst for stroking and scratching, I smile. And a telepathic cat can easily quench this thirst. But I suppose, because of this you experienced very unpleasant, hours. A watch. Bester perked up.
They've been messing with my brain for almost a week. I beg your pardon. As I already said, I apologize for this very unpleasant incident. I assure you that Behemoth will not allow anything like this to happen again. Yeah, in the worst case, you simply won't remember having anything to do with him. Bester sighed and nodded briefly. I accept your apologies, Lord Ball, and indeed I hope that this incident will not be repeated.
Psy-Corps is very careful about the internal security of its members, and the very fact of the existence of an animal with a telepathic gift of such power, he spread his hands. I understand, I nod with a smile, exiting the elevator and heading towards the station's recreation area. Finding himself in the park area on one of the paths that went past various cafes and restaurants, Bester perked up and began to examine his surroundings, clearly deciding which establishment to go into. He could be understood, after all. During his business trips to Babylon 5, he hardly had time to wander around the entertainment establishments, especially since his clients would be the last ones there. Finally, nodding thoughtfully, Alfred turned toward one of the small restaurants with earthly Italian cuisine, confidently moving toward the entrance. Well, Italian cuisine. So, Italian cuisine. Welcome, one of the waiters greeted us at the entrance and led us to one of the free tables. Come in, sit down. I'll bring you the menu now.
If your menu is the same as on Earth, then I can order like that.
Bester smiled.
Oh, have you been to Trattoria Moretti?
In Geneva. Alfred nodded.
In that case, what should I bring you?
Pasta, of your choice. I understand that at such a distance from Earth, obtaining some ingredients may be difficult. We try to match.
The waiter smiled, turning to me.
And you? I'll just have a cup of coffee, thank you.
I nod.
Right now.
The waiter left, and Bester looked at me questioningly.
So I'm listening too carefully, Lord Bale.
As they say on Earth, I smile. I would like to make you an offer that no one can refuse.
Usually,
Bester drawled tensely.
This means a not particularly pleasant option of proposals.
I think that in this case you will be able to appreciate it and find it very beneficial for you.
I still don't understand.
The name's Sanderson. I lean back in my chair with a smile. Does it mean anything to you? Caroline? Alfred literally stared at me.
Where did you?
I don't think that's a question that should concern you, Mr. Bester.
I answer him in kind, wiping the smile off my face and looking the telepath straight in the eyes.
What's more important is that I can help you with your little family problem. It was as if all the air had been let out of Bester. The telepath tried to maintain a collected and almost angry expression on his face for a couple more seconds, but then he only exhaled almost doomedly, somehow hunched over in his chair. It seemed that with all his balls of steel and the demonstrative rudeness of a representative of a superior race, which he sometimes demonstrated when communicating with the same Sheridan, even he had things that could touch the very depths of the soul, and his beloved woman was one of them. How are you going to do this? Alfred finally squeezed out, leaning forward. If such an important person to you is alive, or at least died not so long ago. I look meaningfully at the telepath. Let's say that there is much more wonder in the universe than it may seem at first glance.
Your pasta, your coffee.
The waiter who came up gave Bester the much-needed pause to process what he had heard. Although it was quite obvious from my interlocutor's face that he didn't even seem to notice the appearance of the ordered dish in front of him. The telepath belatedly nodded gratefully to the back of the already departing waiter, continuing to stare thoughtfully at the man sitting opposite me. Even without Behemoth, who was now walking somewhere in the park area, begging for another portion of free goodies from the compassionate waitresses of one of the establishments to choose from, one could understand that intense thought work was taking place in Alfred's head. It's really an offer that can't be refused, the telepath said very slowly and carefully, choosing each word carefully. And such offers are not made for nothing. They have to be paid for very dearly. So I'll ask, what will you demand in return? Your soul and your firstborn. What else? No, Bester won't appreciate such a passage. He's not in the right state of mind to be able to humor and joke. Moreover, he might agree. And what will I do then, with the baby and the metaphysical concept, the reality and existence of which I myself convinced relatively recently. So, let's be a little more down-to-earth and practical. Information. I smile. Remembering our first meeting during your visit to Babylon 5 the year before last, I think his name was Jason Ironheart? Ironheart? The telepath frowned. Mr. Ironheart is dead. You were present at the events I know, or, he winced. You could say, he's moved on to a new plane of existence, as some believe. In any case, he's now equally unavailable to you and the Psi Corps. Don't try to seem stupider than you really are, Mr. Bester. I take a sip of coffee, raising one eyebrow. Jason Ironheart himself is indeed unavailable right now.
I suppose he's traveling around the galaxy, if he hasn't left it altogether, going much further. But I'm not asking him to give me the man himself. The survive and work on the process of his creation will be enough. Copies, of course. As far as I know, Bester said even more slowly and carefully, all the developments, as well as the equipment and scientists involved in the project, were destroyed by Ironheart during the escape. Mr. Bester. I sigh and take another sip of coffee, putting the cup down on the saucer. Do I need to remind you that in projects of such scale and importance, the concept of information backup is raised to such a level that it is sometimes impossible to count how many of these backup copies were made? You are not going to claim that all the research information was stored in one single laboratory and that one single group of scientists was working on it. Do not make me disappointed in your organization. Even more. I'm not rushing you to make a decision. After all, Dr. Franklin will need some time to sort out his new patients, and you will need to figure out whether the woman important to you is really among them. Think about my offer. I finish my coffee in one gulp and rise to my feet. It has no statute of limitations, within reasonable limits. Having paid for my order at the exit, accompanied by Bester's extremely thoughtful gaze, I left the establishment. Well, now let's see how much my ideas about Psi Corps as an organization and Mr. Bester as a very unusual member of it coincide with reality. The replicator network gave a probability of 84.113% that he would accept my offer. And so far, such forecasts have differed from reality very slightly. But there is always room for surprises. At the very least, the developments for creating a super telepath telekinetic could indeed be contained in only one laboratory, which caused me a feeling of cognitive dissonance. But to err is human, isn't it? Or to be mistaken, or whatever it was. In any case, whether I get data on Ironheart or not, it will be a pleasant addition to the information already collected, but in no way a defining aspect of my existence. Interlude. Have you moved all the capsules? Yes, Doctor. One of Franklin's subordinates nodded. 119 of them, all people, placed them as you said, connected the power supply and monitoring system. We can maintain their condition for any time needed. One of the capsules has been moved to box number 3 for examination. Excellent, Stephen nodded, closing the article on cryogenics and the principles of operation of such chambers on the work terminal, which he had been refreshing his memory of. Stay close if I need help. I'll do the initial examination. Having entered the indicated box, Franklin cast a thoughtful glance at the vertically installed cryocapsule. It was possible, of course, to wake up the telepath imprisoned in it. The procedure was quite simple and feasible, even in the conditions of the medical bay of Babylon 5, theoretically not intended for such events, but the face of the man inside, distorted with horror and torment, eloquently told him about the very likely surprises that would accompany this awakening. A cynical thought flashed through the medic's head that he had another 118 attempts if something went wrong with the first capsule, but he drove it away with a sharp shake of his head.
"Computer, record," he said into the air and, after a short beep, began dictating his observations, slowly walking around the capsule. A. Antibiotic capsule. No manufacturer or place of manufacture marks were found. Based on the visual inspection, I can conclude that it is identical to the standard models used to transport maximum security prisoners.
It has all the controls needed to defrost the contents using the station's standard medical equipment. Franklin stopped in front of the glass door. The frozen subject is a man, age unknown, presumably 35 years old. Dressed in a Psi Corps uniform, including the appropriate chest badge and gloves. On his left wrist is a metal bracelet engraved with a barcode, alphanumeric designation, and Psi Corps emblem. Presumably, the data are personal identification numbers from some kind of file. Similar bracelets were found on all other frozen telepaths. Analysis and database search required. Perhaps our friend Mr. Bester knows better what this is. More. Stephen picked up a portable scanner from the instrument table, slowly moving the device along the capsule and reading the readings displayed on the screen. The doctor's hand stopped opposite the telepath's head, and he frowned, repeating the scan. And again. The metal structure around the head which he had noticed back in the dock was becoming less and less to his liking with each passing second. And for good reason. The scan results confirm my initial assumption. Electrodes are implanted in the subject's skull, the elements of which are connected directly to the telepath's brain. The purpose could not be determined, perhaps a more detailed scan and the creation of a three-dimensional model of the body will provide more data. However, the metal contacts located above the temples on both sides of the head clearly suggest a connection to some device or machine. Stop recording. Franklin walked around the cryogenic chamber once more, thinking hard about what he had just dictated. In all fairness, he wouldn't be able to say anything more definite now without trying to defrost one of the telepaths. But all his medical knowledge, coupled with his intuition and premonitions, literally screamed that there was absolutely no point in rushing this decision. And it wasn't even about what he had said in that dock. He was almost 100% sure that the awakening process would be completely ordinary and routine. The frozen man's health status indicator said that he was in perfect order. But the implants on his head and his face distorted in horror. This caused Stephen to have certain doubts. "Dr. Ishimura," leaving the laboratory box, he approached one of his colleagues. "Please organize an inspection of all the capsules." On the wrist of the frozen telepaths, there is a metal bracelet with an engraving. I need lists of these codes and any data on their owner that can be obtained without defrosting. Even if it is just gender, height, and hair color, perhaps it will be possible to check them in the database. "We'll do it, Dr. Franklin," the woman nodded.
I think we'll finish it in a couple of hours.
Captain Sheridan looked gloomily at Bester, who was sitting in his office with an independent air, once again persistently begging himself not to pay attention to the annoying telepath. After the cargo discovered in the hold of the transport ship, it was quite obvious that the rather thoughtful telepath, scurrying around the station and catching his or Ivanova's eye with enviable consistency, was the least of their problems. And, to be completely honest, less than a day had passed since his arrival, and Franklin should have been in the midst of studying the cryogenic capsules. But John himself was already beginning to think that the situation had been going on much, much longer. "Mr. Bester," the captain sighed, "is it absolutely necessary for you to be in my office?" "Eh?" "Captain," blinking, the telepath smiled. "I think that Dr. Franklin will very soon inform us of the first results of his research, and I would like to be nearby so as not to miss any important information. And I would like to throw you out of the open airlock," Sheridan muttered barely audibly, demonstratively wincing. "Did you say something?" No, the captain smiled routinely. feeling that his facial muscles were almost cramping from this movement. I just sighed. The day was long and hard. I understand, nodded Alfred. By the way, before he could finish speaking, the aforementioned Dr. Franklin entered the office carrying a stack of printed sheets with some list and a tablet with photographs. Seeing Bester sitting in the chair, the medic hesitated in surprise for a moment, but then nodded with satisfaction and walked on, stopping at the captain's desk. It's great that you're here, Mr. Bester. Captain, he handed the man the lists. We've finished examining the capsules, 119 of them, each of them containing a frozen telepath, judging by the Psychor clothing. However, I haven't had a chance to compare the data from the bracelets with Mr. Bester's list yet. But since he's here, I think he can take a look himself. You think that I should remember by heart everyone who… Just look. John waved his hand tiredly, handing the sheets of paper with numbers to the telepath.
As you say, Captain Sheridan.
Sighing, Alfred rose to his feet, taking the lists from the man and starting to read the numbers and descriptions of the frozen ones.
Yes. Judging by the codes, these are the personal numbers of telepaths assigned to them in the Corps. Moreover, these are not members of the organization as I initially thought, but telepaths who refuse to join us or undergo blocking therapy. Sometimes such people run away from us, and they are caught, sent to re-education centers on Mars. Judging by the numbers…
The telepath's gaze froze, stopping on one of the lines, and his hand visibly trembled. Then how did they get on board this transport ship, and with an alien pilot no less? Captain, he turned to Sheridan, we haven't finished the autopsy on the alien yet, but I can tell you in advance that we've never encountered this species before. Mr. Bester? John called out to the silent telepath. Yes, I heard, Captain, the man answered slowly. I can't even imagine how they ended up there, or rather I suspect, but I would really like to be wrong. Dr. Franklin. Alfred looked up at the medic, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of something human slipping into the Psychor member's eyes. You took photos of the frozen telepaths when you were compiling the list of numbers on the bracelets, right? We did, Stephen nodded, somewhat puzzled. And what about you? Please let me see a photo of number 893 M5. Captain? Show him the photo, Doctor. But then I expect an explanation. Of course, I'll tell you everything. Dr. Franklin shrugged, flipping through the folder of photos on the tablet he had brought until he reached the right frame. Bester carefully took the device, peering at the image. And with each passing second his face acquired an increasingly doomed expression. He clearly knew the woman in the photo, and knew her quite well, and intimately. Releasing the tablet that had fallen onto his lap, Alfred looked up at the captain. Can I see her? We haven't performed the defrosting procedure, the medic answered doubtfully instead of Sheridan. They're all in capsules now. Please, at least through the glass, Alfred shook his head. And I'll tell you everything, I just need to see for myself that… Mr. Bester, John sighed discontentedly. This will be the last time I meet you halfway in this conversation. And only because for some reason it is very important to you, so important that you said please twice. Doctor? Franklin nodded, turning to the exit, followed by the captain himself, standing up from the table, gesturing for Bester to follow the medic, since he needed to. The telepath nodded gloomily in response and, grabbing the list and the tablet with the photo, moved forward. The path from the captain's office to the compartment allocated for the cryogenic capsules passed in tense silence. Alfred Bester was clearly seriously considering something. Stephen simply walked forward, and Sheridan, bringing up the rear, did not disturb his companions, only squinting slightly at the Psychop as if trying to understand what was going on in his head. Finally, Babylon's head of medical services nodded to the two guards standing at the entrance to the former storage room near the med bay, inserted his ID card into the lock, and walked inside. The bay was tightly packed with cryogenic capsules, so tightly packed that it was difficult to even move between them. There was only enough room to barely squeeze between the rows. "The capsule you need is over there." Stephen pointed with his hand, checking the number on the list. Bester carefully, as if with apprehension, headed in the indicated direction. After a few rows, he turned left and, walking forward, stopped in front of one of the cryogenic boxes, exhaling loudly and closing his eyes for a moment. "Carolyn," the telepath whispered, placing his palm on the glass lid. The next moment he shuddered, despite the state of suspended animation. The thought process of a person, especially a telepath, did not stop completely. Yes, it could not be called consciousness, and the frozen one himself perceived such a state as disconnection. But for a strong telepath, and P12, which Bester was strong enough for this, it was still possible to conduct a scan in such a state.
Yes, he would not be able to find anything specific in the mind of his beloved, but the most vivid memories, and they, as you can guess, were the very last of them, preceding the freeze, were at the very top, not dimmed even a little. The man saw unknown aliens bending over him, over Caroline lying on the operating table. He saw and felt how she, had something implanted right into his brain. Those same contacts that were now visible at the temples. He felt the horror and pain of his beloved woman, and then, with a bright flash, an ominous whisper surfaced in his head, demanding that he obey, demanding that he connect with the machine. That's right, with a capital letter. Without the machine, she was incomplete, flawed. But the machine also needed Caroline. It needed her consciousness, her mind. His thoughts were confused, straying from familiar formulations to a wild semblance of program code. Bester, what's the matter?" A sharp blow to the face coming from Sheridan standing next to him tore him out of the abyss of painful visions in the frozen telepath's head. With great difficulty, the telepath emerged into reality. Realizing himself still standing in front of the capsule, his palm pressed to the icy glass of the lid. Shaking his head, the man stopped the captain from slapping him again with a gesture. "I came to my senses, Captain. Thank you. Did you see something?" "You can." And so to speak, yes. The telepath nodded, still feeling out of place. "Are you able to speak? Perhaps Dr. Franklin?" "No." "Thank you, Captain, but no. Give me a minute, and I'll come to my senses." "Good. Then I'm waiting for answers. You obviously know this woman." "Yes." Alfred nodded, running his gloved palms over his face. "I recognized her number. But at first, I didn't believe what I saw. I suspected that this could happen, but I didn't expect to receive confirmation in such an eloquent form." "Who is she?" "The only light in my life, Dr. Franklin," Bester answered slowly. "My beloved. As hard as it may be for you to imagine that I am capable of this feeling, Doctor. Have you scanned the unfortunates?" He waved his hand around the capsules. "No," Stephen shook his head. "Just one of them. That's when I came to the conclusion that there was no need to rush." "I see. Caroline was carrying my child. Maybe it's still like that." "A child? I heard you have a wife and daughter on Mars." Sheridan raised an eyebrow. "A selective marriage." The telepath twitched his cheek. "By order of the Corps." "What kind of love is that, Captain?" "But you said that telepaths with these bracelets were sent to re-education centers.
So that's where you met. So why? Why didn't I let her go? Because I don't have that authority. I offered her to agree to treatment or join the Corps. That would have solved all the problems right away, and we could have been together.
But she refused. Stubborn. And then she just disappeared.
What did you see? You scanned her, didn't you?
I didn't know that was even possible when the object was in suspended animation.
Not easy, yes, but it is quite possible.
Bester sighed, hesitating for exactly a moment, but then continued.
Yes, it is impossible to penetrate deep into memory, but it will be possible to read the most recent, superficial memories. As a rule, this will be the last thing a person saw and felt before he was frozen.
And?
I saw aliens, some kind of medical center, not ours, not earthly, and shadows, their ships. What do you know about their technologies?
Shadow technologies? The captain frowned.
In Carolyn's thoughts, I clearly saw, heard, someone's whisper, at the very edge of consciousness, a whisper ordering me to merge with something. She called it the machine. They were being prepared for something bad.
Weapon system components. Franklin whispered instead of Sheridan. Doctor? Mr. Bester, that's how the cargo was labeled, wasn't it? Weapons components? Yes, but what are you? Shadow ships, John said darkly, are built using organic technology. They're alive. And as we know, they have living beings instead of central processors. Weapons system components, the telepath repeated slowly. They were being prepared to play the role of combat ship parts. Dr. Franklin? Bester turned impulsively to the medic. Will you be able to cure Caroline? I can't even imagine what they did to her mind. Removing the implants is entirely doable, but will she remain the woman you knew after that? Will she remain human at all? I don't know. I am ready to wait. I will look for any way to save her and the child if he is still alive. Find a way, doctor. But even if you fail, even if she remains in the cryogenic capsule until the end of her days, well, Alfred clenched his fists. Now this has become a very personal matter. Are you fighting against these shadows? I can assure you that your war has now become my war too. Bester spun on his heels and almost ran towards the exit. The telepath was literally seething with rage, restrained by incredible willpower. He didn't even notice how he reached his assigned cabin on Babylon 5, how he fell into a chair, and, blinking, Alfred focused on the terminal display, where a message was blinking that the message had been sent. And in the history of the communication system, in the outbox, there was only one letter addressed to Lord Ball. A letter with a short phrase, I agree.